Hello. Hi everyone. Good morning. My name is Surendra. Welcome to Core Java tutorial for automation testers or any beginners. We are going to cover all the core Java concepts required for a fresher to work on either a programming or an automation testing well. So this course is specifically designed for the beginners. Right from the installation, we are covering each and every concept. If you can have a look into the curriculum, basically, we are starting with an installation perspective, and from there, we are covering all the advanced concepts within the training program itself. By end of this training, you will be in a position to work on any automation testing project or to kickstart with a small development project. Cool. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Is a Java. Java is an object-oriented programming language. Object-oriented programming language. What does it mean? Any programming language that supports OOPS concepts. We can call it as an object-oriented programming language. That programming language should support, okay, that programming language should support OOPS concepts. So what exactly the OOPS concepts means? Inheritance, polymorphism, object, class, all these are things, okay, multi-threading, all these concepts are, we can treat it as an OOPS concepts itself. If a programming language is supporting all these concepts, we can treat that particular programming language as an object-oriented programming language, and Java is one among those object-oriented programming language. Before moving ahead, first of all, what I want to do right now is let us start from the installation part onwards. Okay, let us start from the installation of a core Java. So the first thing is we need to know three most important definitions. The first thing is JRA, a Java runtime environment. JDK, Java development kit. JVM, Java Virtual Machine. So let us start with a JRE. JRE means it's a Java runtime environment. If your role is to just execute a Java program, then you can install JRE in your machine. As of now, guys, if you consider our requirement, I want to write down my automation test scripts using Java programming language. So it means I need to write down the code and I need to execute the code. So for me, JRE doesn't fit for me to install in my machine. Then who can install JRE in their machine means specifically clients. So they don't need to write down the code base from their end. Whatever the code we have prepared, clients will simply execute whether that code is working or not. In such situations, they can install only JRE. Okay, fine. So the next one is a JDK, which is a Java development kit. If your role is to develop a Java program and to execute a Java program, in such situations, you need to install this JDK. As mentioned earlier, for our automation testing, we need to write down the program and we need to execute the program. Definitely, we should install JDK in your machine. Okay, so from where can I download this the JDK? So directly go to Google. We can find it in a Google. So let me close this Selenium ID. I don't want it anymore. Okay, now go to Google and search for JDK free download. So whenever we are searching for this JDK free download, multiple links are displaying. Click on a first link which is navigating to an Oracle official website. So here in this particular page, there are multiple options to download. Depending on your system operating system, you have to download it. So mine is a Windows machine and that too it's a 64-bit. See here, Windows x64, there is an exe file is there, download it. Whenever you are trying to download this particular exe file, These days, the Oracle is asking us to create an account and to open an account basically, or to log in into their account. So I have already created one account. Either you can use my account, okay, Surendra dot Jagannath@gmail. Let me try with my password. If this password is valid, then I will give it to you. You can give it, you can try from your end. Yeah, so this is the password. Okay, this is not a valid password. Okay, let me try Surendra. Okay, so just if this doesn't work, you can try it from your end and you can create a. See, basically, it's directly logging in for me. Sorry, it's directly downloading the file. Okay, though it's not logged in here, but it's directly downloading the file. So my password is a valid password. So here I'm giving an credentials for this Oracle account in our direct running nodes itself. Okay, when you are trying to download, it will ask to enter Oracle credentials. It's up to you. If you want, you can create your own account or try using below credentials. Username and the password is, this is the one. Try using these credentials, it will work for you and you can download it simply without creating any accounts. That's the thing. Okay, good. So whenever you have a downloaded that particular one, it's going to download an exe file into your machine. Okay, it's going to download an exe file into your machine. So what exactly this exe file means? An executable file using which you can install the software. Right, installable software for a Windows machine. So here, what I'm doing right now, go to the downloads folder. Basically, you can find it here itself. For me, I have a downloaded earlier, so I can find it here. Double click on that file. Just follow the installation steps and create your own or install this JDK in your machine. Okay, just by double clicking on it, it will install it. Assume that if you are working on your office machine, by default it has a Java install. You no need to install it separately. The only thing what we can do is we can go to your my computer C drive, programming files, Java folder, and check out whether there is a JDK and a JRE installed or not. Check whether in this folder whether it has JRE and JDK folders inside it. If it is there, then we can confirm that Java is successfully installed in our machine. Okay, just the simple thing basically. You just need to navigate to that folder. It should have that information. That's it. And then the next point which I need to consider on top of this one is, okay, so I have a installed Java. Now I open my command prompt here and I am searching for Java underscore version. I just entered a Java underscore version. For me, it is displaying as a Java version at 1.8.0. Okay, 1.8.0. If it is not displaying for you, then you can use, you need to, basically, if it is not displaying for you, then it will throw an Java is not recognized as an internal or external command. So it means you have installed Java in your machine, but you haven't done the configuration to display that software or a tool in the command prompt. Okay, one thing is whenever we downloaded any open source tools, we need to update the software installation folder location in the environmental variables. Okay, whenever we updated the software in the environmental variables, moving further, we can access those softwares from the command prompt. So it's a mandatory for us to update the Java in environmental variables. Okay, it's mandatory for us to update Java in the environmental variables. So how you need to do that? The simple thing is, in my current situation, I have this PC. Right click on this PC, go to properties, and here, whenever you clicked on a properties, this is the screen which will display, and in which advanced system settings. I'm using the advanced system settings. Okay, whenever you clicked on these advanced system settings, what it will happen, it is opening a new window, and in this particular new window there is an environmental variables tab is there. Okay, just the environmental variables tab is there. So if you click on this environmental variables tab, a new window is being populated, and on this new window, see, you can find user variables and as well as the system variables. Whatever the configuration we are doing, we need to do with respect to the environmental variables specific to a system variables itself. So what I have to do right now, let me go back to the folder where the Java JDK and JRE is there. Go inside the JDK folder, copy this location. Okay, just copy this location. Come back here to this. Under the system variable, create a new. Okay, create a new. Name it as a Java home and use it here. Okay, name it as a Java home and just use it here. Okay, whatever the path I have copied, I'm just specifying that particular path here and hit OK. So whenever you have created that, a new Java home will be created for you. Okay, a new Java home will be created for you. That's it. That's the simple point of what you need to consider. Okay, so that's the simple point of what exactly you need to consider. Okay, cool. So I have created a Java home environmental variable here. And after creating a Java home here, now I'm scrolling down a bit. There is a path environmental variable. Okay, there is a path environmental variable. Hit on edit button for this path environmental variable. And inside this JDK, there is a bin folder. Navigate to the bin folder, copy the path from there. Okay, copy the path from that bin folder, go back here and directly place that path here. That's it. See, I have already updated. And after that, hit OK button for multiple times. Close your command prompt and relaunch your command prompt. And whenever you hit a Java version, it is displaying the version. So guys, the steps are so simple. We already have those steps documented in these running notes. Right click on a my computer or at this PC, go to properties, advanced system settings, and then under the advanced tab, there is an environmental variables, and under the system variables, select a new. Okay, you need to click on a new under the system variables, and then whatever the path is there, just place the path inside the Java home variable, and even edit the path variable and place the path till the bin folder. These are all the two things that you need to do from your end. Okay, good guys. So the bottom line out over here is why I'm doing this particular one means, see, we are dealing open source tools, basically Java, Maven, and couple more tools are there. So whenever you are dealing with these tools, it's mandatory for us to update the environmental variables. That's what I have done till now. Okay, good. So everything is documented in the separate Java document. This Java document, I will share it, and along with it, this class document also, I will share it with you. Both the documents, I will share it with you for your reference. So before jumping on with a further small concept, am I clear for you all till now, or do you have any questions for me, guys? Ramya, Sahiti, Payal, good. Arul and Subha, good. And the And then, so the next and a small concept which I want to explain out over here is examples. Today, I will give you examples, guys. Tomorrow, we will see the practical implementation. So, what exactly an example is? See here, assume that, uh, um, okay, so the example is assume that I have my friend's mobile number. I didn't save his number. So, if I want to call him from my mobile, every time I need to enter 10-digit mobile number and give a call to him. Right, guys? So every time you need to enter all the 10 digits and you need to call him. So here, instead of doing this activity like this, the smaller option what we can do is create a contact, assign a name to your friend, and add a mobile number to that name. Okay, add a mobile number to that particular name and save the contacts. Moving further, after saving the contact, if I want to call my friend, I no need to enter his 10-digit number directly. I can call the name whatever I have assigned to him. Right, whatever the name I have assigned to him, I can simply call the name as internally for the name, there is a number allocated which will be called directly. So here, the ultimate thing which I want to say here is I'm calling a name internally for that name. I have already assigned a variable, hence it will be calling that particular variable itself. Okay, hence it will be calling that particular value. So it means I can say it is a variable. We are storing some value to that. Right, guys? Did you understood this example, the mobile example basically? So I'm creating a contact, which is a quite a common thing which we use it to do in our mobile phones, right? Just a common thing. I will create a contact and assign a mobile number. Moving further, I no need to dial in the entire number. If I'm calling a contact, automatically it's redirecting to the number internally, whatever we have a given. This whole concept, we can call it as a variable. Okay, this is one example. And another example, I want to create below three actions in my mobile. First one, sticky notes. Second one, uh, okay, first one contacts. Okay, first one contact. Second one sticky note. Third one video. I want to create these three operations in my mobile phone. So my question out over here is how much memory will it occupy? Usually for any contact, roughly it will be a zero point 0.5 KB of memory it will occupy. It means very, very less memory, right? A very, very less memory it will occupy in your mobile to create a contact. The same way, if you want to create some notes with a page stuff inside that, then maybe 10 KB of memory is required, right? Roughly 10 KB of a memory. If you want to capture a video for 1 hour, definitely it will consume 1 GB of a memory in your mobile phone. right? All these three operations, it's consuming memory in your mobile phone itself. But the only thing is, depending on the operation, whatever you are performing, corresponding memory is being allocated in your mobile. So it means if I'm creating a contact, my mobile know that for every contact it should allocate zero point 0.5 KB of a memory. It will be allocating that. If I'm creating a sticky note, it know how much memory that needs to be allocated, and it will be allocated that maximum memory. And if I'm creating a video also, it knows and it will allocate the memory. So the point out over here is your mobile is recognizing the operation whatever you are performing, and based on that it is allocating the memory, right? Based on that it's allocating the memory. Immediately a quick question will rise in our mind: how come my mobile know that I'm creating a content? Right. I'm creating a contact, I'm creating a sticky note, or I'm creating a video. How come my mobile know that? Usually, if you want to create a contact, you will navigate to contacts page, from where you click on a new button. Array, create a new contact. Right. So you are choosing a respective option based on that operation itself. Your mobile is recognizing. The same way, if you want to create a sticky notes, you will navigate to the sticky notes section first, or sticky notes apps first, and from where, whenever you click on a create, then your mobile recognize that okay, this person is in a sticky notes app now. Whenever he's clicking on a create, it means this should be created within the sticky notes itself. That's what your mobile will recognize, and it's going to allocate the memory. Right, guys? Is this contact creation and a memory allocation examples clear for you, or any questions for me? How we are creating a contact, and how we are calling that name, and internally calling that particular name, how it is calling the mobile number, and how much memory it's being allocated for all the operations. Am I clear for you all? Arul, Subha, uh, Padmaja, Ramya, Sahiti, and Payal. Good. Done the deal. So this is the basic concept which we need for core Java. First of all, the day one of the core Java, I'm going to kickstart with some examples. So the concept, okay, with these two examples, whatever I have studied. So example one, guys, the first one is saving a context, and example two is the one which I have explained right now, the memory management. With these two examples, the two related concepts in Java are variable and data types. Okay, variable and data types are the two different concepts we have in Java with these two examples. Okay, which we will study about these examples in the tomorrow session. Okay, I'll show you these examples in the tomorrow session. Okay, by tomorrow, the only thing what you people need to do from your end is go ahead and download the Java in your machine, create the configuration, like update the environmental variables and all those things in your machine. And additionally, one more thing what we need to do is, see guys, in order to write down my content, I'm using this Word document, right? I can consider I'm using a Word document as my editor to write some information. Right, whatever the information I'm writing, I'm using an MS Word documentation here. Right, the same way, in order to write down our core Java programs also, there should be some editor for us. Right, without the editor, it's not possible for us to write down the code. There are multiple editors available in the market. Among all those editors, Eclipse is the one which is used by majority of the people. Okay, Eclipse is the editor which is used by majority of the people. So even we are going to use the same Eclipse editor. So how to download that? Go to Google again, search for Eclipse Editor free downloads, and here click on a first link which is navigating to the Eclipse downloads screen. Okay, Eclipse downloads screen, and here there is an option for you to download it. See here, download the 64-bit. I'm clicking on this download the 64-bit. It is navigating to this screen. It will automatically download. If it is not downloading, click on this download. Whenever you hit this download, automatically it's going to download an Eclipse installer in your machine. See, this is the installable file which it is going to download in your machine. And now double click on that installable file, guys. I'm just launching it once to show you what option you need to pick. There are multiple options it will populate whenever you are selecting this one. So I will just show you that option so that you can proceed with your installation. So by tomorrow you need to complete Java installation and Eclipse Editor installation in your machine so that we can start with theory come practical. So guys, just we studied about some basic concepts on our core Java. Starting from tomorrow, each and every concept we are going to study is a practical orientation itself. So I will start with the variables. Starting from variables, we are going to see examples within this Eclipse Editor. Okay. Cool. So let it launch so that I will show you that option what you need to do. So this is the option which it going to populate. So whenever you double click on that exe file Eclipse installer, this is the window it will populate. From that window you need to pick this option, Eclipse IDE for Java Enterprise Developer. You need to pick this as your option while downloading this, okay, while downloading this Eclipse Editor to your machine, guys. Okay, that's the only thing. Eclipse. Okay, yeah, so here is the downloads. So I'm just adding this file here within the Java document. So this is the reference screenshot for you in your Java documentation, guys. Okay, you need to pick the second option which I have highlighted, Eclipse IDE for Enterprise Java Developers. Pick it. Click on continue, next. It will ask you to accept some agreements. Just click on I accept. It will take a 5 to 10 minutes for you to complete that installation. And after that installation, on your desktop you can find an icon like this, Eclipse icon. Okay, I can see Eclipse icon here. Okay, the same Eclipse icon you can see this also. Okay guys, the same Eclipse icon you can find it on your machine as well. Okay, so you just need to see. So Eclipse will have a different naming conventions. So here I have installed Eclipse Neon earlier, hence it is displaying as a Neon for me, whereas for you, if you have installed a different version, the other version will display for you. But this is how the Eclipse looks like. This is the way how you need to download the Eclipse Editor to your machine, guys. Okay, am I clear for you all till now, or any questions for me? Good, done the deal. Done up to here, and just stay for a minute, guys. So what I'm going to do right now means, let me show you the Google Driver folder path and as well as the folder structure once, so that you people can understand where exactly I'm storing that information in a Google Driver. Okay, so you already have an access to this. Okay, everyone who are there in the session, I have already given you access to this Google Driver folder. Okay, so so here I'm opening my Google Driver once again to show you this part. And see, I have created a separate folder for you, which is batch 122. In this batch 122, okay, in this batch 122, yesterday's recording I have placed here and yesterday's document I have placed here. But as we started core Java from today, I'm creating a new folder for you inside which I'm calling it as a core Java. Everything I'm going to upload here itself with a core Java name, and as well as within the core Java folder, and as well as the running nodes, everything will be uploaded here itself. Okay, one second, this is not uh, loading. Let me relaunch my this one. Okay, one second. I'll show you this folder structure. The running nodes, the test scripts, whatever I'm going to cover, everything will be there within this folder itself. This will be for your reference. You have to keep it up. Okay, so here I'm creating a new folder, core Java. Wait, okay, seems like there is an issue with the driver. I'm unable to create the folder here. Okay, so I will upload it and I will share it with you. Okay, so basically there is a core Java folder inside the core Java, the today's recording, and inside the core Java there will be some notes folder. You can find it there. So I'll show you the other batch recording so that you can get an idea on that how it looks like. Okay, there is an issue with the Google driver. It's not loading basically. Okay, so I'll share you guys in a separate email to you all so that you can have a look into that piece. Okay, cool. Done the deal. So okay guys, good. So if you remember yesterday we have seen a basic introduction about what is a class and what is an object. Sorry, not an object. What is a variable and what exactly a data type is, just an examples itself, not with respect to the core Java concepts. We have studied an introduction part like if you consider some examples in a real world, how can we call it as a variable, and as well as how can we call it as a data type. So let us switch to the actual core Java concepts and let us start discussing about what is this variable and what exactly this. Okay, so what is this variable and what exactly this data types are? So let me bring my Java documentation as well to discuss the things. Okay, one second, it's being loaded. Set. Okay, so here Java. In this Java, we have already studied up to this configuration here. Okay, whatever the configuration we have, we just studied all the configuration up to here. So the point we need to start with it is a variables. Variable is a memory location where we can store some values. Okay, within a variable, we can store some values into that. Usually, we will specify the data type for each and every variable. Okay, so what exactly the data type? We will see moving ahead basically. One thumb rule we can say it as variable is a memory location where we can store some value into that. A memory location in Java where a value can be stored, we can consider it as a variable. That's it. Good. So an example for this one is, if you remember yesterday, we discussed about that particular point, which is storing a contact and creating a sticky notes. All these things we are going to assign a value, and moving ahead, we are going to call those values itself, which we can treat it as a variables only. Okay, which we can treat it as a variables only. That's fine, done the deal. So ultimate point out over here is it's a memory location in Java where a value can be stored. That's fine. There are a different types of a variables are there: a local variable, non-static variable, and a static variable. So these are the three different types of variables whatever we have. Okay, we will study in details about this one moving ahead, not exactly right now. But in continuation with the variable, the concept we have is a data types. In Java or any other programming language, data type represents which type of a value can be stored and what will be the size of that value. Data types are the key basically. So, in the real world, data type and the variables are combined together. Okay, data types and variables both are combined together. And what we are going to do means, if we want to define a variable, it's mandatory to pass data type. So data type represents what type of data you want to create, or simply how much memory you want to allocate for that variable. Okay, will be specified there. So it's a mandatory for us to specify the data type for any kind of a variable, whatever we are creating within our programs. Okay, whatever the things we are creating in our programs, it's mandatory for us to pass these data types. Good. Then the next point on top of this particular one is, how can I define these things in the program? Right, we should know how exactly we are going to define these things in a program. As I have mentioned yesterday, we are going to use Eclipse as our editor to write programs. Right, we are going to use Eclipse as our editor in order to write the programs. Okay, so Eclipse is a default editor to write down the programs. I have already created my Eclipse editor. Now I just want to use a command that will, okay, that will write down a programs. So here what I'm doing means, I'm just launching down my Eclipse editor. The only thing is I'm performing a double click operation on my Eclipse icon in the desktop. At that, it's going to open the desired documentation or the editor window here. And whenever it is trying to open the Eclipse editor, this is the screen it's displayed. Eclipse Launcher window. Select a directory as a workspace. In which directory you want to save your test scripts, you have to specify. And by default, there is a separate directory given out over here. Just leave it as a default and hit a OK button. If you want to store your test scripts into a specific folder, browse to that particular folder and create your scripts. I don't want to change my location, hence I am giving with a default one and I'm hitting an OK button. And whenever I hit a OK button, I'm getting some error messages as the editor is already in an open state. Okay, so this is the editor which it was already open. Okay, cool. And now at the very first time, whenever you are opening the editor, this is not the screen which it's being populated. There is some other screen which it will populate. Let me show you how it looks like. Switch workspace. One second. Let me check this one. Documents. And then inside the documents, let me create a new folder. Okay, so here, go to the documents, and here inside the documents, I'm just creating a sample folder, new folder, Eclipse. So, I'm just, what I'm trying to do means I'm just trying to get a customized location. So this is what my customized location is. So whatever the test scripts I want to create, I'm moving ahead. I want to store it in the location and click on an OK button. So whenever you have chosen an OK button, okay, so go back here. It's launching the editor. Okay, it will take a few seconds to launch the editor. Okay, let it load. See, the editor is launching at that location, whatever you have specified. Let it load. Okay, let it load. And once it got loaded, then I can show you what exactly the things that we need to consider. Okay, it will take a few seconds to load a new directory. Let it. Let's take a minute at a time. Okay, that's fine. Let's wait. Okay, so whenever you are launching Eclipse Editor in your machine, this is the way how it's going to looks like, guys. Okay, this is the way how it's going to looks like. And at the top right corner, there is a workbench option available for us. Okay, there is a workbench option available for us. Just click on that workbench. Automatically, it will be navigating you to the editor. So, choose the workbench. It's navigating me to the editor. Basically, I just want to show you that workbench. That's the reason I have used that particular workspace. I'm just switching to my previous workspace itself. Okay, but whenever you are launching your Eclipse editor for the very first time, that option will display for you. Choose the workbench. Automatically, it's been opening the screen which it was opened for me. Okay, that's a simple point which you need to consider. Just click on a workbench at the top right corner. Okay, launch the editor, Eclipse editor, leave the default workspace and select workbench option at the top right corner. That's it. At the top right corner. That's it. That's a simple point which I need to consider. And whenever you have chosen a workbench, this is the screen it will display. On a left hand side, inside the package explorer, I can see multiple projects as I have created them. Whereas for you people, you don't find these many projects as you haven't created anything from your end. Kids. And one more thing which we need to consider with respect to an Eclipse is an editor which supports multiple programming languages. It means I am not only a Java program, I can write down my Java, .NET, Python, HTML, Apex, any code I can write down within this particular Eclipse editor. So what I'm going to do right now means go to File and go to New. As my current requirement is to work on a Java programming language, I can pick a Java project or go to others and here search for Java and here is a Java project. Okay, search for Java and here is a Java project. Click on it and hit next button. Okay, hit the next button. So here it is asking me to pass my project name here. Okay, it is asking me to pass my project name here. Just give any name. Okay, just give any name. Okay, so here I'm giving a name as batch 122 Java and click on a next button. So whenever you clicked on a next button, here the screen it is being populated. This is the source tab which is being highlighted, and internally inside the project there is an SRC folder which it is being created. And if you observe the projects are libraries, by default in the libraries as we are creating a Java project, automatically Eclipse is adding this JRE system library for us. If I created something related to a .NET, the .NET related files will be added by my Eclipse. And as soon as I clicked on a finish, see on a left hand side, here I can find my project, whatever I have created. Okay, this is the project, whatever I have created. And there is an expand symbol here. Guys, if you observe, there is an expand symbol here. This expand symbol, if you click on that, this is being expanded, and if you can look into it, there is an SRC and a JRE system library folder. And whenever I expand that JRE system library folder, if you clearly observe, these files are pulled from your C drive programming files. Java, JRE, and a lib folder. So the bottom line is whatever the Java configured in your machine, this Java project pull down the required jar files from that folder and it added all those files to the JRE system library. One thumb rule is whenever we have created a new Java project within your Eclipse Editor, you can find an SRC and the next one is a JRE system library folder. Okay, SRC and as well as a JRE system library folder. That's it. That's a simple thing, guys. Am I clear for you till now how to create a Java project within your Eclipse Editor or any questions for me so far, guys? Yes. Okay. No, the thing is, yes, as said earlier, maybe okay, see here, I'm just using an older version of an Eclipse. It doesn't the case with you. Basically, you might have used a latest version of an Eclipse editor. That's not a problem. Basically, the versions are differ. Apart from that, everything is one and the same. Okay, the versions are might be different. It doesn't mean that you have to use a neon. You can use anything else. That's fine at all. That's completely fine. Okay, cool. Done the deal. Done up to here. And then the next point that I need to consider on top of this particular one is okay. So I have a specified I have specified my Eclipse editor, and now what I need to do is, okay, good. We have created our Eclipse editor and even we have created a new Java project. So next, where can I create my variables and all those things, right? Within the Java project, we need to create everything within a Java class itself. So we are going to create everything inside a Java class itself. We are not doing it outside the Java class. Anything, whatever we want, we are going to define it within a Java class itself. Here in this situation, I haven't created any Java classes. So I need to create a Java class. Okay, I need to create a Java class here. Okay, that's fine. So what I'm going to do right now means go back to your editor, right click on your SRC, okay, new, and I can choose an option as a Java class. So whenever we have a chosen as a Java class, automatically a new Java class will be created. Okay, so here what exactly this Java class will do, I'll show you that. Create a Java class and now define any name. I'm giving my name as an example one. So whenever I give my name as an example one, the use of the default package is discouraged. Okay, this kind of a prompt it's been populating. Okay, the use of this prompt is displayed. Okay, that's fine. So once after we have a specified this one, I don't know what exactly this warning message is. Let us ignore it for now. I'm just defining a class name here and I'm clicking on a finish button. In the name prompt, I have a defined a name, any unique name, it's up to you. But the only thumb rule is that name should start with an uppercase. If I give with a lowercase, what it will do means my Java will throw an error message stating that all the classes should start with an uppercase. So in the current situation, I'm just giving it as an example one and I hit the finish button. So the only thing what you want to do is SRC is the folder where in which you want to create your Java classes. So directly right click on the SRC, new, and choose a Java class. That's it. Right click on an SRC, choose new as a Java class. That's it. That's a simple point which you need to consider. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So done the deal. So I have created a Java class here now, and on top of this Java class, we need to define our variables and all those things. But the thing is, if you can look at the syntax, public class example name. Example one is the class that I have created here. Public is a keyword and class is a keyword. And if you can look at the keywords within the Eclipse editor, all the keywords are highlighting in a different color. See, public is highlighting in a bold red color, class is also highlighting it in a bold red color. If you can look at that syntaxes, we can confirm that these are the keywords. Okay, these are the keywords. Okay, good. And after that, the next point is I need to define a variables. Okay, I need to define a variable. So variable is a memory location, but for any variable, data type is a mandatory. I don't know what are all the various data types available in Java. Right. I know what is a data type. Data type is mandatory for a variable. Till then I know. But after that, I don't know what exactly the various data types available in Java. Right. So let us study more details about this particular data types. Okay. So let's go back to the document and let me study about data types in Java. Okay, so go back to that documentation. In that documentation, these lines are described about what is a data type, right? So what exactly the data type they have a given, that's really fine. But internally, we need to study more about these data types. Right. So the data type was broadly categorized into two different sections. One is a primitive data type and another one is a reference data type, object data type, or I can also call it as a non-primitive data types. Almost all are having one and the same. The primitive data types and the non-primitive data types, what exactly the meaning of this one? The primitive data types, will store one value at a time. Okay, we can store only one value at a time. So what exactly the meaning of one value at a time? So it means, primitive data types will allow your Java program to store single time one value itself. If you want to store multiple values, you need to create multiple variables. Whereas reference data types allows us in Java to store multiple values at a time. Okay, in order to store multiple values at a time, we are using this particular, okay, we are using this particular reference data types. Okay, primitive is used to store only one data type and reference is used to store multiple values at a time. Gets. So what exactly the subtypes we have inside of this primitive means the various types like, boolean followed by a character, integer, float. Okay, boolean, character, float, integer, all these things will fall under the primitive data types. Okay, whereas the non-primitive data types, array, set, collection, list, and few people will consider this string as a non-primitive data type or a reference data type also. Okay, that's fine. So what exactly we are going to study about this one means, let us see in detail about these individual data types on a high level so that we can understand these concepts out over there. So basically, primitive data types. Let me give you an example on a primitive data types like a boolean, integer, float, and a character. Okay, boolean, integer, float, and a character. Boolean is a data type which is used to verify the conditional values. Basically, within the Boolean, we will store either a true or a false. Use it to store only the Boolean values. Example is either a true or a false. We can store into that. And if you create a variable for boolean, by default the value would be false. Okay, the default value for this boolean is a false. Okay, that's a simple thing which you need to consider. So in the boolean I can store either a true or a false. So go back to your script. Boolean a is equal to true, end the line with a semicolon. Every line in our Java program, we need to end with a semicolon. The Boolean values, you no need to place it in a double quotes, directly write it as a true or a false. See, true is a keyword in Java, hence it is recognized with a bold red color. And Boolean is also a keyword, hence it is recognized with a bold Java. And then Boolean B is equal to false. So for a boolean, we can store either a true or a false into a single variable. Okay, in a, the possible values are either true or a false, out of which I'm just giving it as a true. That's it. So this is the simple way how you need to define a boolean data type. Okay, guys, is this point clear for you, or do you have any questions for me with respect to this one, guys? Boolean, how we need to define a boolean. Am I clear for you, or any questions for me on this data? Okay, good. Considering your silence as you are good, then the next point out over there is the further data types. So we know about a boolean, which is specifically used to store a boolean values itself, whereas the integer is the next data type. Integer is the one which is used to store an integer values. Okay, just an integer values we can store into this integer data type. Okay, we can store 32-bit integer values into this integer. Okay, a 32-bit means 2 power 31 basically. That much length you can store it within an integer. That's fine. So here the keyword for this integer data type is int. If you want to define a variable with respect to integer, you no need to type a integer like this. You can define int. Int itself means an integer variable. Int c equal to 5. So I'm storing a value of a 5 into a variable c, which is of an integer data type. Okay, so here I am adding a two slashes here. These two slashes are single line comment, and if I add a slash star, hit enter, it's a multi-line comment. What exactly the comment means? In the Java, comments are used in not only Java, basically in the real world, commands are used for understanding purpose. Okay, commands are used for understanding purpose. What exactly the meaning of this understanding purpose means? See here, guys, I have prepared some code base, and if I have shared this code base with you guys, definitely it will be tough for you to understand what I have created. That's the reason for each and every logic whatever we are creating, we are adding a comments out on top of that logic, mentioning that this is what my desired outcome from this is, so that anyone just by looking into the comment can easily understand what we have implemented in the methods. And immediately a quick question will rise in our mind, okay, if you are specifying the comments, so how come Java will execute the comments? So the thing is, Java won't execute these comments. Java compiler won't execute the comments. They are for just readability. Okay, just for a readability itself, we are using this comments, guys. That's it, nothing more than that. This is a single line comment and this is a multiple line comment. So here I am adding a comment next to a slash slash. We are defining a value true into a variable a, which is of Boolean data type. The same way, we are defining a value false into a variable b, which is of a Boolean data type. The same way, the last one, we are defining a value of 5 into a variable c, which is of a integer data type. See guys, there are certain keywords. Integer, you no need to define a full lengthy like that integer. I can define an int which it is recognizing that. Even we need to remember those keywords as well. Int is a keyword basically. Okay, int is a data type where in which we can store a 32-bit integer values into that. Okay, cool. And integer was furtherly categorized into short int, long int, and integer. Basically, we are not going to deal with those many types of integers in the real world. If you are good with this integer, it's more than enough for us. Okay, so if you observe now, we studied about a boolean, we studied about an integer. The next one we want to study is about a float. So float. So what exactly the float is? Basically, float or a floating point can be used whenever you want to store any kind of a decimal values. Okay, if you want to store any kind of a decimal values, we are going to use this float or a double. Okay, this float or a double is specifically used in order to store a value which is of a decimal type. Okay, so here float, let me add a comment. Float or a double use it to store decimal values. So whenever you are working on an e-commerce application, usually majority of the products will be in a decimal values, right? The product price will be $129.0.1, something like that. The same thing will be applicable here also. Okay, good. And then the next point on top of this particular one is, okay, so once after I have a specified up to here, this float, we have a created till C. D is equal to, so I have a defined a float at D, 13.5 3 something I'm defining. Okay, 13.558 I have a defined it inside a float. Okay, so whenever I have a defined a float here, so basically it's throwing an error message stating that, say, add a cast to float or change the type of a D to double. So whenever you are dealing with these floats, at the end, if you define it as a float, it will consider it as, okay, this is a floating value. As I have mentioned, double is another data type which falls under this float. We can pass a double like this. Either of these things we can use in a real world. So float and a double are used in order to store a decimal values into that. Gets. So let me show you a simple hierarchy so that we can easily remember these things. Okay, so uh, primitive data types. I'm changing my font to. I will place this screenshot in our running notes anyways. You don't need to do anything. Okay, 16. Okay, primitive data types. Thus, primitive data types was broadly categorized into. Let me add the circles. Boolean, and we studied about a boolean. All right guys, we have studied about a boolean, we have studied about an integer, we have studied about a float, and the next one is a character. Okay, for suppose consider the third one as a float. The float is again having a two subcategories, and integer is having a three subcategories. Okay, so let me write down here. The first one is, okay, the first one out over there is a character. The second one is an integer. Integer was again subcategorized into three types as I have mentioned: integer, integer, long int, long int, and even there is a byte also inside the integer. And here, if you consider this as a float, inside a float we have a double, and again the second one is a float. We have a float inside that. And finally, the last one I missed out over there is a boolean. So the primitive data type was categorized in this way basically. So initially it was split into four different types. Again, the float is subcategorized into two types, and the integer is subcategorized into three different types. Okay, the integer is subcategorized into three different types basically. That's it. So this is all about a primitive data types, and we have studied almost all the things except the char. Let me show you how the char looks like, but before that, I just want to add the screenshot related to the primitive data types to my running notes so that that would be easy for you people to recollect these concepts. Okay, good. And then what exactly the last type we have inside this document, which is a character. Character is a data type which is used to store a single character into that. Okay, okay, basically a single character we can store it into a character data type. And the keyword which we need to use for the character is a char. Okay, the keyword we need to use for this character is a char, and the char f is equal to, in the single quotes I can store a character. Okay, in the single quotes I can store a character. And one more thing, let me add the keywords. I know we already have an idea on a keywords. So these are the keywords. Character will be recognized by a char, integer will be recognized by a int, float will be recognized by a float, double will be recognized by using a double, and boolean will be recognized by a boolean. These are all the keywords as well. Okay, now these are all the various keywords, and these are all the primitive data types. First of all, before jumping on with the further concept, am I clear for you all with respect to the primitive data types, or do you have any questions for me with respect to the primitive data types, guys? Yes, please go ahead. Yes, consider as a false. For others, it will consider as a zero. No, no, false will be a value for that data type. Okay, false would be a value. You no need to verify that one at all. Basically, if you want whatever the value you can directly assign that value to that variable. So simple thing is there is a default value for everything, right? So if I purchase my Windows machine, by default there are some predefined softwares installed in my machine, right? The similar way, for that data type, the default value is a false, and for remaining data types, the default value is a zero. That's it. So it's the default value. We are not doing anything with respect to the default values, and anyways, we are not going to consider that values at all. As in the real world, we are defining a variable means we want to store a value because of which I'm defining a variable, right? That's the thing. Okay, this is all about a primitive data types, guys, and there is a reference data types also which we will study in the next session. But as we have studied a simple concept here, now I want to take a small example, and moreover, not exactly an example, I want to try a different scenario here. Okay, so that particular concept of which I want to explain here is a typecasting concept in Java. Okay, so what is a typecasting in Java? Why are we using this typecasting concept in Java? Okay, so What is a typecasting? We need to know first of all, why are we using this one? Before jumping on, we should know what is this a typecasting concept in Java, right? A simple point is, I know the outcome from one variable is a data type. I'm trying to change that data type to a different data type. See, let me define here int p1 equal to some data is there. So here I have a defined a p1 variable which has a 5654 data inside that. Now int p2 equal to p1. So whatever the value we have in a p2, store it in a p1 which is of an integer data type. That's fine. I guess I don't think I can change it to a double. So basically, I'm trying to change it to a character. Okay. P1 is an integer, I know. I'm changing it to a character. Definitely, it's not the case basically, right? I can't store a integer into a character. So my Java Eclipse Editor is throwing an error message. It's saying that add a cast to char. I'll show you that. Change the type of a P2 to an integer or change the type of a P1 to a character. Either of these things change it, then only I can adjust it. If you are not choosing this change, add a typecast. So the typecast means before this variable, we are specifying this data type, whatever you are converting. Automatically it will be converting into that data type. Initially my p1 is an integer. Whenever I did a typecast here, so the typecast means changing the type. So p1 from integer we are changing it to a character, hence I can store it into a character. Okay, like that I can change my data types. Passing a data type here, we can call it as a typecasting. We are converting the data type for this variable into a different data type. If you observe the P1 is an integer, but before this P1, as I am passing these braces of a char, I am converting that P1 to an integer, a character, and I'm storing that outcome in a character. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. Where are we going to use it? Of course, we are going to use this concept in the real world once we've started working on a Selenium concepts. As we have studied about the data types, I just want to give you an intro about a typecasting concepts. That's it. Done the deal. Am I clear for you till now or any questions so far? Guys, do let me know if you have any questions till now. Go. Done the deal. And then the next point which I need to consider on top of this, yes, yeah, go ahead. Yes. So what it will happen as we are using a typecasting for this one, if you print the output, then you can understand what exactly it is converting. So in the tomorrow's class, we will see an introduction about the methods, and inside the methods, we will see how to convert and how to print the values and all those things. We will study in the tomorrow's class, and then you can understand how exactly it's converting. Okay. Cool. Done the deal. So this is the thing, guys. This is all about this introduction to an integer. Now it's time for your practice. Kindly go ahead and start practicing this stuff if you don't have any specific questions for me. Do you have any questions or you don't have any questions for me, guys? Okay. Okay, then. So go ahead and practice this stuff, guys, and come up with the questions tomorrow so that we can continue the topic in the tomorrow session, guys. And a small request is so join the session. Hi, everyone. Good evening. So, guys, if you remember yesterday, we have seen a brief introduction about a primitive data types. So, what exactly a primitive data type is, how we are creating a simple examples in a primitive data type, and all those things we have studied in the yesterday's class. In continuation with that, I want to explain a few more concepts today. Okay, so what are all the stuff we are going to study as part of the today's lecture, right? Even we need to know that particular stuff. So as we have studied a brief introduction about the variables and as well as primitive data types, today I want to take another small concept which is methods. Okay, what is a method? How are we going to use the methods? And what is the usage of these methods? We will study as part of the today's lecture. Okay, so 1 second, let me open my document and then see here. Hmm, Class. Okay, 28 to 20. So the first thing is what is the methods? Methods are created for reusability. It means one-time creation and multiple times usage. Okay, one time we can create a method, and for multiple times we can use this particular methods. What exactly the meaning of this? Example. Assume that I'm using an Amazon.com for the very first time, not the second time, something like that. This is the first time I'm using my Amazon.com. And I have created an account and I'm just using that. And whenever I'm using that, I'm purchasing a product for the first time. Whenever I'm purchasing a product, assume that I have used my option as a credit card for my payments. And whenever we have used a credit card for as a payment, we do have an option to fill in our card information. And just below that, there is one checkbox called Save Card Information checkbox. If you click on that, what it will happen automatically that the credit card information will be saved to your account. And moving further, whenever you want to purchase any products, you no need to enter the full card information. You can just enter the security pin and you can proceed further. The reason is that card information is already been saved to your account. Right, guys? That card information was already saved to your account. The similar way here also, if you observe that what we have done, I have created it only once, but I'm going to use it for multiple times, which we can treat it as a method. Okay, which you can treat it as a method. Okay, good. So that's an example on a real world. That's fine. But how we are going to relate that particular piece with our framework world, right? Or a testing world, how we are going to relate that particular piece. From this concept, I understood that methods means we can create it for only once, but we can use it whenever I want it, right? So how the methods are going to work for us in the real world. So assume that we have a developer 1, developer 2, and a developer 3. For this developer 1, we are giving a functionality as a create user. This guy need to work on an edit user and this guy need to work on a delete user. Okay, so assume that we have a three different persons and they are working on a three different things here. So whenever these guys are working on these things, the first person needs to log in, then create, then log out. Even the second guy need to log in, edits, and a log out. and the last guy should log in, delete, and a log out. If you clearly observe, all the three persons are logging in and logging out from the application, right? Everyone is log in and log out. So the thing is, if the three developers need to write the same sort of a functionality, it's really waste of time for all the folks, right? Instead of creating login and a logout for all the three developers, what we can say means this a developer one will say that for other two guys, don't write down the logic for login and a logout. I will write down the login and a logout and you can use it. So it means this guy is creating this login and a logout only for once, and the other resources are reusing that logic. So what it will happen with the help of reusing, we are saving our time. Ultimately, we are saving our time using this reusability, right? Saving our time, which in turn to save your effort as well. So if something is in place, why you want to redo that particular thing? Why can't we reuse it? That concept, we can call it as a reusability. So in this example, developer 2 and 3, they no need to focus on a login and a logout. They can simply focus on their core functionality, whichever is being assigned to them, with the which they can save their time. Okay, with which they can just save their time using that option. That's what the ultimate thing out over there, which we can call it as a method in a real way. The same way, in our automation testing also, we are going to create a bunch of methods, and we are going to reuse those methods. One person will create it and others can simply reuse that particular methods. Great. Then in that situations, how to create a method in Java and what is the syntax for that, right? Even we should know what exactly the syntax. So everything we are starting with an public. If you remember, we have started the things with the public itself. So I'm going to use the same thing here. Okay, just a second, guys. Okay, just give me a minute, guys. Sorry. Okay, so the next point which we need to consider is if you observe anything, whatever we are creating within the Java classes here, the class, it is starting with a public, followed by a class, followed by a method. Whereas moving on to a method, we need to define public void method name. As we are creating a methods, you will be opening a braces and a closing a braces followed by a name. And here you will open these braces. Inside this, we are going to write a logic for the methods. Okay, here we are going to write down the logic for this particular methods. That's it. That's a simple thing which you people need to consider here. Okay, go back. What I'm doing right now means, for my understanding, in the earlier class, we have created a variables, right? So let me create a new Java class. New, and I'm picking Java class as my option, example 2, and click on a finish button. And here, in this example class, I want to create a method. So public is common. As of now, we don't know what exactly this public does, but we will study about this public maybe in the tomorrow's class or in the Monday's class, what exactly the public will do. Public void is again the thing which we don't know. We will complete it void about void today, followed by a method name, login to app. So I'm just using login to an app as per my syntax, I'm opening the brace and closing the brace, and I'm opening the brace inside of which I want to write down the logic. So here, assume that you are good at your Selenium Java logics. You can write down a lines of code here like enter username, enter passwords, click on a login button. Okay, click on a login button. So guys, if you observe, this is a comment, you know, right? Yesterday we discussed about it. This is a comment. I just added a comment. As as of now, we don't know any commands so far. Hence, I'm using a simple print statement here for my login. Okay, I'm just using a simple print statement for my login. So here, system.out.println login. I have defined it as a login. So whatever the method or whatever the info you want to print to the console, you need to place it in a double quotes. So system.out.println is a method which is used to print the given information to the console. Whatever the info you are giving, it's going to print the desired information to the console. And for this system.out.println, we need to pass the required information in the double quotes. Whatever the things is there within the double quotes, that particular stuff only it will print. For suppose for my login, I haven't added this one in a double quotes. It's throwing an error message. If you want to print something, that particular information should be in a double quotes. Log into an application. So I have added my logic here. And what does this system.out.println will do? It will print the given information to the console. So console is the tab whatever we have in an Eclipse editor, which will print down the logs and whatever the activities it's being performing. And in order to generate this line, the only thing what you need to do is you need to type syso plus control plus a space. Okay, plus control plus a space is the one that I need to specify here. And now when I run my test script as a Java application. Okay, so the thing is, this is just a class which has only a methods. This is a class which has only a method. So the thing is, in Java, the execution will start from a main method itself. Okay, the execution will start from a main method itself. So guys, if you don't mind, can you please give me a minute? Just a minute, guys. Okay, so here what it will happen means, usually in Java, the execution will start with a main method. If there is a main method, then only execution will start in Java. If there is a no main method, it won't start with the execution. Okay, good. Done the deal. So what it will happen whenever we have a main method? So here, the simple thing is, as in the current class, we don't have any main method. Hence, we are unable to execute it. As of now, I have just created a method. That's fine. As we studied about a method, just create a method. In some time, we will see how to call that particular methods. Okay. Okay. Good. So the next point which we need to consider on top of this particular one is I have created a login method here. Okay, and at the same way, let me create a logout method. First of all, I have expanded my Eclipse Editor screen. Say I'm placing my cursor in line number 4 at the starting brace. Whenever I place it my cursor here, the ending brace is getting highlighted with a small border. See, if you observe line number 20, the ending braces is highlighting with a border. That means wherever you have a placed the cursor in line number 4 is the starting and line number 20 is an ending. To understand that one more clearly, I'm placing my cursor again on a line number 2, and this time Line number 2 is the starting position and line number 22 is the ending position. The ending position will be highlighted with a small outline border. See here, this 22 line is highlighting with a small border. It means that that's the end position of that particular one. Okay, good. So the same way here is a login method. Let me create a logout method also. Public void logout, and here system.out.println logout from the application. Again, here also the same logic will apply, as we don't know anything about Java and as well as the Selenium commands. I'm not writing down any logics here. I'm just using a simple print statement. Even in order to generate this line, the keyboard shortcut key is you need to type SYSO. You need to press Control plus the space, all the three things that will generate this new line. Good. So my example 2 class is a holding login and a logout. Assume that if you consider the earlier example what we have created, this developer, he created login and a logout. Consider this one, guys. This guy has a created login and as well as a logout. So what it will happen, the other two folks needs to use this login and a logout, right? How they are going to use it, right? We have these logics in place, but how can we use this information in another class? We have a login and as well as a logout methods in place, but how can we reuse those things by other persons or other developers? So here, before jumping on this particular one, we need to understand class and as well as an object concept in Java. In Java, there is a class and as well as an object concept which we need to understand. So let me open my documentation here, whatever I have. Okay, so guys, you know this documentation is already there in the driver folder. Okay, this documentation is there, and every day I am uploading the document which I am typing in. The same file will get updated in that driver. Okay, cool. And here, what is a class and what is an object? So, before jumping on to this class and an object, let me give you a small example here. Assume that I'm studying in a college and we have around 1,000 people are there in the college. Okay, there are 1,000 people are there within the college. Okay, if there are 1,000 people within a college, then a question out over here is, if there is an exam application form, will it be common for all the 1,000 people, or they will create different forms for individual people? It's not the case, right? The exam application form would be common for everyone, whoever is studying in a college. Just they need to fill in the information as per their details, right? Assume that I'm holding an application form. I will fill with my details. If Ramya is holding a form, she will fill with her details. If Payal is holding a form, she will fill the details. Assume that Surendra is from an IT background and Ramya is from a ECE and Payal is from a non-technical background. All these three people are studying in the same college with a different streams. Though we are studying in a different streams, we do have a single form which is common for everyone. The only thing it will change is in the form there are some check boxes, like if you are ECE, just tick this checkbox. If you are mechanical, check this checkbox, something like that. We will update that information in the form. So it means the application form is common for everyone, and the persons who are filling that form will vary. Right. The persons who are filling that form will vary. That's it. That's a simple thing which you people need to consider. Good enough. Done the deal. Then that's fine. What is a class and what is an object then? So class is a blueprint. Object, a specific info. As per this example, I'm saying that class is a blueprint and object is a specific information. A blueprint means the info which is common. The exam application form which is a common for all the people who are studying in a college, we can treat it as a class. And the form which has a specific information to a particular person, we can treat it as an object. So for the real world example, whatever I have explained, I just converted it into a class and an object. The common application form, we can treat it as a class. This class, we can also call it as a blueprint. It's common for everything, basically. It's common for everyone. Okay, it's common for everyone. Whereas, as in the object, we have a specific information related to a one particular person itself. Gets. Now, let us see the definition, whatever we have for this particular class. Okay, a class is a blueprint from where the individual objects are created. So it means objects are getting created from class. That's one thing. And the second thing is collection of variables and a methods. We can treat it as a class. A class is a group of objects, and a class in Java contains variables, methods, constructor, and a main method. As of now, we haven't studied about a main method and a constructor, but I know about a variables and a methods. If you look at your Java class, whatever we have created earlier, the example 2 is a Java class which has a methods. They have a mentioned as a second point here, and the first point they have a mentioned as a variable. So in a Java first class, whatever we have a created yesterday, it's a combination of a variables. So it means a single Java class contains a variables, methods, a constructors, and a main methods. It doesn't mean that you have to create all variables in one class and you have to create a methods in a single class. So you can maintain one class which will be a combination of variables, methods, main methods, constructors, everything. A combination of all these things, we can consider it as a Java class. Good, that's fine. So the class which we studied so far, it doesn't have a constructor and a main method. That's fine. If you look at the syntax, basically, public is a keyword, class is again a keyword, followed by a class name. That's it. And even if you look at the class, whatever we have created in an Eclipse editor, public keyword is there, class keyword is there, and example one is the class name that what we have created. And here, string, breed, int age, string color. These are the three different variables what they have created in a document. And even if you can look into here, we have created a boolean, integer, float, double character. These are the different variables whatever we have created. And here they marked it as void barking. And here I can see these two braces with the means I can confirm that this is a method. So here, if you can look at your method also, we have a void followed by a method name in this braces. The only thing what I have added is a public keyword. Public is a keyword that I have added on top of it. That's it, nothing more than that. Okay, done the deal. Am I clear for you guys till now with respect to the class and as well as the syntax? Okay, cool. Done the deal. Done. And then, okay. And then, okay. And then the next point on top of this one is a class is holding this particular methods and as well as a variables. That's good. So we understood what exactly a class is. Then what is a variable? So, oh, sorry, what is an object? If an interviewer asks you what exactly an object is an instance of a class. Simply, the other class, whatever we have created, we can access it using an object. Okay. In other words, we can say that object is a bundle of related methods and as well as the variables. And every object has its own state and as well as the behaviors. Okay, Objects generally use it with the constructors. We will study about this point later. Understanding of an object is the most important thing for our automation testers. And even we can create multiple objects for a single class. Okay. The ultimate point which we need to consider is object is an instance to a class. So the point out over here, what we need to consider is if there is one class using the objects, we can create an instance to that class, and even using the same object itself, whatever the info is there in that class, we can use it. That's it. So it means the ultimate point here is with the help of object, whatever the information is there in one class, we can access it in another class. So it means with the help of objects, we can access info present in one class into another Java class. That's great. I understood this point. Now, go back to an Eclipse editor. Let me create a new Java class with a name as an example 3. And here I'm specifying that objects and call login comma logout from example 2. I have written this word. See, I understood that using the object, we can access the information present in one class and in another class. As example 2 is my one class, example 3 is my another class. I'm writing down that information in a plain English. As we know English, we can understand it. But Java compiler won't understand this plain English. So it doesn't mean that you have to write down the plain English keywords there. There is some syntax for the object which we need to follow. If you follow that syntax, then only your Java can understand that. See a simple example, guys. Assume that we went to an ATM machine and without inserting to the your debit card into your ATM machine, if we are passing a voice commands to your ATM machine, will it understand? Like, I want money from my account, give $10,000 or give $500. Will it understand? It won't. You need to communicate in such a way that how the machine will understand. How machine will understand? You need to insert a card and type in your pin, and you need to choose an option as a withdrawal. You need to choose an amount, and then you need to hit an enter. Then the amount will be debited, or then the amount will comes out from the machine. It's not that just by passing a voice commands your ATM machine will give you money, right? The same way here also, it's not like just by writing a plain English language your Java program will understand and it will create an object. Everything whatever we are working on will have a unique syntaxes. You need to understand those syntaxes and you need to implement those syntaxes. Then only the things will be established and then only we can get an output from that. Okay, am I clear for you before jumping on with the syntax? Arul, Payal, Sahiti, Ramya, everyone, Padmaja, good, cool, done the deal. And then the next point, which Payal, are you there in the session? Okay, cool, done the deal. Okay, so this is the thing. So this is the way how exactly we can create it. Then definitely there would be a syntax. Let me go back to the documentation again. And here the syntax for this one is simply declaring a reference may not work. There are three steps while creating an object to a class. It doesn't mean that directly you can go ahead and create an object to a class. While creating an object, you need to consider these three different steps. The first one is a declaration. A variable declaration with a variable name with an object type needs to be specified. Okay, we need to define a variable and with a object type. So here v- every variable there should be a data type that needs to be passed, right guys? In Java, for any variable, data type is a mandatory. As for that documentation, what they are saying, pass the object type. We'll see what exactly this object type with an example. And instantiation, the new keyword is used to create an object. So creating an object means in Java, the new keyword is used to create an object. The new operator will be allocating a memory for that new object. So whenever you are creating an object, you have to use a new keyword. This new keyword will allocate some memory in your machine for that particular class. It will get that particular memory. Okay, the new keyword followed by a call to the constructor will initialize the new object, followed by a constructor or a class. As we don't know anything about a constructor, so what does it is saying? Basically, you need to define one variable as a first step, and followed by that variable you need to create a new keyword, and in addition to the new keyword you need to pass the class name. So let me do the 2 and 3 steps now. So go to the third class, and I'm using here. I'm not creating a new object directly. So new example, the class which is holding the methods example2. That's what I have created. So my second step is adding a new keyword. And the third step, what it is saying, immediately after the new, give a space and give the class name for which you are creating an object. Good, I have created that. And the first step is declaration. So whatever the outcome from this particular one, you need to declare it in a variable like a string something, the class name I'm just defining here. Okay, so here string example2 is equal to. So here this one shouldn't be like, okay, this one is not a string, it should be an object. So everything, the superclass, the class itself is considered as an object. Hence what we are doing means directly for the class, whatever we are creating an object, we will give a class name. See, basically here guys, for this new on a left hand side, I'm giving obj name as a variable guys. Okay, so here obj name as a variable I have a declared, a variable I have a declared as a obj name. To this variable we are using a new keyword followed by a constructor name. That's fine. So whenever we have a defined that, it is stating that it's a mandatory to pass a variable data type, and which is asking to pass an object type itself. So it means for which class you are creating an object, you just need to pass on that information here as a data type for this particular one. That's it. This is how the object will be created. See guys, as we have seen that there are 3 steps. If you come with the second step, we need to define a new keyword followed by a new keyword for which class you are creating an object. I'm creating an object to an example2 class. And as for the first thing, they are asking me to declare a variable. I'm declaring a variable. And for which class you are creating an object, you need to define it as a data type for that. Example2 space obj name is equal to new example2 is the object creation syntax. That's it. So the syntax for the object creation is class name space obj name is equal to new class name is the object syntax. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind where we will create an object in the class where we want to use other class methods. There we will create an object. In the current example, my methods are in example 2, and I want to use those methods in example 3. Hence, I will create an object in example 3 class for example 2 class. That's it. That's a simple thing. So basically this thumb rule is where you want to create an object, where exactly I want to access the methods. To which class you have to create an object, the class which is holding the methods I want to create an object. That's it. That's a simple thing which you people need to consider. Okay, guys, good enough or any questions for me so far? Guys, do let me know if you have any questions. So we have studied things up to here. We have to see the practical example of this object, which I will explain in another few minutes. But before that, just let me know if you have any questions. And if you are unable to unmute yourself, then kindly use the chat window and let me know your questions. Okay, kindly use the chat window and then let me know if you have any questions. Good. Considering your silence as you are good so far. Okay, good. Done the deal. Done up to here. And now that's fine. So the ultimate point of what we have studied so far, guys, we studied how to create an object. We have studied how to create a variable. We have studied how to create a class. We have studied and how to create a method. We have studied. Then the next point is where to create a method. I know how to create a method, but where exactly I need to create a method, right? See, I know how to withdraw money from a ATM, but before that, I need to go to an ATM to get the money, right? The same way here also, I know how to create a how to create an object, but where exactly we need to create an object? Can I create an object directly in the Java class? Let me give a try and see what it is happening. So this is the example Java 3 class what we have created. As per this syntax, I'm creating an object. Example 2 is my class name, obj name. And immediately another question will rise in our mind. We are using an obj name. Do we need to use a obj name? It's not like that. You can give any name. I can give Ramya, I can give Sudha, I can give Radha, anything I can give out over here. Okay, I am giving Sudha as a name right now. Sudha is equal to new example 2 is the keyword I have created. That's it. I just created my method here, or I just created my object here within this particular class. Good. Then what we can do with the help of an object, using this object, Sudha, we can access the information present in the class. So my example 2 class is holding a methods Sudha dot. I want to access the login and a logout methods. So I'm calling what is my method name for login. So login to app, copy the method and place the method name here. Okay, Sudha dot login to app. I'm calling the method here. So my Java program is throwing an error message. Whenever I mouse over on that particular error message, syntax error on a token login to app, identifier expected after this token. So it's trying to say something, right? So the point out over here is there should be a main method to a Java class. Within the main method itself, we can access all the stuff present in a one class in an another class. I don't know how to add a main method, but we know main is a keyword. So directly type a main control plus a space. So whenever I use a main control plus a space, my Eclipse Editor is giving me a suggestion here. Public static void a main string of arguments. Hit an enter button. That's fine. So I don't know again what is a public, what is a static, what is a void, what is a main, a string of arrays and as well as arguments. I don't know anything about that. But only thing I know is I just typed in a main, automatically the entire info got populated. Now, the same example 2 space obj name is equal to new example 2 that I have created. Obj name Now, when I press a dot, whatever the methods are there in that particular class, I can see that. If you scroll down here, I can see log into app, log out from an app, and log into app. Void is a keyword which we have created for the method. It's populating here, but you don't know what is a void, what is the significance of a void. We will see. But example 2 is the class from where you are calling. Example 2. Obj name dot logout. Again, I call this method. And now when I perform right click run as, I have a I have a Java application. I'm clicking on this Java application. It's getting executed, and the content present in those classes will be executed here, and it's printing to the console. Okay, the content will be printing to the console. Okay, cool. Done the deal. Done up to here. Okay, cool. So, so the next point of which we need to consider here is, okay, I have specified my required things and it's getting printed to the console. So what is this public static void main? Anyways, we are going to study about them. Slowly, we are going to study one after another. But the ultimate point here, what we studied, guys, so we have created a method in one class, which is an example too, and now we called those methods in an another class. Okay, this is the thing, that's what we have created. Okay, done the deal. Done up to here. Am I clear for you guys, or do you have any specific questions for me? Do let me know if you have any questions, guys. Yeah, yes, in the main function. Yes, cool. Just a second, guys. Just a second. Okay, give me a minute, please. Yeah, that's it. So that's a simple thing which you people need to consider and how you need to deal with it, guys. So let me recollect the topics what we have discussed today. So we started with a method concepts. We studied what is a method, right? So what is a method? Methods are created for a reusability purpose, one time creation and multiple times usage. And on top of it, we created a new Java class in which we created a methods. Okay, we created a new Java class and in which we created a method. And inside that, after creating a method, we studied about what is a class in Java and a method in Java, sorry, class and object in Java. And after that, syntax for creating an object, right? And on top of it, we created a new class and we created an object to the existing class. Finally, we called the methods present in one class into another class using this object concept only. Using this object concept only, we called that information present in another class. And as part of the next session, what are we going to study means we will work on methods furthermore. We just created a simple method, right? And next we will create a method for some adding functionalities. And furthermore, we will see what is a void in a method, what are all the other values we can replace as part of a void inside a method. Followed by that, okay, once we are done with that, followed by this particular methods, we will study an overview on a strings and examples we will study. And maybe on a Monday's class, we will see about tomorrow, if time permits, we will see an overview on main method also. See, main, it's generating a syntax, but we don't know what exactly the stuff involved in that, right? What are all the keywords are there? We will study all those things in the tomorrow session. Cool. So this is a high level overview on this stuff, guys. Am I clear for you all or any questions for me? Sahiti and Sahiti. Sunita, Payal, Arul, Ramya, Padmaja. Any questions or you are good so far, guys? Okay, good. Done the deal. So go ahead and yes, yes, Ahiti. Hmm. Uh-huh. So which we will see in the tomorrow's class only, Sahiti. So as of now, in the today's class, we just studied a basic example of how to create a method and how to call a method. As by today, we were aware of this concept. So tomorrow, what we are going to do means, I said that we are going to create a multiple methods, right? So among all those the methods, even we will see if one method is generating some output, how are we going to reuse that output in another method? Or if I have a defined something in one method, how to reuse it in another class or another methods also. All these relations and advanced concepts on a methods we will study tomorrow, Sahiti. Okay, cool. No, you can't create any objects for the methods. See the simple thing. So where the methods are holding, we are creating a methods inside a Java class, right? All the methods are inside the Java class. So you need to create an object to that Java class itself, not for the individual methods. The class which is holding either the methods or a variables. Everything in Java will be driven with the Java classes itself. Okay, anything if you want to do, you will start with a class level itself. Okay, good. Done the deal then. That's all I have for today, guys. Please go ahead and practice this stuff from your end. As you are aware, if you want to practice the stuff within the sessions, please utilize these 10 minutes and then practice the stuff within a session itself. It's up to you. If you want to practice in the class, just practice it now. Or if you want to drop off and practice it, it's up to you. Choose whichever the option you want and practice it. I'm going to upload the recording into the same Google Drive folder. So, guys, good morning, and let me jump on to the core Java the Eclipse Editor what we have created in a project. So if you remember in the last class we discussed a brief overview on how to call a method, how to create an object, and how to call a method present in one class in another class. Till there we have discussed. Right, I just want to continue on top of that particular one. 1 second. 2020. Okay. So we know how to call methods present in one class into another class. Now, what I'm going to do right now is what are all the various operations we can perform on a method. Okay, we can perform on a method we are going to study as part of the today's lecture. So here, let me create a new class. So I don't want to touch this class at all. So I'm going to create a new class in which we are going to study this methods concept. So the new class, right click, new, and a class, and I'm naming it as an example 4. See guys, whenever I named it as an example 4, see at the top it is throwing an error message that the name of this one is not suggested, or the use of this default package is not suggested. What exactly the meaning of this default package means? See guys, we are not creating any packages within our project what we have created. We are just creating the code base within the default package itself, right? We are dealing the information, we are storing the information within the default package itself. That's what it is mentioning. So your Eclipse Editor is suggesting that it's not good for you to store the information within a default package. That's fine. Ignore it and click on a finish for now. And see here, public class example 4. So in the previous session, we discussed about how to create a methods. The syntax is public voids login and a logout, just like a method name. So here I'm creating my method name as a sum. Int c is equal to 2 plus 3 system.out.println c. So this method is adding a two numbers, which is a 2 and a 3, and the sum of these two, it's printing to the console. Whenever you call that particular method, it will print that information to the console. Good. So what I'm doing right now, let me create a new Java class, example 5, with a main method. How can I create a main method? Means to the same class, if I select this checkbox, public static void main checkbox. Whenever I have selected this public static void main, automatically a main method will be added to this class. Finish it. Either I can check this checkbox, or within my test script, I will specify that. Okay, within my test script, I will specify that information as well, which is, say I'm deleting this main method from here, and directly I'm typing a main control space. Automatically the auto suggestions is populating. I'm picking the first auto suggestion. Automatically the main method is getting added here. That's good. And now I need to call the information present in an example for space obj is equal to new example 4. I have created an object, and now obj dot sum is the method which we have. I just called this method. And now let me save this class. And now let me run my example 5. Run as a Java application. So guys, if you clearly observe, there is nothing complex that I have done here. The simple point what I have created is, in one class I created a method. In another class I'm calling that method. That's it. Using the previous concept which we have studied earlier. That's it. Okay. So using the previous concept, whatever we have studied earlier. So whenever I execute my test script, it returned a sum as a 5. As I have already created the object, I can call the method for multiple times here. So I'm calling this a sum method for 5 different times. And when I run my test script as a Java application, in the Eclipse console tab, 5 different times the sum is getting printed. So the bottom line out over here, what it is happening means, whenever we are calling that method, always it's printing sum as a 5 to the console. Even if you call it for 100 times, all the times it will print the same output. But my requirement is, I don't want to get my sum value like that. Okay, so my requirement is, whenever I'm calling a method, then I need to pass the desired values on which it needs to perform a sum operation. Okay, on which it needs to perform a sum operation. So in such situations, we need to create a method with arguments. Okay, we need to create a method with the arguments. So how can I create a method? In the example 4 class, I'm creating a new method. Public voids add is a new method that I have created, and in this add method I'm passing int a comma int b. Int a and b are the arguments whatever we are passing here. A is one argument and b is another argument. So I can call it as a parameters also. A and b are parameters. we are passing to a method. And internally inside the logic, int c is equal to a plus b. System.out.println c. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. Okay, we are passing these parameters. Where are we giving the values to these parameters? So the answer is wherever we are calling the method, at that time we will pass the parameters for the methods. Or I can say, if a method is having parameters, then Java will ask you to pass those parameters whenever we are calling that method. Okay, not here. Wherever you are calling that particular method, at that particular point, you need to pass those parameters, not here itself. So here in this one, I don't want these many methods deleted. And now obj.add. Add is a method, but if you observe now, it is asking for parameters. So 10 comma 20. Obj.add 20 comma 30. So if I call this a method for 100 times, I can pass different sets of values, and whatever the set of value I have passed, my sum will be executed on that and it will be printing the desired value to the console. See here, whatever the values I have passed, the sum on those two numbers, it's been executing and it's been printing to the console as well. That's it. That's a simple thing how you need to deal with it, guys. Okay. Am I clear for you all, or do you have any questions for me on this? So the ultimate point out over here, which you need to consider is methods are created for reusability. Methods are created for reusability, one-time creation and multiple times usage. And not only that particular one. And then the next point here is we can pass arguments or parameters to a method depending on the need. We will call those methods. And whenever there is a method with the parameters, we will call that a method, or whenever we are calling that a method, we need to pass those parameters. Okay, we need to pass those parameters at the time of calling that method itself, guys. That's it. And immediately a simple question will rise in our mind. So far, whatever the examples we created, we are creating two Java classes. In one class, we are writing methods, and in another class, we are calling the methods. The question out over here is, why can't we create a methods and call methods within one class itself? Can't we do that? Yes, of course, we can do this. How are we going to do that? We will study moving ahead. Not now, we will study this concept moving ahead, guys. Okay, cool. Done the deal. Done up to here. So this is a high level overview on this particular overview on a methods. But the ultimate point of what we have studied is I created a method, I added the two numbers and I'm just printing down those numbers to the console. That's it. It's as simple as it. Then the next point that I need to consider on top of this particular one is Okay, so we have seen a brief introduction about the methods and we created few methods and we called the methods. Before jumping on, am I clear for you all till now or do you have any questions for me, guys? So, Arul, Subha, Sahiti, Sarita, Payal, Padmaja, Ramya, am I clear for you all or good? Yes, go ahead. Yes, I'm doing this one, right? So with the single object itself, whatever the methods are present in that particular class, I'm accessing it. I can do that. There is a no specific restriction that you can't do all these things. With a single object, whatever the info present in that class, we can access that information easily. Yes, yes, you have to create another object. That's it. Okay, cool. Done the deal. And then, okay, done the deal, done up to here. We just created the things. And then the next point which I want to explain on top of this one is about a package. So what exactly this package is? Okay, so a package is a simple folder location. Okay, package. A package is a simple folder location in Java in order to prevent the naming conflicts and to control the access. We are going to use these packages. So within a package, we will be defining set of classes and interfaces. So the bottom line is we are going to store set of Java classes or interfaces within a package. Simply, it's a folder location. A package is a simple folder location in which we are storing down the desired information inside it. Good enough. Done the deal. If that's the case, then the next point that I need to consider on top of this one is okay, so why we need these packages? The reason is, as I have mentioned, in order to avoid the naming conflicts, or I can say, package, I can say within a package, I can store group of related stuff. I can say an example for this one is I can create one package in which I will create all the Java classes related to method examples there. Okay, method examples, whatever are there, I will create it in one package. And then the variable examples, I will create in another package. So just for your reference, I am explaining. Just by looking into the package, we can easily understand what we have stored inside it. What exactly the content we have inside the package, just by looking into the package name itself, we can easily understand, guys. That's the reason we are using this packages concept in the real world. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. And then the next point that I need to consider is how to create a package. Within your Eclipse editor, right click on your SRC, go to new. From where you have created a Java class, just above the Java class, there is a package. Pick a package and I'm naming it as a methods examples. See, I have given a name, method examples. So here it is mentioning that discourage the package name. By convention, package name usually will start with a lower case. So your Eclipse editor is suggesting that, buddy, you have to start your package with a lower case, not with an uppercase. As for that warning message, this one we can call it as a warning message. As for that warning message, I have updated my package name. Done. And now click on a finish. So I just created a new package. And now let me create a new Java class. I don't want to do anything, example method 1. So I just created a new Java class inside a package. Now guys, example 5 is created in a default package. Example 1 is the class that is created inside a method package. The difference, if you observe, in line number 1 there is a blank. There is a nothing here for this default package, whereas if you observe it for this particular script or the class what you have created and inside a package, it is displaying that a package, this is the name of that package. It is saying that in this package, this class is being created. Method examples is the package you have created, and this class is residing in this particular package. The line number 1 will start with a package name. Usually in the Java classes, whatever you are creating, it will start with the package name itself. In the Java class, whatever we have created, it will start with a package name only, followed by a class declaration. The first line here, it will start with a package name itself, guys. So this is what a package is. Good enough. I understood the difference basically. And now what I want to do now means we have a created couple of examples without having a package, right? So let's go into the folder location and let us see how these packages looks like. So right click on this script, go to properties. I just performed a right click operation and I clicked on this properties and I clicked on an expand or show in the system explorer. And see here inside the SRC, all the 5 different classes, whatever you have created, are just outside it. They are not even stored inside any packages. So what I am doing right now means whatever the examples we created earlier, right click, cut them and place all those examples within the package and the one what we have created newly. Go back to your Eclipse Editor and refresh your project once. As we made some modifications, just refresh it. See, all the scripts were moved to that package, but all the scripts are getting an error message. The reason is if there is a class within a package, that the class should start with a package name, and all those 5 classes won't have that package name. That's the reason it will throw an error message. Hence, I opened all the 5 different classes manually and I'm adding my package name on top of all those things. Okay, I just added all the things and I just added my package name. See, automatically the error message was gone. The only reason is as these classes were there in a default package earlier, we don't have a package name. As we moved these classes to a particular package, it's mandatory for us to pass the package name here. Okay, it's mandatory for us to pass the package name here. Good enough. Done the deal. I passed my package name and all the issues were passed. Good. Done the deal. So this is all about a package. Good enough. So we have studied about how to create an arguments to a method, and even the next one is an overview on a package. And then the next point here is if we recollect the methods what we studied, it's just printing down the information to the console. We are not using these methods or method output, right? So we are not using this method output. So what I want to do right now is, for suppose if we are calling a sum method and it's generating an output. That's good. It's generating an output. I want to use that output and perform operations on that particular methods. Okay, perform operations on that particular method. I want to do that particular piece. In order to do so, what exactly we need to do? For every method, we need to add a return statement. We need to add a return statement for a method in order to do that particular activity. Okay, in order to do that particular activity, we need to add a return statement. Okay, we'll see how this return statement looks like. So I have created a new Java class example one method, right? Here, let me create a method, public void sum int a comma int b. So if you want to pass a multiple arguments, guys, just by specifying a comma, int c, int d, int a, you can pass as many arguments as you want. It doesn't restrict to one or two. You can pass n number of arguments here. I'm just passing only two here as of now. Okay, good. And then the next point here on top of this one is, okay, we created a method and int c is equal to a plus b. But this time I don't want to print the output using a system.out.println. I just want to use a, okay, I just want to use a concept with which I want to use this method output in the class where I'm calling. So I'm using a return C. So what does this return statement will do? This will give capability to the methods to return the output. Means wherever we are calling the methods, we can simply use the output. Let me show you that piece. But one thumb rule is, if a method is having a return statement, if a method is having a return statement, then it's a mandatory for us to update the void with return variable data type in the method declaration. See, basically, in the method declaration in line number 6, we have a void. Whereas whenever you use a return statement, it's mandatory for us to pass the return variable data type. See here, I'm returning C and my C data type is an integer. The void should be replaced with an integer. I just saved a method now. So here, what exactly a void means? So I'm just adding a comment to void means it won't return anything. Whereas here, int means the method outcome is an integer. So wherever you are calling the methods, you can store the outcome. You can store the outcome in an integer. Okay, you can store the outcome in an integer. Not only the integer, the outcome might be a string, a boolean value, a character, depends on the one your project requirement. We can create the methods here and we can add a desired return statements to that particular methods. It's up to us what exactly we want to use. Okay, done the deal. And then, so what I'm doing right now means, finally, I'm creating a new class, example 6 with a main methods. Example 6 with the main methods. So here in this method, what I'm doing right now means in this particular method, so example method 1 obj is equal to new example method 1. I just created an object to the class which has this method obj dot sum. I'm calling the method 5 comma 10. If you mouse over on that particular method, so a tooltip message is populating, and whenever I mouse over on that tooltip message, the first keyword it is populating as an integer. Okay, the first keyword it's been populating it as an integer. Int is a keyword, followed by, if you observe, this is the package name. Method example is a package name. Package name dot example method 1 is the class name dot the method name. So whenever we mouse over on any method, not only this method, first keyword will be a return type of the methods. Okay, the first keyword is a return type of a method, and the second keyword is a package name. The third keyword is the class name, and the fourth keyword is the desired method name. If there are arguments, it will display with arguments also. Okay, it will display with arguments also. Let me mouse over on that method again. So see here, int method examples is the package name, dot example one method is the class name, dot sum is my method name. I need to consider the first word int. Int means it's a return type. The outcome of this method here, I can store it in an integer variable. Int P1 is equal to the outcome of this particular method. I'm storing it in a P1 variable, guys. P1 is a variable that I have created in which I'm storing the outcome of that method. And now here, what you can do with this P1, you can write down any conditional statements or you can use a print statement. As of now, in order to write the conditional statements, we haven't studied anything about it. Hence, I'm using just a print statement. System.out.println, some of the methods, some of the two numbers is plus P1. So here, what we are doing, we are printing a string that is placed in a double quotes plus the value present in a P1. Both the things I am printing to the console. Now, when I run my test script as a Java application, it will print down that information to the console. That's it. It will print down that information to the console. That's it. Okay, cool. Done the deal. So this is a simple point how you need to consider, guys. Okay, this is a simple point how exactly we need to consider on this. Good enough. Done the deal. Am I clear for you? So now when I check out my console here, the sum is returned as a 15 as of now. So there you didn't find much difference between printing the values and a return statement as of now. If you consider the difference between printing a value to the console using void and printing a value to the console using return statement, there is a no much a difference. The only difference out over there is if a method is having a void, then within that method itself, we should add a print statement. Whereas here, if we are using a return statement, wherever we are calling that a method, there I can use a print statement. Not only the print statement, guys, we can also write down some logics like if sum is greater than 10, print sum as a large number, or if sum is less than 10, print sum as a small number. Like that, we just need to update that information. Okay, so such things we will study moving ahead. Not exactly right now, but we will study this information moving ahead, guys. Okay, is this point clear for you, or any questions for me on this? Kids, done the deal. So considering your silence as you are good so far. So this is a high level overview on a methods and as well as these things, and how to add a return type to a particular method, and how to call a method present in a one class in another class. So these are the bunch of examples. And now let me switch back to my Java documentation once. And if you observe here, we have studied how to install Java. We have studied about variables, but we haven't studied about types of variables. And then we studied about data types, and we have seen a brief introduction about the primitive data types, and even we have studied bunch of examples on primitive data types. We need to study more about a string and as well as a reference data types, which we will study in the tomorrow session. Even we have seen how to download the Eclipse Editor and how to use the Eclipse Editor also we have studied, along with the package. And even while creating a package, how to create a naming conventions also we have studied, followed by a bunch of methods examples we have studied here, like how to add a return statement to a particular method, and then how to use a method, and all those things we have studied. And on top of this one, the small point which I want to explain out over here is the naming conventions following which we are following for m methods. What exactly the naming conventions you need to follow for a method or a variable also? Okay, so method or a variable. So assume that your requirement is to write down a login logic in a method. Then the method name should start with a lowercase log into application. If you observe, this is the method. In Java, how I will create means, let me directly create the methods within an Eclipse editor for my understanding. So here, let me create a bunch of methods for my reference. I'm maximizing my editor. Public void login to application. This is the method I have created. So guys, if you clearly observe, the starting a keyword, the starting word within a method will start with a lowercase, and other words will start with an uppercase. The starting word for the other words will start with an uppercase. In the login to the application, okay, within the login to that application, if you observe here, L should be in a lowercase. To is a new word which should start with an uppercase. Application is a new word that should start with an uppercase. And if our method is a logout, public void logout from application again. So here logout L should be in a lowercase as it is starting, followed by whatever the words are there. The first word will start with an uppercase. That's what I have created. The same rule we will follow for methods also. The same rule we will follow for both methods and variables. How come? See, in the example, I stored it in a P1, the outcome, right? I can store here instead of a P1, sum of two numbers. Okay, as of now, I'm just storing it in a sum of two numbers, but it should be a meaningful variable. I'm just giving it like that. Just by looking into this variable name, anyone can easily understand why we have created these variables and why we have created these methods. Just by looking into the names itself, people can easily understand that. For that particular reason, whenever you are creating any methods, variables, not only methods and variables, even with respect to the Java classes also, you will specify a meaningful namings. Okay, so that just by looking into the names, anyone can simply understand the concept. That's it. Okay, guys. So we need to follow a proper naming conventions for all the variables, whatever we are creating, for all the methods, whatever we are creating, everything we need to do from our ends. Okay, good. Done the deal, done up to here. These are the basic things which I have planned for today. Now, go next concept here, which is a conditional statements. So what exactly these conditional statements are? I want to verify certain conditions using a Java program. In order to achieve these conditional statements, we have a if else, and even switch is used in order to validate certain conditions in Java. Okay, conditional statements are specifically used to validate the conditional logics basically. Okay, conditional logics like if login is displayed or not. Okay, how this login, if the inbox page is displayed, what exactly the condition I want to do. If the login is not success, what exactly the logic I want to use. All these are kind of a things we are going to specify within these conditional statements itself. Okay, the outcome of these conditional statements, the outcome of these if and else, basically let's switch into the next line. The outcome for this conditional statements if else is either a true or a false. True means condition satisfied. Whatever the condition you have mentioned, it's satisfied. False means a condition not satisfied. Okay, true and a false means basically condition is satisfied and a condition is not satisfied. Okay, so if you can consider the pictorial representation for this one, how the conditional statements looks like means basically, you know here is a conditional block. Assume that here is your conditional block, the condition is there, and if this condition is true, some set of a logic will be executed. If this condition is a false, some other set of a logic will be executed. If this condition outcome is a false, some set of a logic will be executed. If some condition, the outcome from this condition is a true, another set of a logic will be executed. An example here is the condition I have given is a greater than b. You know, a is a 5, B is a 3. So here in this situation, the A value is greater than B. Hence, as this a condition outcome is true, it will pick this path in the current example. Whatever we have defined in the next step, of course, it will be executing that particular thing itself. But this is the way how the conditional block will work. Anyways, we will see this a conditional block with an example now in our Eclipse Editor. So let's go back here. I'm creating a new script, new Java class, conditional blocks, and I'm creating a main method for that. So here, in order to verify the condition, I'm just using the integer itself, int a equal to 5, int b equal to 3. I have defined that. As we are using if as a conditional things, basically we need to mention if followed by a condition. So I'm just writing down the syntax for this if, guys. If you need to specify followed by a condition present in a if. If this condition is true, you need to open a braces and the logic present in this block will be executed. So you need to maintain it as a statement 1, statement 2, something like that. You just need to maintain it. Okay. If this condition defined in the braces is true, then the logic present in this conditional block will be executed. So how it's going to looks like means if the condition A greater than B, the outcome is either true or false itself, right? If a is a greater than b, it will return a true. If a is not greater than b, the outcome from this a greater than b is a false itself. So that's what my condition is. Open braces. So the logic present in the if block will be executed whenever this condition is a true. System.out.println. Here a is a big, I'm printing to the console. See here in this current situation, in order to explain this conditional blocks and every logic, I'm just using a printing statement. Moving ahead, whenever you are using in a real world, you will be using some meaningful logic inside that. So here a greater than b or a is a big logic got a printed to the console. For suppose I'm changing my values as a b to 13 and a as a 5. So the outcome from this a greater than b is a false in this situation. Whenever the outcome from this a greater than b is a false, for this if it's going to go as a false. Whenever the false it's going as an input to an if, it won't execute the condition present in this. So it will skip it. So when I run my test script as a Java application, see nothing is being printed to the console. Okay, nothing is being printed to the console here in this situation. Okay, so what I'm going to do, this is a single condition, and whenever the condition is true, then only the logic present in the if block will be executed, right? Whenever the condition is true, the condition outcome is true, then only logic present in the if block will be executed. Right. For suppose if the condition outcome is a false, then if block A is not executing, we need to add or we need to execute some logic whenever the condition is failed. In such situations, we are going to use an else block in continuation with an if. Else open braces close the braces system.out.println b is big. The meaning is if followed by a else block. If the condition is not true, then the logic present in just the else block will be executed. In the current situation, my a value is less than b value. The condition outcome is false. Hence, the logic present in the else block is executed. Okay, hence the logic present in the else block is executed, guys. That's it. That's a simple thing that needs to be considered here if else logic wise. Okay, if and as well as an else. Now this is one condition that I have specified. Let me comment it out. So in the real world, depending on a requirement, we can use logical operators and we can pass multiple conditions in the if block. So if you remember the earlier operators example, so we are using an AND operator here and we are using A, B, C, D conditions, right? The same condition I can use it here also. For suppose I have already defined A, B, int C equal to 10. Assume that A, B, C are the three different values. If a greater than B and A greater than C. So I'm specifying that if the value present in a variable is greater than B and also A is greater than C, there are three values. Out of these three values, if A is greater than B and greater than C, I can call it A is a bigger value. Else, here we used else earlier and directly we ended up the logic. Now in continuation with the else block, I'm using an if b is greater than a and b is greater than c. if the value present in a B is greater than A and as well as a greater than C, I can consider B is a bigger value. Else, if C is greater than A and C is greater than B, system.out.println C is a bigger value. So here guys, I just used a multiple conditional statements within an if using the logical operator that we have studied a minute before. And I'm specifying two conditions. Not only the two conditions, I can use an AND operator and I can add multiple conditions here. It's not restricting that you need to specify these many conditions. You can create multiple conditions here in this particular block. Okay, and in the current situation, manually if I cross check, A is a 5, B is 13, C is a 10. When I run my test script, my B value is a bigger value when I check it manually. When I run my test script, even my Java class should print B as a 13. For suppose I changed my A value as a 15, out of A, B and a C, my A value is a 15, which is a bigger value. When I run my test script, A is bigger should print. And if I change my A C value to 100 this time, and when I run my test script, I know my C is a bigger value. And when I run my test script this time, C is a bigger outcome get it printed to the console. So as per the needs, as per the values, whatever we have passed, this logic is tweaking basically. It's just executing as per the inputs, whatever we have given, and it's just executing that logic accordingly. Goods. Done the deal. Okay. Is this point clear for you guys? Or any questions? Guys, Payal, Arul, Ramya, Sahiti, Sahiti, Sarita. Am I clear for you or any questions, guys? Okay. Good. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know so that we can discuss these questions. So this is all about the conditional statements and as well as conditional statements using an if itself. So we haven't studied, conditional statements. We studied if block. We studied about if else and as well as okay, we studied if else examples and even the various operators we have in Java. So this is the thing that we have studied as part of our today's session. Kids, done the deal. And we have a few more options are there, like just like a switch operation and all those things. I'll show you in the next session. Okay. One small point I want to add here is this is an if else, right? In the real world, what we may do is depending on your project need, we may also use a nested ifs. What exactly a nested if means? Inside an if, there will be another if you want to, you have to create. Okay, first there will be one if, and inside that if, another if will be there. Okay, how it's going to be means, let me consider a details about a person. Int age of a person is 20. Int uh, height of that person is 5'6". So I'm just giving as an integer itself of 5'6". If okay, if age is greater than 18, system.out.println elder person. Once he is an elder person, then what we need to do, if height is greater than 45 or height is greater than 5. Okay, if height is greater than 5, system.out.println height is up to the mark. Else system.out.println person should do some exercise to increase his height. So I have just defined this thing as an example. So if you clearly observe, whenever this first condition is true, then only the internal if condition will be executed. Inside an if, there is an another if. So the first condition is true, then only the second condition will be true. Else system.out.println person is not eligible for this application. Just I'm just giving a message. So when I run my script at this time, run as a Java application, as of now my person age is 20, which is greater than 80. Then it will go into the first if block, it will print this message, and then it will check whether his height is greater than 50. Then it will print the message. As these two conditions are uh, true, basically, as per my console, it should print elder person and height is up to the mark. Both the messages will be printed when I run my script. And if you observe the console, height is up to the mark. For suppose if this height is a 45, this guy age is a 20. As this guy age is a 20, it will move into the if block, and inside the if block the height is not greater than 50, hence he will be moving into an else block, and the logic present in the else block is person should do some exercises. So when I run my script as a Java application, this time elder person should do some exercises. For suppose if this guy age is directly 16, so this if condition outcome is a false, directly he will go into an else block, and the logic present in the else block will be executed. So this is a nested if. So nested if means inside a if there is an another if you need to specify. As per the project needs, you are going to specify these nested ifs. Okay, as per the project needs, you are going to create these nested ifs. That's it. But this is all about if blocks. Am I clear for you guys, or any questions for me on this nested if? Gets. Considering your silence as you are good so far. Okay, so the only thing that you need to do is go ahead and practice these concepts from your end, and then come up with the questions. Okay, just go ahead and practice all these things, and let's come up with the questions. If you have any, then we will discuss all those things from our end. Okay, cool. So that's all I have for today. Okay, guys, let's see you again in the tomorrow session. Thank you very much. So guys, yesterday we have seen a couple of examples on a methods, right? How can I create a method, and how can we call the method in a different places? How to add a return statement to a particular method? All these examples we discussed in the yesterday's session. If you clearly observe that, so we created a method, and we called a particular method, and we used this. So usually in the real world, whenever you are working on your projects, you will be creating a customized methods as per the project needs, nothing more than that. Basically, as per the project needs, you are going to create a method and you are going to call the method. One thing that I need to remember you guys is, as of now we are calling the information in a two different classes itself. It's not a single class wherein which we are calling down that information. So one class contains the methods, and in another class you are calling down that information. That's not going to be the case in a real world. In the real world, we are going to maintain the things within a single class itself. Each and every information will be placed in a single class. Even we do have an option to do that particular things. Like I can create methods, and calling those methods in one class itself. Okay, I can do that particular piece within a single class. That's fine. How are we going to deal with it? We'll see it moving ahead with a bunch of examples. Today, I want to start with some examples on, okay, some examples on an operators, followed by a conditional statements. Okay, conditional statements I want to explain. So what exactly these operators are? So in the real world we are going to use these operators a lot. If you remember, in order to add the two numbers we used a plus, in order to perform a subtraction we use a minus. So these are the generic operators which we know, right? Let's see a high level overview on these operators so that we can easily understand the significance of individual operations. Whenever you want to perform addition of multiple things, you can use a plus. This operator is used for addition, which can add multiple values. Okay, and another thing which you need to consider here is this addition will be carried out on a primitive data types itself. You know, primitive data type means it will hold one value. So the point is I can add integer plus integer. The outcome is an integer itself. Here this is a single value and this is a single value. Both the single values you are adding and combining it into another single value. The next operation is a subtraction. Even this subtraction is used to remove one value from another value. Like a minus b, the value present in a b will be removed from a and the outcome will be stored in a left hand side. Like int c equal to a minus b. What it will happen? Assume that your a value is 10 and your b value is 1, then the outcome for this particular one is a 9. So the reason is whatever the value present in a b, which is a right hand side, that will be subtracted from the left hand side and the outcome will be stored inside this variable. Okay, a and a b subtraction basically. So this will work from right hand side to the left hand side and the value will be stored in a left hand side itself. This is about a subtraction. And the another one is a multiplication. So A star B, 2 star 2. The outcome is a 4, right? 2 star 2, the outcome is a 4 basically. So multiply the two different numbers and it will show. See guys, the simple thing is these operators, whatever we can see on a calculator, these are one and the same. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, all the operations, whatever we can see on a calculator, these are one and the same itself. Okay, cool. And then division and as well as a module is also one and the same. And then we are going to use plus plus increment. So what exactly this increment means? Assume that I used a b plus plus. It will increment the value by 1. And for this increment, there is a logic basically, that is a pre-increment and as well as a post increment. See here, plus plus I or I plus plus. There is a difference between this increment, basically a pre-increment and as well as a post increment. I'll show you this concept with an example. The pre-increment and as well as a post increment, I will show you with an example. And now the same way, minus minus we can treat it as a decrement. And even for this decrement also, there is a pre-decrement and as well as a post-decrement also. That's fine. Among all these things, I just want to start with an example of this increment and as well as a decrement. So here, I'm right clicking on my SRC package. Okay, I'm just performing a right click operation on my SRC. Go to new and choose a Java class as an option. Let it load. It's taking a minute to load it. New Java class. And here I'm giving a name as operators. And here I don't want to create or call it in a separate class, hence I am maintaining in this method itself. And here it is asking me the package name, and by default it is considering that particular package. I don't want to go that the package. I'm giving a new package name as a scripts. It will check whether that package is there or not. If that package is not there, it will create a new package for us. And click on a finish button. So whenever you clicked on a finish button, a new package inside which a new class is getting created. This is another way how to create a package and a class. You don't need to create a package ahead. At the time of creating a class itself, you can specify the package name. Automatically that package will be created. And now here I equal to 1. Okay. Int I equal to 1. System.out.println I plus plus. Let me print plus plus I. Sorry. So the first one is a pre-increment. Plus plus I. I just want to print it out. Okay. So I just want to show you an example how exactly the pre-increment and as well as a post increment in Java will depends. Okay. So here once it is getting okay. Now system.out.println, let me run my test script. Run as a Java application. So let it load. Okay. Run as a Java application. It's taking a minute, for the first time whenever we are trying to execute it. Let it wait. Yeah, it's having some sync issues. Yeah. Let me run my scripts. So the plus plus means pre-increment. So pre, I have defined my I value as a 1, but the outcome it got printed as a 2. So then what is this a pre-increment concept? So value is incremented first and then result is updated later. Result is computed. Okay, so with this pre-increment, basically it will perform an increment operation first. So what exactly the increment will do? Plus plus, as I have mentioned, it will increment the value by 1. Whatever the variable you are defining, it will increment that variable value by 1. So I plus plus or plus plus I, the meaning is I plus 1. That's going to increment the I value by 1. The only thing is pre or a post will define before performing the operation, it will increment the value. After performing the operation, it will increment the value. That's it. Now, this is the one thing, right? Now, system.out.println I plus plus. So I just, tweak this particular one to an I++ and I'm executing it. When I run my test script in this situation, this is a printing one first. The reason is it is a printing the value first and then it is incrementing. The post increment means it will perform the operation like value used first and then perform the increment operation. Okay, perform the increment operation. So that's the thing, depending on your need you can use either a pre-increment or a post increment, but the ultimate point out over here is pre means before performing that operation first the value will be incremented and then perform the operation, and the post increment means first it will perform operation and then it will perform that increment operation. That's what the difference we have observed here. So whenever I use this plus plus I, the outcome it's printing is output is 2. Whereas here in this case, the output is 1 itself. The reason is it's printing first and then it's incrementing the value. Okay, system.out.println I. Okay, that's the thing. So this is the way how exactly we can use this one. So guys, if you clearly observe in this situation, I'm doing a post increment. Once after doing a post increment, I'm just printing my I value. So whenever I have a printed initially, as per the post increment, what it should do, it should print the value or it should perform the operation. That's the reason the initial I value is when it printed it, and later it will perform the increment operation. To cross check whether it got incremented or not, I just used a system.out.println of I. After perform this operation, it incremented the I value, hence the I value it returned as a true, as a 2 basically. Okay, output will be 2. This is the thing basically. Okay, this is all about a pre-increment and as well as a post-increment. The similar logic will be applicable for a decrement as well. The pre-decrement and as well as a post-decrement, the logic is one and the same. If you see, pre means increment operator followed by a variable, then it will increment it and then it will perform the operation. Post means a variable followed by an increment operator. It will perform the desired activity first and later it will perform that operation, either increment or a decrement. This is all about a pre-increment, post-increment, and as well as a pre-decrement and as well as a post-decrement, guys. Okay, cool. And then the another thing which we will be using here in order to check the comparisons of a two strings and all those things, we are going to use a double equal to, which means equals to. Okay, check whether the value is equal in the two variables or not. For suppose I can define int a equal to 10, int b equal to 20, int b equal to 20. So here system.out.println. Okay, so in this line the b is missing, so b. And here what I'm doing means a is equal to b. I'm just printing down that value. I'm not doing any other operation. As I have a consider that equal to will check whether the value present in the two variables is equal or not. When I run my script as a Java application, the outcome for this one is a false. I'm commenting that earlier logics now. So I just used only the println for this equals to. When I run my JavaScript, the outcome is a false. So the meaning is, if the two values are equal, the outcome from this equals method is either a true or a false. If the outcome is equal, then it will print true. If both are same, if both are not same, then it will return a false. See, in the current situation, a is a 10 and b is a 20, both are not equal, hence it returned as a false. Now I changed my a value 20 and a b value 20, both are equal. When I execute my script, the system.out.println is just printing the outcome, the boolean value, which is either a true or a false to the console. Okay, equals to is a double equal to we are going to use, which will check whether the two things are equal or not. Good. And the next one is not exclamatory followed by an equal to. We can consider it as a not equals to. Okay, we can consider this one as a not equals to. The meaning with this particular not equals to is, if both are not equal, then print true, else print false. Okay, the return type is a false for that. So here in the current situation, let me comment at this line. And in the current situation, a is a 200, b is a 20. So a is not equal to b. It's true, right? The value present in a and a B both are not equal. That's what I am asking it to verify. As the both values are not equal, hence it returned the outcome as a true. For suppose if the value present in a is a 20 and a B is a 20, both are equal, and this condition is saying that both are not equal. It is a false. Hence, when I run my test script, this time it will return the outcome as a false itself. Good. And the next operator we will be using here is greater than, or we are going to use a greater than. Okay, it will be used on certain numbers, basically I can say whether something is greater or not. In order to compare that, we are using this greater than, and less than is also used on a specific operators to check whether it is less than a specified value or not. Like I can say here, like system.out.println a is greater than b. So the value present in a variable should be greater than a b variable. If this outcome, if that value is greater, then it will print a true, else it will print a false. As of now, I'm just changing my a value as a 200. Now, when I run my script as a Java application, the a is greater than 2, the condition outcome is printed to the console. For suppose if a is less than a b, so the outcome is a false. A is not a big, b is a big. So when I run my test script at this time, it will show a message that this outcome is a false. Like a is not a greater than b. Okay, like a is not a greater than b. And one more thing is here, there is another operation which you can perform along with the greater. We can use a equal to also. The condition what I am checking is check whether a is greater than or equal to b. Either the things greater than or equal to b, both the things will satisfy. So when I run my test script, in the current situation, my a value is equal to b. There is a criteria that equal to is there. Hence, the outcome is a true from this. Okay, a greater than or equal to b, the outcome is a true from this. Good. The same way how we have used an increment, the same way we need to use a decrement also. Int c equal to 10, int d is equal to, sorry, we studied about a greater than. The similar way we need to study about less than also. The quite opposite thing, system.out.println, c is less than d. The value present in a c is less the value present in a d. Yes, of course. C is a 10 and D is a 20. This condition is a true. When I run my test script, the outcome it will print is a true itself. Okay, so the C is 30 and D is a 20. My C is a greater, and we are checking that the C is less than D. The condition is a false. So when I run my test script as a Java application, it will return the outcome as a false. The same kind of a logic equals to will be applied here also, whether it will check whether it is less than or equal to. If it is equal to, then it will return as a true. Less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. That's it. That's another thing which you people need to consider. Good. And the next point that needs to be considered here is the logical operators. So the various logical operators, whatever we have are, and let me switch back to the documents. So we are going to use and logical operator. We are going to use a logical operator or and even a not. And means both the conditions should satisfy. Okay, both the conditions should satisfy. Or means any one condition should satisfy. Okay, or means any one should condition satisfy. Not means we have already studied earlier. So how does it's going to work means, let me show you an example for this end. Okay, so we already have A and B and C and D. So here system.out.println A greater than or equal to B. The outcome is a true itself. A is equal to B, right? And C less than or equal to D. So even this condition is a true. So the outcome for this A greater than or equal to B is a true. The outcome for this C greater than or equal to D is a true. When I run these things, automatically the outcome will be true. Okay, automatically the outcome will be true. How these end operation will work means, let me show you an Excel file. Assume that I'm just working on an Gmail login screen. Assume that you have entered a valid credentials, then your login attempt is a true, right? And if your username is a valid and if your password is valid, then definitely the login is a success, which is a true. True, I'm referring it as a success, guys. True means a success. False means a login failed. Okay, so here if the username is a invalid and a password is a valid but the login is a failed. If the username is valid and a password is an invalid, even still the login will fail. If both the username is invalid, password is invalid, the login attempt will fail. Right, guys? If you clearly observe this combination here, whatever I have specified, this valid and a valid, the outcome is a valid. So here I can consider now A, B, A and B. If here I'm considering valid as a true, invalid as a false. That's it. So here, if A value is true and B value is true, then the outcome from A and B is true. If A value is a false and a B value is true, the outcome is a false. If A value is a true and a B value is a false, even the outcome is a false. If A value is a false and a B value is false, the outcome is a false here. So it means here the conditional operator, whatever you are using, and it means both the values is true, then only the outcome will be true. If any one of these things is a false, the outcome from A and B is a false. So here in the current example, whatever I have a consider, A and B, A greater than or equal to B, that's what I have a used. C less than or equal to D, I have a used C less than or equal to D as a B. So A greater than or equal to B and C less than or equal to D is the condition that I have used in the current example. A, I'm considering one condition, B, I'm considering one condition. The combination of these two conditions, I placed it in this one. Okay, so like this, I have worked on. The similar way, A pipeline B, or we can consider it as a R. The output for this R is if any one is a true, the outcome is a true itself. Okay, if the username or a password, if any one is a true, the outcome is a true. So here in this situation, the this one is a true, the outcome is a true. This one is a true, the outcome is a true. Like that, the A and the B logical operators will work. Okay, like this, the A and B logical operators will work. Good. Is this point clear for you guys, how these logical operators will work, or do you have any questions for me? So if I can modify this one, instead of A and B, I can use a simple pipelines in order to validate this piece. This is the whole thing, how exactly we can verify the logical operators. So immediately a quick question will rise in our mind, why we have studied these logical operators means we are going to use these logical operators in the real world. Okay, so I'm going to use these logical operators in the real world. That's the reason even we studied about these logical operators now. All these operators we are going to study in the real world. That's the reason we studied about these operators. Good. So before jumping on to the next concept, which is a conditional statements, am I clear for you all till now, or any questions are there for me? You can unmute yourself and do let me know if you have any questions for me, guys. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, we haven't studied anything about a strings as of now. So we will study strings. Yes. Yes, it's equals to is for strings, which we are going to study maybe in the next session. Okay. We haven't studied anything about a strings as of now. So we will study examples of a strings in a tomorrow's class where I will be explaining about the equals to concepts. Okay. Cool. Done the deal. So considering your silence. Hi everyone. Good evening. So, in the last class, we studied a brief introduction about the conditional statements, and specific to an if, we have studied a bunch of examples. So, what I want to do right now is I just want to correlate the concept of which we discussed yesterday and a day before yesterday as the first thing. So, method outcome using a return statement and write a if condition for that. That's a small thing which I want to do. On top of that, I just want to explain about a switch case, while loop, do while loop, and a for loop. And in the for loop, there are two types, for loop and as well as a nested for loop. But we are going to study only a for loop as of now. Once we studied about a arrays concept, then we will study about a nested for loop. But now we can consider as a normal for loop itself. These are all the things which we are going to see as part of our today's session. So what I'm going to do right now means let me open up my Eclipse editor. Okay, so let's go back to your Eclipse editor and let me create a new Java class first. So, Krishna, batch 122 Java. So here inside the scripts, let me create a script. Example on return one. Without a main method I have created. And in this class, I'm just writing down my logic stating that public void login, or directly let's create a sum method. Why we need to create login? Sum int a comma int b, int c equal to a plus b, return a c. Whenever we have a return statement here, that particular method should be changed. Void should be replaced with this particular line. Or additionally, what we can write down the return means, guys, see here, return a plus b. Directly I can print down that information to the console. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So the next point of which we need to consider is, okay, I have created a method, and this method is returning a value which is the sum of those two numbers a and b. And now what I need to do on top of this one is go back to your Eclipse editor, create a new Java class, example on, or calling a method return type. I'm just creating a sample class and I'm giving a main method here. And the only thing what we can do is we can create an object to the class which has a methods. So I'm just creating an object space obj is equal to new class. I have created that. Now obj dot the method of which we have is a sum, and I'm passing 10 comma 30 as an arguments to this method. Now whenever we passed arguments to this particular method, if you perform a mouse over on that, it's displaying int as a return type. Directly, the method outcome, I'm storing it in a int some value equal to. This is how we did basically in the previous session. As of now, as I know the conditional statements, what I'm doing on top of this one is if some value is greater than 50, then system.out.println sum is big, else system.out.println sum is a small value. Okay, that's what I have created here. That's it. I have just written a simple if condition. In the current situation, I'm passing 10 and 30, which is the overall sum value would be a 40, and this 40 is less than 50. Hence, the outcome would be sum is a smaller value will be printed to the console. When I run my script as a Java application, it should print down the information to the console. Let us see here in the console, sum is a smaller. For suppose if I change my A to 100 and B to 30, the sum would be 130, which is greater than 50, and the outcome should print as a sum as a 50. Sum is a big value. That's it, it got a printed to the console too. So one thumb rule that needs to be considered here is, okay, one thumb rule that needs to be considered on top of this particular one is, okay, earlier we printed out the value which comes as an outcome from a method. Now we are using it with the help of conditional statements. Okay, we are using it with the help of a conditional statements. Good. Done the deal. Done up to here. So this is a simple point how you need to consider, guys. Before jumping on with the further concepts, am I clear for you all till now, or any questions for me, guys? Am I clear for you all? You can unmute yourself and you can ask me if you have any questions.
Surinder, I have a doubt.
Yes.
Uh, in the class one, today's session,
Two
you have
class.
not created any object over like example.
This one.
Yes.
See, the thing is, this is the class which is holding down the information. If you remember the earlier sessions, what we have studied, one class will hold the information. To access this info in another class, we will create an object to the class which is holding the information in the class where we want to use that information. In the
Mm.
current example, example on return one is the class which is holding methods for me, right? Which is holding methods for me. And calling method return type is the class where I want to use those methods. As per the above syntax, then we need to create an object to example on a return class in calling methods class. That's what we did as of now. See here,
Yeah,
this class just holds the information, nothing else. The other class where we are using, I just created an object to the class which has an information and I'm accessing that information here.
yeah,
Okay.
that I understood. The doubt is in the cloud. See, the written we are not using over here. That's what.
We are using see basically the method outcome. See, this is a return. The return sum a plus b. So here the return outcome, whatever we are getting from that method is an integer, the sum. I'm storing it in this variable and I'm performing a conditional operation on that particular return value itself. So what we are doing in this particular class, the return outcome we are storing in a variable in the class where we are calling. The return outcome we stored inside a variable and we are using that variable for comparison. So this sum
Okay.
value itself is a holding. See, the declaration of this sum value, it's a holding down the on a right hand side basically obj.sum. Obj is pointing to the earlier class. That class we are calling a sum method. So we are calling a sum method present in that examples returns class, and whatever the outcome we are getting from that method, we are storing it in a sum value which is of an integer type, and we are performing the further operations here.
Yeah, I understood. Thank you.
Okay, cool, done the deal. So this is a simple point how you need to deal with it, and this is all about the first thing. Now let's move on with the switch concept. So what exactly this switch concept is, and how are we going to use this switch concept, and where exactly you want to use this switch. Right, we should know the information. The switch statement is a multi-branch statement. This is a multi-branch statement. Okay, and it will gives you an easy way to pass on multiple checks. Okay, on an input basically. Okay, based on the input whatever we have a given, you can place a multiple conditions within this particular switch itself. How we are going to show that, I'll show you with a small example. For suppose, assume that, let me give you a small example guys. So here I have a browser name variable, and this browser name has a Chrome value inside that. If browser name is equal to Chrome, I'm just considering as a small example. If browser name is equal to Chrome, print Chrome browser. Else, if browser name equal to Firefox, print Firefox. Else, if browser name equal to Opera, print Opera. Right? So here what we are doing, we are adding a multiple if blocks to validate the browser. Instead of using these multiple if blocks, I can simply use a switch statement here. So switch browser name. And what is this browser name concept here? In this switch, there is a case, and if that value is a Chrome, then print Chrome. Case Firefox, print Firefox. Case Opera, print opera. So the only difference between the conditional statement and this switch block out over here is we are passing multiple inputs as a cases, and based on the case the respective operation will be performed. Whereas here you need to write down a multiple if else here, whereas in the switch we are not writing down that much information, we are just performing the case operations. Okay, let me show you a simple example within our Eclipse editor, then you can easily understand this one. Let's go back to an editor. Let me create a new Java class, new example, example switch, and I'm creating with a main method. The same logic I'm considering here, string browser name equal to Chrome. I'm passing my browser name as a Chrome, whereas here I'm just using switch. On which variable it needs to work? On a browser name, this switch should work. How this should work? Basically, if the first case is if case followed by, I can use this particular day here directly. If case, this is a Chrome, then directly what I can use here, if the value present in this particular one is a Chrome, then system.out.println Chrome browser launched. Just a simple thing I'm specifying. Okay, and maximize the Chrome instance and break this case. I don't want to continue further. Case Firefox. If that a value is a Firefox, then system.out.println Firefox browser launched. Okay, Firefox browser launched, and again break this particular case block. Okay, if we are not adding a break statement, what it will happen means after executing this particular case, it will try to validate the other cases also. But I don't want to do such information. Just once my desired logic got found there, I just want to terminate that information. That's what I'm doing now. So I have already passed my information as a Chrome. Let me try to run my test script and see how exactly this case is working. See here, Chrome browser is launched. For suppose if I pass on my information as a Firefox, then the Firefox information will be printed down to the console. For suppose another thing is we have a passed an Opera. Assume that I passed an Opera browser and there is a no specific case for this Opera. In the switch, there is an another option I can consider. Basically what I can give as part of this switch, at last we can give default system.out.println given day is not mentioned in the case. Okay, I have given this particular information as well. That's it. Now, when I run this switch block now, what it will happen means, see here, it comes to the last piece. As you don't have anything, it comes to the last piece. Given day is not there. And another thing here is, assume that we are not giving the break statements. What it will happen? See, for you, you don't know the difference if we are giving a break statement or not. When I run my test script as a Java application by specifying Opera, and if I run my script without the break statement, still I can see the output. Okay, still I can see the output. So what it will happen means, why it is seeing the output means, the reason out over here is it will first check whether it is a Chrome or not. If not, it will go to the next. If not, it will go to the next. If not, it will go to the next. As a execution perspective, you don't find a much difference here, but in a runtime there will be a difference here. Okay, in the runtime there will be a difference here. Okay, so that's the reason definitely whenever you are using a switch statement, it's mandatory for you to add a break statement at the end of the condition. So whenever this logic is executed, just terminate this block. That's it. Okay, just terminate this particular block. That's it. This is the way how exactly we can use a switch statements. And where we are going to use these switch statements, of course in the real world we are going to use these switch statements whenever we want to launch a browser, perform certain activities, all these stuff we will be performing using the switch case itself. Okay, cool, done the deal. And let me do a simple examples on this particular one. See, I have already defined a Chrome, right? Let me try to define the same thing again. Case Chrome system.out.println Chrome value. Okay. See, the Chrome we have already defined. I'm trying to define it again, a duplicate value. Whenever I mouse over on that, duplicate a case it is throwing. So it means switch will not allow you to create any duplicate instances inside that. Let me comment this block. Switch will not allow you to define a duplicate value. Okay, this break statement is used specifically. Okay, this break statement is used specifically to terminate that particular sequence. See, basically, these are the steps it will execute at the end. I just want to come out from that. We can use a break statement, and moreover, this break statement is an optional one. Okay, okay, this break statement is an optional one. Basically, it won't proceed further whenever. See, how can I say this one as an example means assume that there are 20 cases here, and in a first case itself you identified the information and you have a breakout over there. So what it will do at the runtime, it will go to the first case, and as the desired information is found, it will execute that information. At the end there is a break, it will come out of that particular sequence. If the break is not there, for the remaining 19 also it will go and check whether that information is matching or not. Okay, whenever we use a break, this additional check will not happen. If the break is not there, anyways it will verify all the cases, but it's not going to work on those cases as the condition name doesn't matter for that. Okay, gets done the deal. And of course there's a default statement whatever we have a given is a not mandatory. If you want to execute a default sets of logic, we will be specifying this default statement inside a switch. These are some guidelines that needs to follow. So let me explain these guidelines once again so that you people can remember it in a better way. Switch won't accept duplicate values. Okay, switch won't accept any duplicate values, guys. That's the first thing that needs to consider. And the second thing is break is an optional. If there are 20 cases, for example, and your desired value identified in first case only, then it will execute that logic. If we don't add a break statement, then it will go on with remaining 19 cases and it will try to compare the value. If we add a break statement upon executing the case, it will come out from the switch. It means it's not going to execute the remaining 19 cases in this situation or in this consideration. Okay, and the next one is default is an optional block. If you feel that whenever I'm passing down an information that is not listed down, then we will be specifying this default, else you don't need to specify this default. Okay, Cool. So this is all about a switch block here. Am I clear for you guys with respect to this switch block, or is there any questions for you on this switch block? Guys, do let me know if you have any questions on this.
Surinder, one more question in switch block.
Yeah.
If at all in the above example, if you don't mention default switch, I mean default option,
Okay.
then when we run the JavaScript, the both the conditions above are failed. Then what will it print?
See, let me show you that directly. See, I have a given opera and there is a nothing, no cases with that particular value, whatever we are passing, and that too we don't have any default value. When I run my scripts, nothing will happen. See here, it's executed. Nothing will happen. Nothing is getting printed to the console. Okay, so nothing will be
It's not
printed.
considering the loop, right? I mean, it's
Yes.
breaking
Yeah, it will
because it.
enter. It will enter. See, basically the thing is, first of all, see, whenever you give an opera, it will get that opera value and it will come into the switch. It will go to the first case and it will compare. My browser value is opera. What is this value? It is a Chrome. It will not enter this case. And then the next value is, it will go to the next case. It will check my browser value is opera, whether it is matching with this case or not. It's not matching. Again, it will come out as there are no other cases to execute, nothing it's going to execute. Basically, the conditional statement if else also, for suppose, if you remember the if block of what we have created yesterday, let me compare this one. Int a equal to 10, if a is greater than 10, system.out.println a is big. So here, when this block will execute, whenever this a value is greater than 11, then only the condition present in the if block will be executed. So a kind of a question will rise in your mind: if my a value is not greater than 11, what it will happen? You need to write down explicitly by specifying an else block here. Like you need to call out explicitly else block that system.out.println a is not a big. If you haven't given this else block, it won't know what it needs to do. It will simply verify this condition and nothing will be printed. The same way it's going to execute the switch block, as there are no cases with a given value, it won't execute nothing. But internally, for you the outcome is not printing, but internally Java is trying to execute the switch block and Java is trying to perform the operation inside the switch block.
Okay.
Okay.
You mean to say the else and the default does the same?
Yes, of course. If nothing is there, else will be, if the condition is not satisfied, the else will be executed. And the switch, if there is a nothing, you can use the default as an option to execute that particular value.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And uh, uh, Pile and others, am I clear for you till now, or do you have any questions for me on this, guys? Do
I'm
let me
clear.
know if you have any questions so that we can discuss them. Okay. So considering your silence as you are good. Okay. What I'm going to do right now is, let us see a looping concept now. So what exactly those loops concept in Java? Why are we using these loops in Java? Okay, so we need to know, right, basically why we need to use uh, why we use either a for loop or a while loop or a do while loop, right? We should know that, right? The purpose of this loop is to perform the repetitive tasks. We are using these loops. If you want to perform one task multiple times, in such cases we will use this loops concept in Java. Either I can use a for loop, I can use a while loop, I can use a do while loop. Any one of these loops, I can use it in order to perform my activity. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. How can I use these loops? Show me a practical example where exactly we can use these loops. Let's go back to our Eclipse Editor, and here what I'm doing means create a new script example on a while loop. I'm creating a main method, hence I'm checking this checkbox as well. And here assume that there is a requirement for you to print the numbers from 1 to 10. Print the numbers from 1 to 10. There is a loop basically. There is a requirement for you. Then what you will be doing? Uh, you will be just printing down like system.out.println 1, system.out.println 2, 3, 4, like that. You have to write down this information up to 10 different times. Right, you have to use this information for 10 different types. Then only it will be executed. Right, the outcome for that 10 will be printed to the console. So the point out over here is, for suppose in the real world, your requirement is to print 1,000 values. In such situations, do you use the same system.out.println for 1,000 times? It's not a better practice for you. It's not a best practice for you to use these many lines, right? Definitely, there should be some logic that you need to follow. Okay, definitely there should be some logic that you need to follow in order to perform this activity, and which comes under this for loop, while loop, and a do while loop. So what is the syntax for this for loop? So here for initialization, semicolon, condition, semicolon, increment oblique decrement, and internally logic that needs to be executed, and end the loop. So this is the for loop syntax. For initialization, condition, increment, or a decrement. Initialization means just a variable initialization. Okay, just a variable initialization you have to consider. Let me show you the flow chart for this for loop, how the execution will be carried out. So usually, as I have mentioned, the for loop will start with an initialization itself. Assume that this is a start and this is an initialization. And upon that initialization, in the syntax, you are giving a condition. So here, let me add it. This is the condition, whatever we are specifying. If the condition is a true, specify some logic. If the condition is a false, specify some other logic. So I'm just using a stop statement here. So this is a start, okay, and this is initialization, and this is a condition, and this is stop block. And here what it will be happening is there is some other block also. So what it's going to do right now, so the execution will start from start block and it will come to the initialization. So here this block, we can treat it as whenever the condition is a true, logic that needs to perform. Okay, logic that needs to be performed will be specified here. So it will come to the for loop first, and then it will initialize it, and it will go to the condition. If the condition is true, it will perform this particular logic. Okay, it will perform this particular logic, and again there is an increment or a decrement operation. Even that logic will be carried out, and again it will be redirected to the same. Okay, it will be redirected to the same condition. It will verify the condition. If the condition is a true, it will execute this block. If the condition is a false, it will stop the loop. Or I can, I can add a one more block here stating that if the condition is true, if the condition is true, then here it will execute the desired logic. Upon executing the logic here, it will perform either increment or the decrement operation, and then it will go to the loop. See here, it will come in this way. It will go from logic to this one. So this is a cyclic process, guys. If you clearly observe, this is a cyclic process. So initially it will start, it will come to an initialization, it will verify the condition. Whenever the condition is true, it will validate the logic, and after validating the logic, it will increment it, followed by an incrementation. Again, it will go to the condition. This set will rotate until the condition will fail. Whenever the condition will fail, it will switch to an else block. Okay, cool. Done the deal. So let me copy this screenshot and let me update this screenshot in our running notes. Okay, so that you people can have a better idea on this particular one. Cool. This is an overview on a for loop concept, a high level overview on a for loop concept, guys. Guys, am I clear for you all with this for loop flow which we discussed earlier, or do you have any questions for me on this for loop? Uh, Sahiti, Sarita, Sunita, Payal, Arul, am I clear for you all, or any questions for me, guys, on this?
Clear, clear, Surya.
Okay, cool. And now what I want to do right now is let me show you a practical example on this particular for loops. So here, what I'm going to do right now means for initialization I equal to 1. I want to start my for loop from the 1 variable. I equal to 1. The condition here is I less than or equal to 10. Rotate this loop till I value is less than 10. And every time increment the I value by 1. I is equal to I plus 1. I'm just incrementing the I value by 1. Okay, I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10, and I is equal to I plus 1, incrementing it. So here now, in the logics, I'm writing system.out.println as a I. That's it. But how the for loop internally will work? So let me explain you with respect to this flow itself. Initialization, within that initialization I is 1. So as I have a I as a 1, the initialization I is equal to 1 will happen. After that, as per the for loop structure, it will come to the condition. The condition is I less than or equal to 10. So here 1 less than or equal to 10, the condition is true. Whenever the condition is true, it will enter the loop and it will execute the logic. So in this case, the loop entering is just printing down the value itself. Hence, it will print I value to the console. As of now, my I value is 1. It will be printing 1 to the console. And once after the logic got performed, then it will be performing the increment operator. We are just incrementing the I value by 1. Earlier my I value is 1, and now with this increment I equal to I plus 1, I becomes 2 now. And again it will go to the condition part. Again I less than or equal to 10. I less than or equal to 10. The value of I was updated to 2 now. Now it will compare 2 less than or equal to 10. Okay, whenever this condition is true, 2 less than or equal to 10, then again it will print 2, and then it will increment the I value by 1. Now I becomes a 3. Now again 3 less than or equal to 10, again the condition is true. It will perform this logic until the condition got a fails. Okay, like it will rotate it like a 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. Whenever 11 comes in, 11 less than or equal to 10, the condition is a false. It will go to the stop, it will stop the for loop, and it will come out of that loop. So in the current situation, it should print the values from 1 to 10. So when I run my test script as a Java application, okay, when I execute my test script as a Java application, it's been printing the values from 1 to 10. So I just want to rename my class. I have created it as I have created it as a while loop. Let me change it to a for loop. I'm just changing down the class name. Okay, I just changed it to a for loop. That's it. So here is an example for. So instead of using I plus 1, incrementing the I value after, I can use a post increment also. So let me copy this for loop. Let me comment it out this logic, paste the for loop, and a post increment I plus plus I'm using. Okay, when I run my test script as a Java application, it's getting executed and it's printing down the same information. Okay, instead of using a post increment, if I use a pre-increment, what it will happen? Let us see basically. Pre-increment and a post increment are the things which we studied yesterday itself. So in this situation, both the pre and as well as a post is printing the same output. The reason is it's verifying the condition followed by a condition. It's coming to this I value. Either of these things are getting the same output for us. Okay, good enough. This is a simple example of a for loop. As I am incrementing I equal to I plus 1, instead of using a plus 1, I know pre-increment or a post-increment are the things I can use, which will be internally incrementing the I value by 1 itself. Hence, I used these pre-increment as well as a post-increment examples. Okay, so this is a simple thing, guys. So this is the way how exactly we can create a loop, and this structure, this flowchart will explain me how exactly the for loop will work. Whenever the for loop control comes here, it will go to the initialization. I'm just re-explaining this example once again. It will come to the initialization part. As part of this initialization, we are initializing the I value as a 1 at the very first time. So here I becomes 1 now, and then it will come to the conditional block. 1 here the condition is I less than or equal to 10. So 1 less than or equal to 10, the condition is true. It will execute the logic. As for the current for loop, the only logic which we have is just printing down the value to the console. It will be printing down the value, and upon printing down the value, it is going to execute or increment or a decrement operation. Here we are using an increment I plus plus, which will increment the I value by 1. Initially my I value is 1. 1 plus 1, my I value becomes 2 now. And again, from this increment, again the control goes to the condition, and again it will compare the condition. As of now, my I becomes 2 now. 2 less than or equal to 10, it will verify the condition. Whenever the condition is true, again it will come to the if block, and it will again it will come to the true block, and it will perform the desired operation. Like that, it will be performing the desired operations until the condition got a fail. It will be executing that. For suppose this is a single for loop that I have created. If I change this value to 100, okay, when I run my test script, so the outcome from 1 to 100, it's printing to the console. So the only thing is you just need to update the condition. As for the condition, the desired values are printing to the console. This is a simple example on a for loops, guys. Is this point clear for you all, or do you have any questions for me on this for loops? Sahiti, Sarita, Payal, Arul, everyone. Am I clear for you, or any questions? If you have any questions, do let me know, guys, so that we can discuss them. Yes.
Surinder, one more question over here.
Yes,
Like,
please.
as you have given as the flow chart, actually it starts with 1, right?
Yes.
Then it checks the condition, later it increasing. So it should print from 2, no, right?
No, 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 no. So it's starting with the I as a 1, right? 1 less than 100. It's true or false? 1 is less than or equal to 100. It's true. Whenever it is a true, directly it will go into the logic first. It will print the logic. System.out.println as a I as a 1, it's directly printing that. Once this logic got executed, then the increment operator comes into the picture and it is incrementing the values. That's it.
I thought I should be 0. Okay.
No. So see, basically that's up to you. If I have a specified I as a 0, see from where we will be specifying the I value means how we are going to specify the I value means from where you want to start the execution, you will specify the I value. So I'm starting my I value as a 0. See here, earlier whenever the I value is a 1, the outcome whatever it is printing to the console is from 1. Whenever I changed my I value to 0, and observe the difference. I started from 0. 0 is less than or equal to 10. Even that condition is true. Hence, this loop is printing down the values from 0 onwards. Whatever the value we have given here, the loop will start from that particular value. When we will use I as a 0 means whenever we are trying to use a for loops on an arrays or some other advanced concepts, there we will use I as a 0, but in a normal cases we will start with a I as a 1. But one thumb rule is whatever the I value you are passing on, the loop will start from that particular value itself.
If I want to skip the first one and start from the second, then how should
Keep
I
it as
write
a
the
2.
print statement? No,
I
no,
as
no.
a 2.
In the print itself.
Okay, so you want to print starting from 2. Okay, so basically in such situations, so you have a specific requirement that I value is 1. If I is equal to 1, what you want to do, you don't want to print anything, just leave it inside like that. Okay, so when I run my script as a Java application, whenever I is equal to 1, it's not executing anything, but we kept this logic, the system.out.println outside that. So here else. So whenever I equal to 1, print nothing. In other situations, print the remaining value. When I run my script as a Java application, if you check out now, the I value is starting from 2. This way I can use it, or I can comment this logic. The another way is if I is not equal to 1. Okay, whenever this I value is not equal to 1, print this I. So when I run my script as a Java application this time, even if you observe the console, it's printing from 2 itself. Either you can use an if else block or simply we can use a not equal to 1 execute. So it means whenever it is equal to 1, it's not going to print anything. Whenever it is a not equal to 1, then only it will print the other values. In the first case, I is equal to 1, the condition doesn't met, hence it's not executing the stuff. In other cases, I equal to 2, the condition is not meeting here, hence starting from 2, all the values it is printing to the console. This is again a customization as per your needs basically. So here you have a clearly called it out that you don't want I from 1. Hence I am just using in this way. You might have a different customization. Internally you need to use a conditional statement as per that, as per your requirements.
We cannot keep I plus plus in the print statement. That
See, there is no point of printing this I plus plus here in the print statement. And moreover, as part of these for loops, definitely there should be here an increment, right? So how exactly it should work as an increment, we need to specify that particular info as well. Okay, so let me do one thing. So you are saying that you don't want this one. So I'm just specifying.
no,
Let me. Huh.
no, you have mentioned the third part also, but in the print itself, instead of I, can I keep it as I plus plus?
So what it will happen means, let me show you that one as well. Okay, so instead of explaining you, let me show you in a practical example, then you can understand it more clearly. So let me maximize this instance. Okay, one second. I'm just commenting out the existing for loops. Okay, so I'm creating a new for loop for this. Okay, for int I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. System.out.println, you are asking me to use a I plus plus, right? So if you see the outcome for this particular one, when I run as a Java application, if you see the outcome, 13579 got a printed. The reason why it is not printing the accurate values, so basically it will come here first of all. So whenever this condition is a true, it will come here. As it is a post increment, right? I plus plus is a post increment. First it will print the value. So as it is printing the value, I1 will print. Immediately it will increment the value, I will become 2 now, and it will come to this particular one, I plus plus. As of now my I value is 2. 2 plus 1, it will increment again and it become 3. 3 less than or equal to 10, the condition is true, it will come here. Initially it will print 3 and later it will increment 3 plus 1, 4. And again here it will increment once again, it will be 5. Like that, it will be incrementing the values for two different times here. Okay, it's just printing the desired odd numbers if your requirement is to print an odd numbers. Okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Cool. Done the deal. So this is a simple thing, guys. Do you have any questions for me, or you are good so far? Done. Considering your silence as a good, let's do one thing, guys. Let's continue the topic in the tomorrow's session. Okay, let us continue this topic in the tomorrow's session. Okay, cool, cool. So that's all I have for today, guys. See you again in the tomorrow's session. Thank you. And
Thank
kindly
you.
practice the concepts up to here, else, it will be a bit confusing for you in the next session. Please make sure that you people are practicing this stuff from your ends. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. See you again. Bye-bye. Yeah, hi guys. Today we are going to see an introduction to nested for loop with examples. So what is a nested for loop means? A for loop that is called inside another for loop. I can say, for int I equal to 0, I less than some condition, I plus plus. And this is what one for loop is. Internally, we are creating another for loop int j equal to 0, j less than condition, and a j plus plus. So here if you observe, whenever it entered the first for loop, then how many times we have specified the second for loop, it will execute all the things and then it will go back to the first for loop. Like that it will execute. Fine. Let us create a simple Java class and then let us see with a practical example on this so that we can understand this concept more clearly. So I have created a nested for loop Java class. So in which for int I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 4, I plus plus. And then internally for j equal to 1, j less than or equal to 4, j plus plus. See here, basically that's it. So this is my major for loop and inside the for loop, we are calling another for loop. That's good. So here, what I'm doing right now means system.out.println, I value is plus I and system.out.println, j value is plus j. So it means we are just printing this and we are doing this one. Now usually in the runtime, how it's going to execute means it will enter this for loop. I is a 1, I less than or equal to 4, this condition is a true. It will enter the loop and it will print this logic. After that, there is another for loop. It will enter this second loop inside of which and it will try to perform it, stating that j equal to 1, j less than or equal to 4, j plus plus. Something it's going to rotate in this way. But one small confusing here is basically I is starting from one, J is starting from the one. So maybe in the runtime, we will get confused. So that's the reason what I'm doing means I'm starting my J with the 5 and I am ending it at 9, just for an instance. Now, let me try to run my test script and see how this is going to execute. Run as a Java application and let us see the outcome. See, if I maximize my console, I value is 1, but internally the J value 56789. I value is a 2. Again, my J value is a 56789. I value is a 3. Again, my J value. And I value is a 4. Again, my J value. Like this, it's going to execute my, okay, it's going to execute my loop. That's it. So this is a simple way how it's going to execute. So what I'm doing right now means I'm copying or I'm commenting this whole logic and I'm repasting this logic once again here. And here also I'm starting this J value 1 and J value 4. Let me run my script at this time and see how this is going to work in the console. See, I value is a 1. For the very first time, the J it is rotating for the 4 times. And then I value 2, again it is rotating for the 4 times. I value 3 again for 4 times, J again for 4 times. That's it. So this is the simple way how exactly we can create a nested for loops. And on top of this one, what additionally we can do here means, okay, we are just creating these nested for loops. Depending on our requirement, we can write down any kind of a customized logics in this particular one. Okay, so as of now, we are using a system.out.println. And there is one more thing here. Instead of this system.out.println, if I use system.out.print, okay, just I changed these things earlier in the J it was the system dot out dot print ln. Now I just marked it to system dot out dot print and let me try to run my script and see the difference. So when I am executing my script, see here, J value 1, J value 2, J value 3, J value 4. So it means what it is happening means whenever we are using a print statement, system.out.println, it's going to print it in a new line. If you don't want it in a new line, you can use a system.out.print. So all these values are appending one after another. For my better understanding, system.out.print, here what I'm doing means slash t. So slash t means it's a keyboard tab space. Okay, slash t, it's a tab space basically. Let me try to run my script and see the difference. See, J value is 1, J value is a 2, J value is a 3, J value is a 4. Again, I value 2, 3, and a 4, something it's populating. Good enough. So what I'm doing right now in this situation, for my better understanding, I'm removing this string out over there. Okay, I'm just removing the string out over there. And now let me try to run this script with the tab spaces. See, for the very first time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 again, 1, 2, 3, 4, again 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. This is the way how it is printing. Now, what exactly I'm doing right now means here, this I value, we are just printing here, right? Instead of doing that, if I add it at the end. So earlier, my I value is here, which is whenever we are entering the loop, we are printing it. Now, at the end of the loop, we are printing that. See here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a tab space of 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a tab space of a 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a tab space of a 3. Like that, we are getting that information. Gets. And then what I'm doing right now means before printing this one, system.out.println. So I just added this SYSO. What is the significance of this one? Once this loop is completed, go to a new line and in the new line print this I value. Now, when I run my test script as a Java application, see 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, again 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Like this, it got executed successfully. Cool. So this is a simple way. How can I use a nested for loop? I can even furthermore customize it. How exactly we want to customize it? See, basically, every time the J value is starting from 1 and it is ending at a 4, I value is starting at a 1. So what I'm doing right now means I'm just using 4 minus I. So what this is going to do, initially, it will enter the loop for the very first time and I is a 1 now. And see here, 4 less than 1. This time it will execute it for the 3 times. So if you can see the output, then you can understand that minus 1 impact. See, 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, and a 3, and a 4. That's it. It is a dynamically decrementing the values. Whenever we are using a minus 1, it's just decrementing the values. So it means for the very first time, it will rotate the inner loop for 4 times. And next time it will rotate it for the 3 times, 2 times, 1 time and 0. As and when the I value is changing, the inner for loop is also changing dynamically. And see, if you observe this pattern, let me comment this I value and let me try to run my test script again. Run as a Java application. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. So it's executing in this way. That's perfect. So what I want to do means rather than using a 1, 2 again and again, I just want to increment the values. First time it will print a 1, 2, 3. Next time I just want to print it with a 4, 5. How exactly I can do that? So what I'm doing means int k equal to 1. Irrespective of the loops, I'm considering k as a 1. And every time internally, I'm printing the k value. And moreover, I'm incrementing my k value by 1. So it means what we are doing means we are not using the J value. We are taking a new value outside the loop and we are just incrementing that. What it will happen? What is the difference? So whenever we are trying to print the J value, as and when this loop got started, the J value is initializing to 1. That's the reason every time when you execute it, it is starting from a 1. That's the reason I'm taking a k value for the very first time when it executed, the k value becomes a 3. The second time it will start incrementing the 3. That's the reason if you can execute the test script now and observe the difference. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Depending on your need, you can increment it. For suppose if I change it to 6, okay, this is the J value. If I change it to 6 and when I run my test script as a Java application, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So this is the way how exactly we can use a simple for loop and we can print the values to the console. This is all about a nested for loop part 1 example. So earlier, when the loop got executed, it printed the numbers from 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and a 1. So why can't we customize this loop and create a simple program which will be printing the numbers in a reverse fashion? So the only customization that I'm doing out over here is, see here, instead of this 6 minus I, I'm just removing this I or 6 minus and I'm maintaining here. So it means the only correction I did is in the second loop, whatever the condition we have specified, I just marked it to I. Let me try to run my test script and see how this is going to work. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So with a small correction, everything got updated. How come? See, the thing is, initially my I value is 1. It will enter the loop. The second loop, as the I value is a 1, this will verify whether j is less than or equal to 1. My j value is 1, I value is 1, hence the inner loop rotates for only one time. Whenever the I value is keep on incrementing, the j value internal loop is getting incremented. As my first for loop rotates for 4 times, internally every time the second for loop increments it and it will rotate for 4 times. That's it. So if we were able to write these kind of a logic customizations from our end, then definitely we will be in a good shape to automate or to write any kind of a customized logics. But the only thing is what exactly the expected result is. In order to get this expected result from all the learned Java concepts, which concept will be suitable for me? If we were able to analyze that particular page, then automatically you are in a good shape. Okay, cool. This is all about examples on a nested for loops, guys. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In the last session, if you remember, we had a brief introduction about a for loop, and we saw an example on a for loop and different um, for loops, and as well as a nested for loops, and uh, if condition inside a for loop. We discussed about all these things in the yesterday's class. So in the today's class, I'm planning for two more concepts. One is a while and another one is a do while. So these are the two concepts which I'm going to explain for today. Okay, so what exactly this while loop is? Why are we using this loop? Okay, so basically one thing we can say, for loop and the while loops significance is one and the same. Only difference here is the execution flow and the structure. Okay, whatever the structure you are following, the execution flow and the structure will change. Apart from that, the usage will be one and the same. Like if you want to execute one set of a logic repeatedly, in such situations you will be using this for loops or a looping concept. So the usage wise, how we are using the while loop will differ, or the syntactical wise the loop structure will be differ. Apart from that, the main objective why are we using those loops will remain one and the same. So how these while loops looks like means, while I can say, a condition, if that a condition is a true, enter the loop and perform the logic inside that loop. Or I can say while boolean value as an outcome and internally the logic. So here, what exactly we are specifying a condition. Usually the condition outcome will be a Boolean value, either true or a false we will get as part of a conditional outcome, right? Until this condition is true, the logic present in the loop will be executed. Whenever this condition is a false, then it will come out from that particular loop. Okay, whenever that condition is a false, then it will come out from that particular loop. So the point which we need to discuss out over here is how can I use a while loop. So let me create a new example here. Example on while, and I forgot to add a main method in the starting, and now I'm typing a main method here. Okay, let me add a main method here. Just select it. Yeah, a main method I have added. And now I'm defining int x equal to 1. For suppose I have a defined a variable int and its value is 1, and that is of an integer type. Then the next point how it's going to work is while the condition. x less than or equal to 5. Good. That's fine. We have discussed that. But before jumping on to this actual example, let me show you the flow how exactly this while loop will work. Like how we did for yesterday on a for loop, I just want to explain this while loop itself. So this while will start with a condition. Whenever the condition is true, the logic present in this block will be executed. Okay, for suppose, let me make a note here. A less than or equal to 5. And here I'm defining int a equal to 1. The same loop I'm explaining. And this is the logic whenever the condition is a true. And this is the logic whenever the condition is a false. So I'm making a note here. This is the true logic and this is the false logic. So whenever it is a false, then it will stop the loop. Whenever it is a true, print A to the console. Okay, or I can say, uh, perform the logic. I can directly write down the logic here. So initially my A value is a 5. It enters the loop. A less than or equal to 5. The condition is a true. 1 less than or equal to 5. The condition is a true. Hence it will follow the true block. So the true flow here, it's come down. Whatever the logic you have specified, it will execute the logic. And again, it will take back the control to that particular conditional or a loop itself. So this particular block will rotate until this condition is a failed. Until this condition is a failed, this whole set of logics will be executed repetitively. All these bunch of logics will be executed repetitively for us. Okay, so here, for suppose if I have a given as a print A, assume that I have a given a statement as a print A here. What it will happen? Initially, it will come here in the starting. A is a 1, 1 less than or equal to 5. The condition is a true. It will print A as a 1. Again, it will go up. Still, my A value is 1 and it will again print 1. This becomes an infinite loop. Infinite loop means there is a no end for this one. It will continuously execute that logic all the time. But usually here we are specifying the condition A less than or equal to 5. It means there should be an operation that we need to carry out. Here I'm using an A++ operation. So it means whenever it entered the logic, it will print the value first and it will increment that value as well. So this A++, it will convert the A value to 2 and it will go back here 2 less than or equal to 5. The condition is true. It will print a 2 now. Again 2 plus 1, it will become 3. It will go back 3 less than or equal to 5. Again the condition is true. It will enter the loop and it will print a 3 and it will increment the value by 1 and now A becomes a 4. Again it will go back here 4 less than or equal to 5. The condition is true. It will rotate. But here because of this A++, the loop becomes a finite loop or a finite loop. Basically there is an end for that. Basically every time the A value is keep on increasing, and if A value becomes greater than or equal to 5, this loop will terminate directly. If assume that A value becomes a 6, 6 less than or equal to 5, the condition is a false. Whenever it is a false, it will pick the false path and it will stop the loop directly. That's it. That's a simple point how exactly this is going to work. If you go back to this example again, int I'm defining x as a 1 or else int a as a 1 as per that example, that screenshot. A less than or equal to 5. And now system.out.println A. I'm just printing that, and A is equal to A plus 1. Okay, I'm just marking it as an A equal to A plus 1. That's it. Let me run my test script as a Java application and see what it is printing to the console. See here, it is executing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the values it's been executing and it's been printing a whole set of values to the console. Okay, it's been printing the whole set of values to the console. That's it. So this is the simple thing about a while loop. So before jumping on with the further concepts, am I clear for you all till now, or do you have any questions for me, guys? Is this point clear for you all, or any questions for me on this stuff? Good. Okay. And then Arul, Subha, sorry, Arul, Payal, and Sahiti, Sarita, Ramya. Am I clear for you guys, or any questions for me so far on this while loop? Okay,
Yeah, I'm good.
cool. So considering your silence as a good, then the next concept on top of
Suran,
this, yes,
Suran, I have one question. In line 11, you gave a equal to a plus 1, right? Instead of that,
yes.
you gave a plus plus.
You can do that. It's up to you
Oh,
basically. It's not that you have to use this a plus one. Either you can define this one, or I can go with the a plus plus also. Just
both are same, right?
both are same, incrementing the
Okay,
a value by one itself. Okay,
okay,
so I just defined a plus one. That's it. For an easy understanding purpose and a readability, I just kept it as an a plus one. That's it. Nothing
okay.
more than it.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Okay, then the next concept what I have is a do while loop. Let me copy this structure once and paste it to the Word document. Copy it and paste it here. And now the next one is a do while loop. So what exactly this do while will do? Why are we using this do while loop? Right. The purpose of this while and a do while is one and the same. There is no much differ. The only difference between a while and a do while is with respect to this structure. The do while is having a different structure. So basically, if you observe the while loop here, initially it is checking the conditions first. Whenever the condition outcome is true, then only the logic present inside the while loop is getting executed. Whereas the do while is having a different syntax out over here. So initially, what it will do means it will directly come here to the code block, and then it will execute the code block, and upon executing the code block it will validate the condition. If that a condition is a true, it will execute it, else it will end up. So here I'm just adding this one here. I'm just adding this one. So here code block condition and a stop. So initially the control will come into a do while loop and directly it will execute the code block whatever you have specified. And upon executing the code block for the first time, it will validate the condition. If the condition outcome is true, then it will go back and it will execute the code block. If the condition outcome is false, then directly it will stop that particular loop. If the condition outcome is a false, it will stop the loop. If the condition outcome is a true, it will continue that particular loop. So if you compare this one with a while loop, the only difference is while will verify the condition and then it will enter the loop. If the condition is not met, it won't let you to execute that logic. Whereas here in this situation, without verifying the condition, it will execute the logic. Good. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. We notice a difference between while and a do while, but where are we using them in the real world? Where I need to use a while logic and where I need to use a do while logic, right? So usually these kind of a questions will encounter in our mind. So the purpose is almost one and the same, but the usage wise these two are having a different significances. So how are we going to use these two things? Then what is the difference between these two things with respect to the usage wise? Right. The answer for this one is whenever you are automating any particular scenario, you need to analyze it first of all, whether this logic should be executed or not. Based on that situation, okay, based on your requirement, you will be picking either a while loop or a do while loop. There are certain examples in a WebDriver specific to a while and as well as a do while, which I will show you moving further. Not exactly right now, as we don't have any idea on WebDriver concept at all. So I'm not explaining that example now. But for now, consider this a theory concept as, do while will execute the logic first and then it will verify the condition, whereas a while will verify the condition first. Whenever the condition is met, then only it will execute that particular logic. That's it, nothing more than that. And the syntax wise, how this a while will be defined means do, open the loop, logic, and then end the logic while condition. We have to specify the condition. That's it. Do, logic, and as well as a while. Okay, let me go back to my Eclipse editor here. Let me create a new program here. Example on do while with the main methods. Okay, I just created this one with the main method. Then the next point here that we need to consider is that I have created on top of it. So here int x equal to 1. The same logic. Okay, I want to print the numbers from 1 to 5. The same logic, whatever we have used it for while. So I'm starting with a do system.out.println x is equal to x plus 1. I'm incrementing my x value by 1. And upon incrementing my x value by 1, see here, I haven't added a while and my Eclipse is throwing an error message, basically syntax error, insert a while at the end. So I'm inserting a while x less than or equal to 5 and with a semicolon. That's it. So I'm not deviating from my syntax that I have created in a Word document. The same syntax starting with a do and a while and a semicolon ended with a while condition. That's it. I have just specified the whole thing. And now this is within my syntax lines now. Let me run my script as a Java application as of now. And whenever I executed my script, it's just printing the values from 1 to 5. If I change this one to 100, the condition as a 100. And now when I run my test script as a Java application, this time it's printing the values from 1 to 100. It's up to you how many times you want to execute the loop. You can customize that particular loop as per your needs itself. Okay, as per your needs itself, you can customize this particular loop. Okay, good. Done the deal. Is this example on a do while clear for you guys, or do you have any questions for me on this do while? Till now, basically. Okay, so am I clear for you all, or any questions so far? Okay, done the deal. So considering your silence as you are good so far, and then the next point what I want to do on top of this one is let's add a furthermore logics here that yesterday's example. In the for loop, we used an if condition. The same way I just want to use an if condition. So if x is equal to 50, whenever my x value is equal to 50, then only print this x. Okay, in other situations, don't print my x value. In the loop, I'm specifying that I want to print only the x value related to 50. So now I just used a simple condition that x is equal to 50. If the value present in an x is equal to 50, it will be printing that particular one itself. For suppose I'm changing it to 3 and x not equal to 3, and I'm changing my loop to 10. So here, what I am asking here, whenever the x value is not equal to 3, then only print this information. So it means if the x value is equal to 3, it won't print any information to the console. In other situations, it will be executed. See, 1, 2, 4, it's getting executed. Okay, that's the way how exactly it's going to deal with it. Okay, and basically, if x is equal to 3, print the loop, print the value and break the loop. See, my required outcome is just up to 3 itself. I don't want to verify on top of that particular 3. So my whenever my condition got met, I don't want to execute my loop logics at all. In such situations, I can use a break statement. If you clearly observe, whenever this condition was met, it won't continue the loop as well. After the x value is a 3, it will stop the script execution at that point itself. Okay, so basically what does this break do means, whenever this condition outcome is a true, print the value and break. This break will terminate the loop. Okay, it's not continuing further. It's just stopping the loop there itself. Okay, it's just stopping the loop there itself. Okay, cool. Done the deal. So this is all about a loop statements and as well as a break statements here. Am I clear for you till now, or any questions for me on this? Guys, do let me know if you have any questions for me on this. Okay,
Can you
Surendra,
keep a condition in while?
sorry, can you please come again once?
The same condition can you apply for a while?
Yes, of course. Okay, so what I am doing right now means let me copy this logic, whatever we have here. If condition. See, if you observe, I'm just copying only the if condition and I'm going inside this while and I'm placing it here. Here we used a variable. I'm just replacing it with an a variable. So in this situation, it will be printing again only the 3. So guys, as I have mentioned, the for loop is having a different syntax, while loop is having a different syntax, and do while is having a different syntax. Only the syntactical wise it differ. Apart from that, everything is one and the same. Okay.
Surendra, for this break, right, we can use only for while or we can use any loops.
You can use any loops. You can use
Oh,
it inside a for loop, you can use it inside a while loop, and you can use it inside the loop while loop. The ultimate objective of this break itself is, what does this break will tell you is, break will tell your Java program that come out from the loop. That's it. Just come out from that instance. That's what the break will do. There is a continue operation also, which we can use it. So I will be explaining about this continue operation in the tomorrow session.
okay.
Okay, continuous operation in the tomorrow session we are going to study. Okay, cool. Done the deal. So tomorrow concepts, it's going to be, we will be studying about a continue example, and then we will see some concepts like constructors, and then static and non-static keywords in Java, and inheritance. All these concepts we are going to study as part of the tomorrow session. Okay. So as informed,
Surendra,
yes.
for the same case, we can use for loop also, right?
Yes,
Just now.
yes. Yeah, this is the for loop which we discussed in the yesterday's session. See here, basically, I'm just printing these values. So what I can do means the same logic I'm placing here. Int I equal to 3, just print the I value and terminate the loop. and increment the I value by 1. So the same logic I have incorporated inside that. The only thing it differs is the syntactical wise. For has a different syntax, while has a different syntax, and a do while has a different syntax. Depending
Here
on
already we
your
have mentioned
requirement.
I plus plus, right?
No, I commented that, right? See, I just
For
commented that
first
logic
one.
in for.
No, in the syntax itself, int
Huh.
I.
We can remove it. Okay. Yesterday, this is a different example, right? We studied if we add a 2i plus plus, what it will happen? It printed odd numbers, right? This is the logic for the odd numbers one. Okay. We can remove that particular piece. So this is I equal to, this is the how the for loop will looks like. The ultimate point is the logical wise, whatever you are going to write, it will be one and the same. Depending on a need, you will be using either a for loop or a while loop. So let me give you a small example. Where can we use a for loop and where can we use a while loop? See, basically, if you have a data in a list or a set, as of now, we don't know anything. I can say, if we have a data in an array, we can use this for loop concept. Assume that your requirement is your application has a pagination concept. Pagination means there are a multiple pages in your application and there is a next button at the top right corner which will be navigating to a next page. Okay, here in this situation, I can use a while condition to click on the next button on the pagination bar. So it means I can say that while the pagination next button is enabled, enter the logic and click on a next button. So it means I want to navigate till the last page displayed in my application. In such situations, so usually in the real world, how the apps looks like, whenever you have a multiple sets of data in your application, right? In such situations, there will be a pagination bar, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and as well as a next button also. So where can I use a while is whenever the next button is enabled. If you are on a first page, the first page will be in a bold color and the next button is also in a bold color. For suppose whenever you are in a fifth page, right? Whenever you are in a fifth page, assume that you are on a fifth page, then definitely the next button will be in a disable mode. So what I'm going to write down my logic is rotate this loop until the last page in that particular list of pages available. In such situations, I can use a while loop. Anyways, we are going to see this part as an example in our sessions itself. Okay, we will be discussing about this concept as well within our sessions. Okay.
Surendra, in do while loop, can we also use if else condition?
Yes, of course. It's up to you what type of a conditional statements you want, you can use it. So as an example here, I just used an if. If you want to make it as an if else also, you can make it as a if else. The only thing is basically these are all the things wherever you want, you can just add it. The only thing is how you need to add the logic you need to know. You know if syntax, you know if else syntax, nested if syntax, all those things. You can add as much as you can, as many as you can, as per your project requirement, as per your scenario requirement. You can add any stuff to your loops inside that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, cool, done the deal. So this is the stuff which I have for today, and before ending up the session, Sunita, Sahiti, Arul and Payal, am I clear for you all so far, or any questions, guys?
Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. Done the deal. So go ahead and practice the concepts up to here, guys. I will continue the topic in the tomorrow. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So today we want to discuss about a continuous statement first of all. Okay, before jumping on to a string and other things, basically, I just want to explain about continue. So what is this continue and why are we using this continue statement? If you can see here, this continuous statement is mostly used inside the loop, Whenever it is encountered inside a loop, control directly jump to the beginning of the loop for the next iteration, skipping the execution of the statement inside the loop body for the current execution. So what it's going to do basically, if you clearly observe, if you remember the break one, break will terminate the execution at that particular point, right? Usually break will be terminating the execution at that particular point inside a loop or inside a switch case also. Whereas here, the continue, what it is doing means inside a loop, whenever the continue encounter, instead of executing that particular logic, it will navigate us it will navigate the program to the first loop starting so that it will continue the loop. This is particularly useful when you want to continue the loop, but you don't want to execute the rest of the logic. Okay, you just want to execute the loop content itself, but you don't want to execute the rest of the logic. In such situations, we are going to use this continue. Fine. How the continue looks like. If you can have a look into the screenshot, let me write it down 1 second so that for a better understanding. So here, the first thing is a loop, and inside a loop, there is a condition. If this condition is a true, then it will perform some other logic. If this condition is not a true, it will perform the execution. And finally, the loop is not valid, hence it will stop the execution. So here, this is a loop. Inside a loop, there is a condition. Whenever this condition is true, as internally we have a continue, it will directly takes this control to the loop itself without executing anything. If this condition is a false, then only the logic present inside that will be executed. So the bottom line out over here is whenever the continue is encountered, it's not going to execute any sets of logics. It's going to execute directly, or it will be rotating the loop itself. Okay, directly it's just rotating the loop itself. Good. Then the next point which I need to consider on top of this one is, okay, so once after we have created this logic, let me show you a simple example for this continue within a program. So right click, new class, example, continue with the main method. And for this one, what I'm doing means for int I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus, right? So yesterday we have created a logic that if I equal to 3, system.out.println I value. So whenever that I value is equal to 3, then I am printing that I value. Right. Now, let me run my script once and see how this is going to work. Run as a Java application this time. So I'm trying to execute without a continue, and I just want to show you how it looks like. Without the continue, I'm getting I as a 3. And now, instead of this system.out.println, if I add a continue, followed by this one. Let's make it as a continue directly. And now when I run my test script as a Java application, see here, Nothing is being printed. So it means if this condition is true, it is entering the condition. The ultimate objective of a continue is there is a nothing for you to execute inside the block. As I have given a continue keyword, directly go to your control to the loop. Don't execute anything, directly go to the control to the loop itself. That's what the meaning we are specifying here. Okay. Good enough. Done the deal. So this is the way how we can use a continue statement. Anyways, we will be seeing this continue in the real world with a Selenium examples as well moving ahead. Okay, with respect to the Selenium, anyways, we are going to study these concepts. Okay, good. Done the deal. And then the next point that I need to cover on top of this particular one is a string. So what exactly a string is? Why are we using these strings in Java? What is the significance of using these strings? Right, even we should know about this particular one. Let me open up the document related to these strings here. 1 second. Yeah, yeah. String. String is not a data type, but it is an inbuilt class in Java, which is used to store a group of characters into a variable. I can say either a group of characters or a sequence of characters. We can call it as a string. Okay. In Java, string is an immutable object. Let me make a note out over here. String is an immutable object. What exactly the meaning of that immutable object means, which it is a constant and cannot be changed once it has created. Okay, good. That's fine. And after that, what we are going to do means we will study more about these strings, the various methods, whatever we have present in a string. So what I'm doing right now means let me create a new Java class, new Java class, example string with a main methods. I just created a string with a main method here. Now on top of this one, how can I define a string? So usually string A equal to Suren, string B equal to Jagannatham. So I'm just defining my name here within this particular strings. Okay, good. And after we declared this particular strings, the next point out over here is we have a bunch of methods within the string to compare or to do any kind of operations on a string. We do have a bunch of operations on a string class using which we can perform different sets of operations on strings. See, a simple example for this one is assume that in your application you have created a user. Upon creating a user, you are getting a confirmation message stating that a user created successfully. Right, a user created successfully. A confirmation message is getting displayed out over there. So what I want to do right now is as we are getting that a confirmation message, definitely we need to validate that. The outcome from that particular one is a string and we can compare that particular one with another string. Okay, we can compare that particular one with another string. So it means string 1 and a string 2, we are trying to compare the two different strings here. Okay, Good. So let us see the methods then, how the string can be compared, how the multiple strings can be compared. What are all the methods that we have? Let us see that example here. Okay, so here a dot, whenever you type a string dot, a bunch of methods which can be validated on a string will be displayed here. Equals and an equals ignore case. First of all, let me use an equals. So here a equals to b. Whenever I mouse over on this particular one, the outcome from that particular one, which is a return type, is a boolean. So what I am doing right now means system.out.println. I'm just printing that status. A dot equals B. So I know that my A value is Suren and the B value is Jagannatham. Both are not equal. When I run my script, the outcome should be a false itself. See here, the outcome it returned as a false. For suppose if I change my both the strings as equal, Suren, and when I run my test script, this time the outcome is returned as a true. But in this situation, if you observe the first string, it is a Suren, and the second string is also Suren, but the only difference is this one is in a lower case and this one is in an uppercase. Right, this is in a lower case and this is in an uppercase. Whenever these two are having a different cases, what we can do means if I use an equals method, let me run my script by using an equals method so that it returned as a false. So the equals is a method which is specifically used on a string which will compare both the strings even if their cases are not the same, it will return as a failure itself. So my intention is I don't want to compare their cases. I just want to compare the string content. Okay, I want to compare just the string content. In such situations, I can use an equals ignore case method. Equals ignore case, the meaning itself is clearly mentioning that I don't want to compare their cases. I just want to see whether those two strings are equal or not. In such situations we are going to use an equals ignore case method. Okay, now when I run my script as a Java application, the outcome it returned as a true here, guys. Okay, the outcome it returned as a true here. That's it. This is a simple point how you need to deal with this equals and as well as an equals ignore case methods. Okay, get. And then the next method whatever we have is a char at methods. Char at, we need to pass an index. So it means within the string, whatever the character we have at a particular index, get it. So here, for suppose, let me comment this one, a dot char at, I'm specifying the character at the 0th index. And whenever you mouse over on that, the return type is a character. Let me directly print this information. System.out.println a.caret. Now, when I run my script as a Java application, so 0 index means it's going to be the first character. Usually within a string, the index will start from 0. Okay? In a string, index will start from 0. 0 index means a first character. 1 index means a second character. 2 index means a third character. 99 index means 100th character. That's it. Like that, we do have an index. Usually it will run with n minus 1. So here caret is a method which we are using in order to compare or in order to get the specific character present in a string. Okay, good. Done the deal. And then the next point which we need to consider on top of this one is we can use a concatenation method. Concat is a method which is used to add two strings, or even I can use plus also to add two strings. Let me do that. System.out.println a plus b. I have a two variables, a and a b, a plus b. And now when I run my script, Suren, the two values were appended one after another. They were added basically one after another using a plus symbol. The same can be done system.out.println a dot concat of a b. The value present in a concatenate with the value present in a b. So when I run my script as a Java application, see the same output it's getting. In order to do a concatenation of a two different strings, either you can use this. Okay, either you can use this plus or even you can use this concatenation as well. That's the first thing. And the next thing on top of this one is, okay, assume that your string C is equal to what it has, maybe basically I just want to do a replace of this particular string. So what I am going to do right now is, so this string contains Surendra is a trainer. Surendra is a trainer. Good. System.out.println C dot replace is a method which is used to replace one character with another character in a string. And moreover, if if you observe the replace, basically the first parameter it is asking is a old character and the second parameter it is asking is a new character. So what I am doing right now means I'm just passing my first character as a dot and my second character as a space. So basically, replace the dot with a space within the C. Wherever dot is there, it should replace with a space. Basically, whenever it printed the info to the console, it's not displaying the dot, it's printing the space here. Surendra is a QA trainer. A text is being printed here. So replace is a method which is used to replace one character with another character in a given string. Okay, it will be replacing one character with another character in the given string. Okay, cool. So
Surendra,
guys, yes,
quick question. Like here, the dots, there are three dots, right?
yes.
I need to replace first dot with some specific character and second dot with some specific character.
So in
Third
such situations, you need to use this replace multiple times. Okay, you are not going to use a replace with a single time, and moreover, so it's not the case basically. So the one you are saying, right, the first character will be replaced with a something and second character would be replaced with something. So basically where we are going to use this replace, let me give you an example, then you can understand where exactly.
it was an interview question. Like they asked me to replace first repetitive character with some number and
Okay.
second character with some number, like that.
Okay, fine. We'll explain you that. Usually, where exactly we are going to use this replace. Okay, just a second. Just a second, guys. So where we are going to use a replace means, okay, good. So where we are going to use a replace means, assume that you captured some text from the browser and it has some special characters. Okay, whenever it has some special characters within that particular string, in such situations, if you don't want to use those special characters, then we need to use this replace method to replace all the desired characters with the required character. Okay, in such situations, we are going to use this replace method on a specific characters. Okay, cool. And then the next point here is not only this one. For suppose if your string is having this is a replace of a dot, and here instead of this one it has a what I can say, it has a another character. Let me add a hash here, selenium. So assume that we have selenium online classes. Okay, assume that this is a lengthy string, whatever we have. In such situations, whenever I used this c dot replace, what it's going to replace means if I run my test script from the whole string, it is just replacing those dots itself. It's not taking care about this hashes. If you want to replace this both information, I can use again a replace. Wherever the hash is there, just replace with a space here. And now let me try to run it and see here. So if you observe, if within a string there are two different things that you need to replace, then I can use this replace method with the first sequence. I just want to replace a dot with a space, and on the same output, on the output whatever we are getting from this, use another replace method and replace all the hashes with a space. This is the thing what exactly we need to use. Okay, am I clear for you all guys? Any questions?
Yeah, clear, Surendra. But
Okay,
regarding if you want to replace with any number, so we can use replace first method, right?
you want to
Similar to
replace?
see that there is a, right?
Huh?
So A I want to replace with one. Second A I want to replace with two. Third A
Okay,
I need with three. So in that case, similar to like this, I need to use replace first method. So instead
okay,
of yeah, that works for numbers.
okay, okay, got it.
Is that the only solution, or is there any
Yes.
other way you?
I guess it's the only thing basically. So whenever you use a replace a first, you know what is the significance of the replace a first means? It will replace the first occurrence of that as substring. It's not going to replace everything. In the given expression, whatever the info comes in the first, it will replace that particular information itself. Replace a first. Okay, so I will show you that particular piece as well. But this is all about a replace example. Okay, how we are going to use a replace. Okay, good, done the deal. And on top of this particular replace, the next point which we need to consider is about a replace first example. So what exactly this replace first will do? C dot replace first, and here we can pass the desired regular expression what you want to use, and automatically it will be updating with the desired information. So whatever the stuff you want to replace it, you can automatically replace it. But the ultimate objective of this replace first method is whatever the first occurrence of that substring is coming, it will be replacing only the first occurrence, not all the occurrence. Only the first occurrence will be replaced with the replace first option. Okay, cool. Done the deal. So why we are getting both? So here we have this replace all as well. So when we run this script, so here I guess it's replacing Surendra. One second. This replace first, I guess. Let me check this example and I will get back to you with this replace first example. So whenever I'm using this replace first, it's just replacing the first character. It should replace the first occurrence of that particular regular expression, whatever we have specified. Anyways, I will cross check this particular one and I will update this replace first. And then the next point here, which we need to compare is length of a string. If there are multiple characters in a string, and if you want to get the total number of characters present in that particular string, in such situations, C dot length is a method which we are using in order to get the whole length of the string. If there are n number of characters in a string, how many characters are there? All that characters information will be printed using this dot length methods. Okay, length is a specific method that is used in order to get the total number of characters present in that particular string. And
Not the
then,
space.
sorry,
It doesn't calculate the, I mean, count the space.
it will count the space, dot, everything. See, I'm using this C, right? Hence it returned as a 45. For suppose if you give it as A is having a 5 characters, right? So here, A, and now let me run my script here. This time it returned as a 5. Now what I'm doing means within this A, I'm giving a space. It will consider the space as a one character. It's going to be the 6, and a J, it's going to be a one more character. In total, 6 characters plus one space. Totally, it could be a 7 here. When I run my script here, it's considering this and it is printing that outcome here. Okay, it will consider space, everything as a character length, and it will print the complete length to the console. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. And then the next point here is a substring method. So what exactly this substring method is? If you want to retrieve group of characters from the given string, okay, if your requirement is to capture few characters from the given string, in such situations we are going to use this substring methods. Okay, we are going to use this substring method. So here a dot substring of from where it needs to begin. So here I can give my begin index as assume that 4, and my end index as a 6. And let me try to run my script here. Okay, the start index and as well as an end index. When I run my script, whatever the characters are there in between that, it will be printing down that information. So when I run my script with a separate set of indexes, it's been printing that particular value. See here guys, it's printing the space as well. Okay, it's printing the space as well. That's it. Whatever the characters you have specified, it will be capturing those many characters indexes. Okay, and here a dot substring of 2, and again system not out dot println of this one. And now when I run my test script as a Java application, after this index, see here guys, there are two parameters which you need to pass. If you are passing these two arguments, what it will happen means in such situations, whenever we are passing two arguments, it will be capturing the content in between those two strings. Whereas if you are passing a substring with a single index, what it will capture means whatever the content is there after that particular index, it will be capturing that particular information. And there is another method which is a convert to a lowercase and as well as a convert to uppercase. System.out.println a dot to uppercase. Uppercase is a method, to uppercase is a method which will convert the given string into an uppercase. Whereas system.out.println b dot to lowercase. Lowercase is a method which will convert the given string into a lowercase. Completely, it will convert the given string into a lowercase. And there is another concept which we can call it as a trim. So here, assume that your string is having some spaces before the string and after the string. So assume that there is a space before the string and as well as an after the string. In such situations, I can use d dot trim method. Trim is a method which is used to remove the spaces from before the string and as well as an after the string. So whenever I use, only my desired text is being printed to the console. Okay, whatever my desired text is there, it's just printing to the console. So where we will be using this trim means, assume that you are using a Excel file in order to read the data in your program. In such situations, unfortunately, if you have added a more spaces in an Excel file, and whenever you are trying to enter it as a password, definitely your script will fail. In such situations, we will be using this trim method, so that if at all any spaces are there before and after the string, it will remove those spaces. Okay, good enough.
Then I have a small question.
Yes,
Uh, what about if at all, if I leave a space in between the word, like
yes. In
string?
such situations, this trim method is not going to work. You can use a simple replace method in order to replace those spaces. Automatically, the space will be removed. Okay, so specifically this trim, whatever we were discussing here, it will be focused on before the string and as well as an after the string. Okay, good. And then the another point here is a contains. Okay, string A and a string B. We have a defined both the strings, string A and a string B. A dot contains B. So the meaning out over here, A dot contains means whatever the content you have in A, whether the same thing is containing in the B or not, we are going to verify using this contains method. Okay, see, basically it's more or less is equal to whatever the outcome you are getting from an equals, but here it is just checking each and everything present in that particular string. Okay, so contains is a method which is used to check whether the two strings content is equal or not. Okay, cool, done the deal. And the next method and a last method we have which we need to discuss is about a split. Split is a method which is specifically used in order to split the string wherever the desired characters comes into the picture. So it means a simple example here is string string E equal to this comma is Surendra. My name is there. Okay, and now system dot out dot println E dot split. Where I want to split here, So I'm going to specify my regular expression here. So this is the one I'm just specifying my regular expression here. Okay, so where exactly you want to split that a string? So I just want to split that a string wherever the comma comes into the picture. But here, if you clearly observe, it's not a printing the desired values. Why? So whenever you mouse over on that split method, it is populating as a string of arrays basically. The output of this string is multiple substrings will be populated using this split method. Not even a single string, we will be getting a multiple substrings from this particular one. In such situations, what it needs to do basically, the only thing here is, first of all, you need to store the string outcome. See here, string f is equal to, this braces means the outcome may be a group of values, e dot split wherever comma comes into the picture, and all the values are got stored in an f index now. Okay, whenever I print f, it's going to print the desired values. That's it. So if you have any questions for me.
Yeah, Surendra, I'm not clear with subsequent and substring.
Okay, that's
Con-
fine. Let me explain that concept. That's fine. Okay, see, basically what is these substring concepts? Okay, so basically assume that you have a full string, and from that string I just want to get only few characters. See, basically a simple example for this one, for this substring is, assume that your string user created successfully and the username is Ramesh123, something like that. Okay, assume that your username is displaying in the confirmation message. So I want to get this username from the given string which is displayed on a browser. The whole information is a string. From that string, I want to get just a group of characters and I want to perform furthermore operations. In such situations, I can use a substring method in order to capture that particular information. Okay, I can use a substring method in order to capture the group of characters present in the entire string. That's about a substring. Whereas a split means, what exactly this split is going to do means, split is a method wherever the delimiter comes into the picture, it will split the given string into multiple pieces.
Elements.
Okay, whatever the string we have, it's going to split the given string into multiple substrings here basically using this split methods. Okay, the ultimate objective, what are we going to do means, whatever the big string is there, we are going to split that string into a multiple values, and individually the outcome from this split method is an group of values. See, what I'm saying means basically, assume that I have a book and I'm saying that split that book into 10 books, whereas each book should have 10 pages. So what we will do, for every 10 pages, we will tear those 10 pages out and we will create it as a separate book, right? From a big book, we are splitting it into a 10 different small books. The same way here, from a string, we are splitting down into multiple chunks using this split methods. Okay, using this split method, we are splitting down the complete string into multiple small strings using this split method. That's it. As of now, here we used this method in order to print down that information. System.out.println, let me try to print the F as of now. And whenever I run my test script, again it's printing this. So as of now, F of 0. So 0 is the index which I'm specifying. We haven't studied anything about an arrays, which we will study moving further. Then you can understand that. But 0 means the first index. From the F, whatever the first value is there, get it. So this is Surendra Jagannatham. Wherever comma comes into the picture, before the comma, whatever the content is there, it will store it in a first index. See, in the current situation, my comma comes after this. So here, first index, it's going to store this. And after that, my comma comes after is. So here, in my second index, is will be stored. And in my third index, Surendra will be stored as we got a comma after Surendra. And in my fourth index, we will get Jagannatham. That's it. Like that, it's going to split the given string into multiple pieces wherever the specified delimiter is coming into the picture. That's it. Okay, these are the various methods whatever we have within this string, and even we have a few more methods are there, but these are the most commonly used methods. Okay, these are the most commonly used methods in the real words. Okay, cool. Done the deal. So this is a simple point I have for today, guys. We'll continue the topic in the Tuesday session. So the concept which I am going to explain now is about an inheritance. Inheritance, an example for that one is, if at all there are multiple people within a relationship, in such situations, whatever the property purchased by the first generation, the next generations can simply use that property. They no need to repurchase it again and again. Right. So here, what it will happen means whenever we have such a things, okay, so whenever we have this kind of a relationship, basically, we can simply exchange the info between multiple persons, right? So the same way here also, instead of creating an object, if we have a multiple classes within the relation, then we can use the information between multiple classes using the same way. Okay, using the same way we can do that particular piece, guys. So the ultimate point out over here is what exactly this inheritance concept means. The process in which one class can acquire the properties or functionalities of another class. So whatever the info is there present in a one class, if another class is accessing that particular information, we can treat that particular concept as an inheritance concept. Okay, we can consider that concept as an inheritance. Okay, so the major objective of this inheritance is reusability of codes, and other classes can define their own features also. Okay, in inheritance, superclass and as well as a subclass, parent class and as well as a child class also. So this is the thing basically. Okay, so parent and as well as a child class, basically we are using this inheritance concept. Okay, so the class which has the complete information, we can treat it as a parent class. The class in which you want to access that information, we can treat it as a subclass or a child class. Okay, the ultimate idea of this inheritance in Java is the reusability of a code. So I can create it in one class and I can use this code in multiple classes. Okay, cool, done the deal. So the parent and as well as the child classes. Good, done the deal. So what I'm going to do right now is let me go back to my editor and then let me create a simple class here where in which I want to show you how the inheritance looks like. So I'm just using this Java projects and I'm creating a new Java class here inside the scripts package. So new Java class and here the example is example inherits. Okay, I'm just making it as an example inherit. So here what I'm doing means I'm considering this as my parent class. So here int a equal to 5, string b is equal to Surendra, public void login, system.out.println login. So this is my class where in which I'm holding the methods. See here, login is the method I'm holding here. And anyways, public void logout. And I'm creating another method logout. So this is a class, if you clearly observe, it has two methods and as well as two variables. This is the class which has two methods and two variables. Okay, so what I'm going to do now means let us create a new class in which let us try to establish relation between these two classes. Okay, so let us try to establish a relation between those two classes. So right click, new Java class, example child. Okay, I'm just creating a child class here. And now my requirement is I want to establish the relation between this child class and example inherit. Okay, I want to establish the relation between these two classes as a parent-child relationship. How can we do that? See, the simple thing is, how can we establish relation between these two classes? Right? So the keyword which we are going to use is an extends. Extends is a keyword which we are using in Java in order to establish relation between multiple classes. Okay, in order to establish the relation between these different classes, we have to use this particular extends keyword. And moreover, if you can look at this definition, inheritance is a mechanism in which one object or one class can acquire all the properties and behaviors of a parent class. Inheritance provides a parent-child relationship in Java, which is a useful concept of a Java object-oriented programming language by which we can reuse the code of a parent class in the child class. Okay, inheritance is providing us the mechanism by which we can inherit the properties of a parent class and a child class. Gets. So here, the idea behind this inheritance in Java is that you can create a new class that are built on top of the existing classes. So if you want to build a new class that are built on top of the existing classes, in such situations, we will be using this inheritance concept. When you will inherit it from an existing class, you want to reuse all the information. We will see it moving ahead with that example. Inheritance represents is a relationship between two classes, or we can also call it as a parent-child relation between the two different classes. Okay, so let me add a pointer here. Using this inheritance, we can establish is a relationship or parent-child relationship between two classes in Java. Not a two classes, we can treat it as a multiple classes. As in the current example, I am referring to the two classes, hence I have a considering this as a two different classes. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. Okay, why? Why we need this inheritance? Right. What is the use of this inheritance concept? Right. See, the simple thing out over here is, guys, whenever the two classes are in a relation, then you can simply reuse the information present in one class in another class. Right. You no need to create an object in accessing that information. So here, as per the earlier example, basically a relationship, a human relationship. So here, assume that grandfather, father, and a son, three generations basically. If this generation purchased one property, this grandfather, assume that this person purchased a property, as I have mentioned, the same property can be carried out with their multiple generations. No one again, they need to purchase this property again, right? They can simply use that asset. It will become as an asset for them, and they can simply reuse that particular asset, right? For suppose if there is a no relation between these two persons, if there is a no relation, then this person should buy this property again. But whenever they are in a relation, we no need to purchase this property again and again. The same information will be carried out. The similar way here also, whenever we have this inheritance concept in Java, you no need to create object multiple times with the same object or with the same whatever we have the information in a parent class. We can access that information in all the child classes as well. Okay, in all the child classes, we can access that information. Cool. Done the deal. Done up to here. So this is about a high level overview on an inheritance. And moreover, I have created an example. One is I'm considering it as a parent class. Let me add a comment here, parent class. And I'm treating the second class as a child class. Okay, child class too. Now, my requirement is how to establish the relation between this parent class and as well as this child class, right? How can I establish relation between parent and a child class? Okay, how we are going to do this particular thing? All right. So the syntax for this one is public class child class extends a parent class. Okay, this is the syntax. So you need to use this extends a keyword in the child class, where in which the child class extends the parent class. This is the syntax you need to mention. Okay, so here public class child class extends my parent class here is example inherit. This is what my parent classes. So this is my child class and this is my parent class. I can say, or else in another words, I can say class name before extends is a child class. Class name After extends, it's a parent class. That's it. One is a child class and another one is a parent class. Now, using this extends a keyword, we established the relation between two classes. Using this keyword, we established relation between parent and a child class. That's good. Parent and a child class. That's good. As for the conceptual wise, we have implemented that. But the point out over here is, how would I know whether they both are in a relation or not? Right. Even I should know that particular point, right? How come these two classes are in a relation? How exactly I know this particular point? To answer this one, the only thing what exactly we need to do on top of this one is create few more methods in the child class. This is the first step I'm doing now. Okay, the step one, create a method in a child class. So here, public void create a user is a method that I am creating in a child class. System.out.println create a user. I know guys, if you observe, my parent class is having login comma logout methods, a comma b variables, right? Variables a comma b, login and as well as a logout as a methods I have created here. Methods login and as well as a logouts. And my child class contains only a method which is a create user. So this is the information which I have in both my parent and as well as a child class. Kids. So what I'm trying to do right now is, let us create a new Java class in which let us create an object to child class and see what we can access using this child class object. So I'm just giving it a try. I'm trying to create an object to the child class and see what I can access using that object. So here, but on a high level, I know that my parent class is having a two variables and a two methods, and my child class is having only one variable. Oh, sorry, one method. Now I'm creating a new class on top of it. Example demo with a main methods. I'm just checking this checkbox and I hit a finish button. So I created a new class here, and now create an object to the child class. Example child obj name is equal to new example child. I have created an object to my child class. Obj name dot. So whenever I created an object to my child class, if you observe, this a is a variable. This is a data type for that, followed by the class from where you are accessing it. This is from an example inherit. So it means this is a parent class variable. So the point which I have observed is, upon creating an object to the child class, okay, 1 second. Let me maximize the screen. We can access both parent class and child class information using that object itself. Okay, using that particular object, we can access both the parent class and as well as a child class. So let me see here, obj name dot. Let us scroll down. Create a user is a method. That's fine. And it has void as a return type. Perfect. And it is from an example child class. Good. obj name dot, if I scroll down further, I can see login is my method name, void is my return type, and example inherit is my parent class. So the bottom line out over here is whenever you create an object to the child class, you can access the information present in the parent class and as well as a child class. Okay, that's fine. So immediately a quick question will rise in our mind. Why are we doing that? What is the process of this inheritance? Inheritance is a process of defining a new class based on an existing class by extending its features like variables and methods. And moreover, using this inheritance, it allows us to reuse the codes. We can easily call it as a reusability, one time creation and as well as a multiple times usage. And the parent class, we can also call it here, we have already created, right? The parent class, we can also call it as the class from where we are extending this particular feature. We can treat it as a super class, a parent class, or a base class also we can call it. And we can call this one as a subclass or as well as a child class. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. What is the advantage with respect to this inheritance concept? Advantage with respect to this inheritance concept. You no need to, you no need to recreate the logics present in the parent class. As they are in a relation, directly we can use this in the child class. We can also use variables and the methods. Everything present in the parent class, we can use it in the child class itself. Okay. And the example, there are a multiple types of inheritances we have among those things. So here, if there are a multiple classes, see here, as of now, we have studied two classes. Example, right? So this is a parent class and this is a child class. This is an example which we have studied right now, which is how can I access the information present in the parent class in the child class? Just, one relation itself. We can extend furthermore this concept in such a way that we can create multiple classes in this relation. So like this. I assume that this is one example I'm showing, as we haven't studied anything about multiple types of inheritance. I'm just explaining an example. Moving ahead, I will explain this concept. So here, if we have a multiple classes like this will be a parent class, child 1, child 2, child 3. Like that, we can establish the relation between a multiple classes. I will show you this concept in a small example now. Okay, I will show you this concept in a small example now. Okay, but this is the ultimate objective of this inheritance and how to access this inheritance and why we need to use this inheritance concept. Am I clear for you guys till now, or any questions for me? Sarita, Sunita, Padmaja, Payal, am I clear for you guys, or any questions for me on this?
Surinder, I have
Yeah.
a doubt.
Yes,
Actually, we are inherit variables from parent class to child class.
yes.
So if we create object for parent class, we cannot access the child class, right?
Yes, as there is a no relation, right? Yes. If you can
Okay.
create an object to the child, then you can access the parent and as well as the child. If you are
Okay.
directly going with the parent, then you can only access the parent info itself.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Done the deal. Thanks, Bayal. Thanks, Sarita. Cool. Done the deal. And then The next point on top of this one is I just want to create a high level small example here, which will be with a multiple classes. So here I'm creating a new class and scripts one package, example one class, and public voids demo example methods. I just created this demo example login. Okay, now see guys, to explain this multiple inheritance, I created a new package, and inside the new package I'm uploading this class. I'm creating this class, and then new one more class, example 2, and here public voids public void logouts. Assume that I'm just creating a random classes demo. See, basically, I have a two classes. I'm using this extends a concept of which we have studied. Extends the class name, which is an example one. So as of now, what I have done, example 2 is the child class and example 1 is the parent class. Let me open my paint here and let me show you what I have done right now. This is my parent class and this is what my child class I have created. Example 1, this is acting like a parent, and here example 2, this is acting like a child 1. And now what I'm doing right now, let me create a new class, example 3. And here also I want to add one more method. Just copy paste the logic, whatever we have inside the method. And I'm defining that logic as a login, method name as a login. And now here I'm trying to establish the relation between this example 3 and the example 2. See here what I have done. I have created a one more class, example 3. Okay, example 3, child 2. This is another class basically. Okay, so here I have created this class. I need to establish the relation between, see here, example 1 and 2 are in a relation. Now I want to establish the relation between a 2 and a 3. So here I'm using extends example 2. I have created a relation. So if you observe guys, 3 and 2 are in a relation, 2 and 1 are in a relation. I can say all the three classes are in a parent-child relation itself. 1, 2, 3 are in a parent-child relation. If I create an object to the last child class, I can access all the parent classes. 2 and a 1 also I can access. Finally, I'm creating a one more child class. This is going to be my last class, example 4, and here it will act like a child 3, and even I'm trying to establish the relation between the earlier child class and this class as a cyclic relation. So here new example 4, and here let me place the methods public void delete. See, I'm just creating some random methods. It's not a full length methods I'm creating. I'm just creating a random methods. Extends example 3. I have, I have just created this stuff. Okay guys, so I have created multiple classes here, and all these classes are in a relation on a high level. 4 is related with the 3, 3 is related with the 2, 2 is related with the 1. If I create an object to 4, okay, if I create an object to 4, internally I can access the information present in all these classes. Not even a one class, I can access all the information present in all these classes, which is a relation between a multiple classes here. Okay, this whole concept we can call it as a inheritance. Of course, as I have mentioned, there are different types of inheritance available in Java, which we will study maybe in the next class. Not at this particular point. I will be explaining about this inheritance concept in the next session. And this point, the hierarchical way, whatever I have explained, right? 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 4. This is a one type of a inheritance. There is a unique name for this particular one. We will explain about these naming conventions or a different types of inheritance in the next session, guys. But am I clear for you till now with the type, what exactly an inheritance is and how to use this inheritance? Or any questions for me till now? Good. Payal, Payal, Sarita, Sunita, Ramya, Arul, am I clear for you till now? Or any questions?
Yeah, I'm good. But
Good.
Surendra,
Yeah,
I
Payal.
was wondering about last session. There was some confusion between some split or something. What was that? I forgot the name. But there was you told us like you will come back with us. Do you remember that?
Okay. So I need to look into that.
Okay.
Seriously, I forgot about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let me take a look at that particular one today. Maybe we can discuss about that one tomorrow.
Sure.
Okay, that's fine. Let's rejoin the call. Okay, as I have mentioned, we will be rejoining the call at after 35 minutes, right? So let's rejoin the call and then let's discuss this concept. I want to show you a few more example. I just want to give you an introduction to the a small theory concept today. Okay, and then tomorrow I will continue with the different types of inheritance. So let's rejoin this call, guys, so that I will take a further 15 more minutes session for you all. Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's rejoin the session. We discussed about inheritance, what exactly this inheritance concept a few minutes before. The thing is, I want to explain about various types of inheritance in the next session. Okay, various types of inheritance in the next session. But on top of it, I just want to cover an intro to the small concept today. Okay, introduction to the small concept today. Okay, so let me start with an example. Assume that, guys, you are using an Android mobile phone. Okay, so I'm using an old Android mobile phone where in which I have saved all my contacts to my Gmail account, and I linked my Gmail to the mobile. So here in this situation, what it will happen whenever we linked our contacts to our Gmail, what it will happen moving further, if if I change my mobile, wherever I want to use those contacts, simply I can sync that email automatically. All the contacts will be imported. Right, guys, all the contacts will be imported just with a simple email login itself. Assume that you have a purchased a new mobile. See, I'm using one Android mobile and I have a purchased a new Android mobile. I want to get all my contacts in that mobile. The only thing is, in the new Android mobile, if I log in with my existing Gmail, which has all the contacts, then I can simply get all the contacts which I have in my old mobile. The reason why we are getting all the contacts, we stored all contacts to your Gmail. Okay, we stored all your contacts to the Gmail account. That's the reason you will be getting down that particular information. Right. For suppose if you saved your contacts to a phone memory, then those contacts will be accessible within that mobile itself. Okay, those contacts will be accessible within that particular mobile itself. We can't access them outside that mobile, right? So here the difference in this particular point is like storing the first one in local or on a cloud. So just I'm considering Gmail as a cloud. Local means it's a phone local memory. Because of this particular cloud one, syncing to a Gmail, I can reuse it irrespective of my devices. I can sign in with 10 different mobiles. I can import all the contacts within those 10 mobiles itself. There is no specific restriction. Whereas if I jump onto the local, basically I need to type in one contact after another contact, right? So this concept is managing the way how can I access the information outside that particular mobile, right? Basically outside that particular mobile, how I can access that information. If I want to access it globally, I can store my contacts to my Gmail. If I want to contacts only specific to the mobile, I can save it within the mobile, right? This concept we can relate it to access modifiers in Java. Okay, access modifiers a concept in Java. So what exactly this access modifiers in Java? Okay, let me explain you this concept. Okay, so access modifiers using which we can set the level of access for that particular methods, class, variable, and as well as the constructors. So here access modifiers are the keywords in Java by which we can set the level of access for a class, methods, variables, and as well as a constructors in Java. So basically, I can set the level of access in how many classes I can access this information, in how many packages I can access that information. All those things will be controlled with the help of this access modifiers in Java. And there are four different concepts of access modifiers in Java. One is a public, private, protected, and a default or a no access modifiers. These are the four different access modifiers. And one among these access modifiers has a concept of superclass and as well as a subclass. See here, this concept has a superclass and as well as a subclass. So to understand what is a superclass and a subclass, in the previous topics, we discussed about an inheritance. I know what is a superclass and what exactly is subclass now. So to explain this particular access modifiers, we have seen a brief introduction about an inheritance concept. Okay, just a relation between these things. Okay, so there are four different types of access modifiers we have in Java. That's the first thing which we need to consider. And why are we using these access modifiers means to set the level of access. We are using this access modifiers concepts. Okay, so it means if I have a defined a method in different things, or in which classes I can access that information, in which packages I can access that information, all those things we can handle using this particular access modifier concept. One thing is basically, if you clearly observe the test scripts, whatever we are creating, guys, almost everything we are defining a public, right? This public is an access modifier itself. So here, if you observe the first thing, it's a keyword in Java. Okay, it's a keyword in Java using which you can set level of access for all those things. There are four different types of access modifiers: default, private, protected, and a public. These are the four different access modifiers. Everything has its own significance. In the earlier example, saving a contact to your Gmail and saving a contact to your local memory, how there is a significant difference between those two. The similar way, we do have a difference between these four access modifiers available in Java. We will see in detailed example about this access modifiers in the next session. For now, I will give an introduction to public access modifier, just a theory concept. Okay, so what exactly this public access modifier means? All right, we should know some details about this public. The members of this public, like methods and classes, which are declared as a public, can be accessed from anywhere. There is no restriction specific to the public. We can access them from the anywhere, any packages. We can access that information in a multiple packages and a multiple classes. You can access it. This modifier, it won't put any restriction for us on an accessing level. Okay, it won't put any restriction on an accessing level. So we can access public methods and as well as variables from all the classes of a same package or of a different package. Whether it is in a same package or whether it is in a different package, we can access this public information. Okay, whereas moving on to a private methods and variables can be accessed only within that particular class itself. Okay, the private information can be accessed within that class. If I have defined something as a private, I can't access it outside that particular class. And even in a same package or on a different package also, we can access this private information. So how we are not going to access that information? Let's see with a practical example in the tomorrow's session, guys. Okay, let us continue this access modifiers concept with an example in the tomorrow's session. So guys, if you remember yesterday, we had a brief introduction about what is a public access modifiers. Right. So what exactly a public? If you define something as a public, we can access that information within the entire project. Right. There is no specific restriction for public. You can access it within the entire project. Like in n number of classes, in n number of packages, you can access that information. Good. So let us see a simple example for this public now, and then we will jump on with the other examples as well. Let's go back to the editor and let me open up my project, and I'm creating a new Java class here. Name it as an example file. In this class, I'm creating a method which is public void login. This is the method I have created. System.out.println login. And even we studied about a private as well. So private void login and system.out.println logout. Sorry, this should be a logout, not a login. Login and a logout are two different methods. Login is of a public and logout is of a private. I know that if I define something as a public, it can be accessed in the entire project. Whereas if I define something as a private, we can access it within the project itself. That's it. We can't access it beyond that project. You can access that information within that particular project itself. Max to max, sorry, if I define it within a uh, uh, private, basically it's going to be within that class itself. Sorry, within the class itself. Okay, if you define something as a private, whereas a public, entire project. As I have created one Java class, let me create a one more Java class and see how can I access that information. So new Java class, example 6, and let me add a main method here. And whenever we have created a main method, let me try to create an object and access it. Example 5 space obj name is equal to new example 5 obj name dot login. I can access only the login method itself, but obj name dot logout I can see it here. So what I'm doing right now means directly let me type my logout method. I know logout is a method we have used, hence I am directly typing in my logout message here. So whenever I typed in my logout here, if you observe, it's throwing an error message. And when you mouse over on that error message, it is stating that change the visibility of a logout to a package. So the meaning is you have a declared a logout method as a public private method, right? Hence, you can't access it outside the class. Okay, hence you can't access it outside the class. Only thing you can do is within the class itself we can access the information. Okay, within the class itself we can access that information. Good, done the deal. So we are good to go here. So as I am calling a logout, my Java is not allowing it. It's good, but the login is a public. I tried accessing login in another class within the same package. Good to go. Let's try to call this a login method present in example 5 class in another package. Whatever the package might be, try calling that information in another package, not within the package, and see whether this public is working properly or not. So what I'm doing right now, let me create a new package here. New package scripts 2, and here within the scripts 2, I'm creating a new class example 11 with the main methods. I have created this class, and here what are we doing means example 5 space obj name is equal to new example 5. I have created an object to this particular example 5. Here, what I have done means I just created an object to my example 5. But this time, whenever I created an object to my example 5, I'm getting an error message on that particular example 5. If you mouse over on that example 5, it is saying that import methods examples, import scripts example 5. So it is saying that you are referring to an example 5, and I can find that example 5 in a two different packages. One example 5 is there in a methods example, and another example 5 is there in a scripts of one package. Which one you are referring to? So I'm referring to that example 1, example 5 inside the scripts, hence I am using an import statement. What exactly the significance of this import statement means? Usually in a simple language, what we can consider is that class, whatever you are trying to access is not within this package. That's the first thing. But your editor recognized that the class in a different package. So it's giving us an option to check which package we are referring to. What exactly the package basically we are referring to, it's giving us an option. You just need to check it and you just need to update that information. That's it. You just need to check it and you just need to update that information. That's it, guys. Okay, you need to import it. In detail about this import, we will see moving ahead, but not right now. But here, obj name dot. I know my public method is a login. I can call this a login method here. So if you clearly observe, I have defined a login as a public. I can access that information within the package, outside the package also. Right. That's what we have observed with respect to this login, with respect to the login method, which is of a public. So here, if you define access modifiers as a public, you can access that information within the same class. You can access that information in the package. You can access that information in the same package. You can access that information in a different packages as well. And even you can access that information outside of that particular class also. There is a no specific restriction. You can access that information globally, whether those classes are in a parent-child relation or not in a parent-child relation. Still, we can access that information present in a public. Okay. Good. Done the deal. And another thing is, if you define something as a private, you can access that information within the same class itself. Other than that particular class, you can't access that information in any other packages or in any other classes. Okay, in any other packages or in any other classes, we can't access that information. Good. Then the next one is a default access modifier. So what exactly this default access modifier is? Let us see. This we can also treat it as a no access modifiers. When we don't mention any access modifier, it is called as a default access modifier. So specifically or explicitly, you no need to call these a default modifiers. Basically, you can directly specify as a blank. Automatically, the default modifier will be called. Okay, you can leave it as a blank. Automatically, the default modifier will be called. The scope of this modifier is limited to the package only. So whenever you are using a default, the scope of the methods or variables, whatever you are creating, will be restricted to a package itself, not outside the package. So it means if I have created a default method within the scripts one package, I can't access that default one outside of this particular scripts one package. It can be accessed within this scripts one package itself. Okay, it can be accessed within this scripts one package itself. Good. Let us try to see how exactly we can maintain it. See here, I'm creating a new class inside the scripts one, example 7, and here void login. So usually the first keyword will be an access modifier, right? Either public or a private, we have to specify. I haven't specified anything. I left it as a blank value. When you don't mention any modifier, it is considered as a default. And the scope of this modifier is limited to package only. Within this scripts one package, if I can create n number of classes, I can access this information for all those classes. There is no specific restriction here. You can access that whole information. So what I'm going to do right now is, okay, so what I'm going to do right now, create a new Java class, example 8, with a main method, and let us create an object to example 7 and see how can we use it. Example 7 space obj name is equal to new example 7. Okay, so I have created an object. Now obj name dot, see, I can see this login method. Access it. I just accessed my login method here. Okay, good. Whenever you want to navigate to that method definition, press a control from your keyboard. Okay guys, press control from your keyboard and mouse over on a method or a variable. It will display as a hyperlink which is navigating to that definition. So the thing is, how to display as a hyperlink is press control plus mouse over on that, which will display as a hyperlink. Okay, which will display as a hyperlink. Just click on the link, which will navigate to the step definitions, or which will navigate to the definition of the methods. Okay, good. So I'm pressing control from my keyboard and I'm mouse hovering on this login method. It's displaying as a hyperlink and I'm clicking on that hyperlink. It's navigating to the method logic. Good. So the point here is I have created void login in an example 7 and I was able to access that particular method in an example 8, which is of a same package. Now what I'm doing means, let me try to access this particular one in a different package and see how this is going to work. Example 12 with a main method. As per the definition, I can't access that information. Let us see. As per this one, so what I'm doing right now here, example 7 space obj name is equal to new example 7. I have created an object, and as usual I'm just specifying import option here, also imported it. And now obj name dot, see here I can't access this login method as I know the method, still I'm calling that login method here. It is showing an message for me that whenever you mouse over on that, the method of that type is not visible. Login itself is not visible. Change the visibility of login to a public. So we didn't get this error message whenever you are trying to access within the same package. So the thumb rule here is, if you are trying to access a method into a different package, then definitely definitely it should be of a public type. If it is a default, then you can access the info within the same package itself. See, this tabular format will gives you a clear-cut understanding how exactly the usage will be for these access modifiers across the different packages or the same packages or the scheduled classes and all those things. So we have documented that. So this default will be accessed within a class and within a same package. If it is outside the class of a different package, you can't access it. But if it is in a same package, you can access that information. There is no specific restriction for this particular one. Okay, there is no specific restriction for this particular one. Good enough. Okay, cool. And then the next and a most important one, a bit confusing one here, is a protected. Okay, and this protected can also be accessed within the same package itself. Okay, just like a default, the protected can also be accessed within the same package itself. One second, let me make a note of this one. 10/9/2020. This protected is just like a default, which can be accessed within the same package itself. We can't access it outside the package. That's good. Then immediately, just like a default, then immediately a quick question will rise in our mind. What is the difference between protected and default then? Right. What is the difference between this protected and as well as the default? Okay, so basically this protected will be worked within parent and as well as a child classes within the same package. If multiple classes are in a relation between a parent and a child, this info can be accessed within the same package of the classes which are in a parent-child relationship. You can also say that the protected access modifier is similar to that of a default access modifiers with only one small exception, which is the visibility in the subclasses. Okay, classes cannot be declared as a protected basically. Okay, and this access modifier is used whenever the classes are in a parent-child relationship. Okay, only one thing is whenever the two classes are in a parent-child relationship, then only it can be accessed. Okay, let me create an example for this a parent-child relation. We know that inheritance concept, we studied it yesterday. So let us see this concept now. So here, new Java class, example 9. I created a new Java class and here I'm defining protected void. It's going to be a return type, which is a mandatory thing. Add int a comma int b system.out.println a plus b. That's it. We just created this particular method. And this method is of a protected and it is in an example 9. I can consider whenever the two classes are in a relation, the first class that we have created is going to be a parent class. Now, I need to create a child class. Example 10. And this example 10 should be in a relation between these two, right? Extends example 9. So I'm just using this extends concept. Okay, you know, extends is the basic thing which establish a relation between the two different classes. So whenever I have added these two different classes, now let me try to access that particular method. Example 9 space obj name is equal to new example 9 obj name dot. So here I have created 1 second example 9. Okay, example 9, these two classes. Okay, example 9, example 10 extends this example 9. That's fine. Example 9 space obj is equal to new example 9. So I should get this method, right? So 1 second. Let me change it to what is the method name here, and in which I'm passing 2 comma 3 as an input for this. Okay, so whenever I mouse over on that, expected a token. Obj name is equal to new object, and then I'm just calling down this information. I'm not doing anything else. Extends is a keyword that I have used. Example 10 is my new class. Example 9 is my old class. And then within a main method, example 9 space obj is equal to new example 9. You should get it right. Obj name dot. Not getting anything. Why? Just a second, guys. Let me close these things and let me refresh my editor once. Why I'm not getting this one? We should get this stuff as these two classes are in a relation, and as I have defined this as a protected, and that too everything is in a same package. All right. So should be here. Why it's not working? 1 second. So here example 9 space obj is equal to new example 9. I have created this one. And now import this one. I'm just trying to see whether I can access it in the other packages or not. So here it's not a displaying. So here what I'm doing right now, multiple packages. Example 9 obj dot add 2 comma 3. So I just added this one and change the visibility to the public. Okay, so it should be within the class itself. 1 second, same package, example 11 with a main methods, and within this main methods extends, the two classes should use this extends keywords. Example 9, both the classes are okay. Example 9, it's navigating to that, and here example 9 space obj is equal to new example 9 obj dot. See, now I am getting this information. So there is some issue in loading that stuff. That's the reason I didn't get it. I haven't done anything, guys. As if you observe, let me call this one first of all 2 comma 3, and if you observe the 10th class and the 11th class, I haven't done anything. Just, you know, it's just a sync issue basically. If you see the 10th class, the same way I have done here also in an example 11, but I didn't get that information within that. Okay, so I missed in, so there should be a main method in accessing the object, right? I forgot to add a main method here. See, this is the issue. I forgot to add a main method. I simply created a class. See here, let me add a main method. I forgot to add a main method. And inside the main method, I'm just calling this one 2 comma 5. Okay, that's it. I can access this information. As I have mentioned, protected is used within the package itself, and that too within the subclasses itself. You can't access it when the classes are not in a relation. The earlier, the reason why we encountered an issue in accessing the method specific to an example 10 is I forgot to add this main method, and I was just trying to call that particular object or that particular method, because of which I encountered the issue. So the bottom line out over here that I have understood is, if I have defined something as a protected, then if two classes are in a relation, then we can simply use the methods within the child class itself. Okay, we can simply use the methods within the child class itself. That's a thumb rule which you people need to consider. Of course, whenever you are creating a framework, you are going to use this protected data type. Public and as well as a protected, we are going to use within the real world. Okay, good enough, done the deal. And even if you can have a look into the documentation for this protected, you can access it within the same class, you can access it within the same package, and you can access it within the same package in a same and as well as a different classes, and as well as you can't access that information outside of that particular class. Okay, you can't access that info outside of that particular package. Apart from that, everything is good to go within this public access modifiers. Okay, good. Done the deal. Done up to here. So the next and a small point that we need to explain is about the static keywords. So actually I have to explain about this static keyword. So with which, we can cover few more Java concepts on this static keyword. There are a few more pending Java concepts as per this static. Maybe we will see this static concept and as well as a pending Java concepts in the next session. Okay, we can cover this particular stuff in the next. Yeah. Hi everyone. So today we are going to discuss an introduction about a static block. So what exactly a static keyword is? Why are we using this static keyword in Java? Okay, let us know that particular thing in detailed examples on this particular one. Static concept in Java. And that too, why are we using this static concept in Java also? We are going to study as part of our today's session. So the point here is static means a stable and a non-static means a non-stable. And moreover, this static is a keyword in Java which is used to manage memory efficiently. In order to manage your memory efficiently, we can use this particular static keywords. Okay, cool. We can apply this static keyword for variables, methods, blocks, and as well as a classes as well. That's fine. The static keywords belongs to a class, then an instance of a class. We will see this particular one. There are several differences between a static and an non-static. That's fine. We will see that. Static members belongs to a class instead of to a specific instance. Let me add a pointer here. Static members belongs to the class instead of a specific instance. This means if you can make a static code, you can access it without creating any object. Okay, without creating any object, you can access that particular information. Okay, good. Done the deal. So let me show you a simple example. How can I access that information without creating any object? So what I'm doing right now means, as per our project, I'm creating a new Java class here. New Java class. Example 13. I'm creating a two different methods here. Public void login, login, public void logout. So the only thing I am adding here is static keyword. If we add this static keyword, automatically this method will be a static method itself. So this example 13 is a class which has a static and as well as a non-static methods. Okay, example 13 is the class which has a non-static method and a static method. The only difference between a non-static and a static is for the non-static methods, we don't have this keyword. For the static methods, we do have these keywords. That's it. Nothing more than that. And now, let us create a new class and let us try to access this information in a new class. So, example 14 is a class which has a main method, and that too this main method is a static. That's fine. So here, let me try to create an object 13 obj.login, and whenever you observe this logout method, on top of this green symbol an S is highlighting, which is a static. That's fine. Let me call it static. But as per the documentation, whatever I have created, we no need to use any object in order to access the static information. But I have created an object. See, your Java is throwing a warning message for us stating that this is a warning message. Whenever I mouse over on that warning message, It's saying that the static method logout from the type example 13 should be accessed in a static way. Change the access or remove the static or some other solutions your Eclipse is populating. So, in order to access the information static one, the only thing I can use is class name dot desired method name is the syntax which we are going to use to call the static methods present in another class. So here, example 13, whenever I pressed a dot, see here the logout method is populating. So the bottom line out over here is, let me add a point. If we are accessing static stuff in multiple classes, then we can use class name dot a method name, which is a static method name. For suppose if we are accessing static stuff within the same class, then you no need to use class name dot a method name. Directly we can call method name itself. Fine. So far, whatever the examples we have studied, we checked in two classes. One class has a methods and the second class has a main method where we are calling the info. Now, let us create everything in one class and see how it's going to work. So, let me create a new Java class, example 15, with a main methods. That's fine. See here, guys, if you observe the scope basically, if you observe this scope, line number 3 is starting for a class and line number 10 is the ending for that class. Okay, line number 3 is the starting and line number 10 is the ending. This is the main method which is starting in line number 5 and ending at a line number 8. Okay, 5 and as well as the 8. This is the syntaxes for that. Now, what I need to do is, this is inside a class which is starting in line number 5 and 10. In parallel to this, I can create my own methods here. See here, public static void login. My login method is a static login. Even logout is a static. I have created two different methods, a login and a logout. Both are of a static within the same class itself. Now here, I'm using this. Inside the static, we are calling login, logout. Both the static information I have called within the same class itself. So I was able to access it without using a class name also. Okay, without using a class name also. So when I run my script, the logic present in a login and a logout will be executed. Okay, it's getting executed. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind that Okay, a quick question will rise in our mind that main method is static and you are calling static blocks inside that. If we are calling a static inside a non-static block, then you have to create an object for that. Without creating an object, you can't access the static inside a non-static or non-static inside a static. These we can treat it as some kind of a thumb rules that you people need to remember inside this static. Okay, whenever you are working on this particular static, it's mandatory for us to remember these basic static rules. Okay, cool. Done the deal. And moreover, this static can be used for the various methods and as well as the variables. So here I have seen this one, right? So basically, within a class, assume that there is a one more method which is a non-static method. See here, this is not a static, but this is a create method. Create a method. So let me try to call the create a method here. So these two are a static. Login is a static, logout is a static, whereas a create is a non-static method. Though within a same class, we can't access the info. How you need to do? Mouse over on this create and see here, cannot access the state reference, change it to a static. So if you want to use inside this one, the first solution which it is prompting is change it to a static or create an object to this class and use with the help of this object. See here, obj dot create. I can call it. Either of these ways we can do. Either we can convert it into a static block or we can call it like this by creating an object. If you can look at this documentation basically, so we can call static methods directly while we cannot call non-static methods directly. You need to create an object of a class calling the non-static methods. Though it is in a same class or in a different class, you have to create an object in order to access the non-static information inside this static. Okay, cool. So the non-static stuff like methods and variables cannot be accessed inside the static methods. We can access only the static blocks inside the static methods. Okay, cool. And moreover, there is no such restriction for the non-static. Okay, we can access the static and as well as the non-static blocks inside the non-static information. Okay, cool. And the static method is associated with a class. That's the reason you are not accessing with the help of an object. Whereas the non-static stuff will be associated with object itself. Good enough. Done the deal. And then the next point here is what are all the various advantages with respect to this static? So it will save your program memory. In a simple terms, we can say that the static block will save our program memory. So here, assume that there are 500 students in a college. Now, all the data members will get an allocated memory each and every time. With this, the object is created. So whenever the 500 students object got created, 500 memory allocations will be allocated. The only thing we have is all the students will have a unique roll number and a name. So instance a data member is a good in such cases. Okay, so here we are going to define all the common properties and we will make it as a static so that everyone can be using this particular static without creating an object itself. We are managing the memory. Okay, without creating an object itself, we are managing the memory. So the ultimate point with respect to static is if I define something as a static, so I can save the memory basically. Okay, cool. So here, if I can apply any keyword, static keyword to a method, we can call it as a static methods. Okay, good. And there is a variables concept also with respect to this static. So what exactly the variables are? So we have already studied about the variables in the earlier sessions. Now we have a different types of a variables. Within these different types of a variables, we have a local variable, a non-static variable, and as well as a static variable. So basically, so these variables are instance variables. These are the class variables specifically declared on a class level. The only difference between the variables, normal variables and a static variables is just a static keywords. These static variables are used in a rare cases like when it is predefined that the value of the variable will never change. In that case, we will use these static variables. So when are we going to use this static? Whenever the value is not going to change. In such situations, we are going to use this static variables. Gets. So the class variables are created and executed as part of a program in the starting of a program and at the end of a program itself. It's nowhere related to an object. It's everything related to a class itself. Okay, good. So these class variables are okay. These class variables are visible for all the methods and constructors present in the class. These class variables are visible to other class based on its access modifiers. Generally, they are public itself. So how to define a class variable? See the simple thing or a static variable within the class. I'm specifying public static int a equal to 10. That's it. I have defined a variable with a static keyword. This variable can be accessed within this particular class or on other classes also. But the only thing which you need to consider is the value cannot be changed. Okay, cool. This is the static variables. And as well as the non-static variables means for any variables, if you are not creating this static block, we can treat it as a non-static block. If there is a no static block, then we can treat it as a non-static block. If there is a static block, we can access it inside a static block itself. That's it. Let us see this non-static variables. This example, we can treat it as a static variables, and this concept we can treat it as a non-static variables. Okay, so let us see the theory concept related to the non-static variables. These non-static variables, we can also call it as an instance variables. These are defined on a class level itself, what we have defined right now. Instance variables are generally used with an object. So with the help of an object itself, you can access these instance variables. Without creating any object, you can't access these instance variables. Whereas the static variables, we can access them without creating any object. That's the difference between these two. Static can be accessed without creating an object, whereas a non-static variables can be accessed without creating any variables or without creating any objects. Okay, cool. And then As they are with respect to the object, these variables will be called and destroyed. We can call it as a created and as well as a destroyed with the object creation itself. Okay. And one more thing is, these variables are accessed directly by all the non-static members and constructor of that class itself. You can access that information in all the non-static stuff. Okay, as this is a non-static one, you can access this info within the non-static manner itself. Okay, if you want to access inside a static, then definitely you have to create an object. Like how we have created an object in order to access the static methods, the same way you have to create an object in order to access these static variables also. The logic would be one and the same for the variables and as well as the methods. So you have to create an object. In order to access that information, you have to create an object. Cool. Done the deal. Done up to here. This is all about, okay, this is all about the various types of variables. And there is a one more type of a variable we have, which is a local variable. These variables are created inside a method, and moreover, we can't access those variables outside the method also. Let me show you an example for that. See here, we have a login methods, right? Inside the login, int or boolean status equal to false. For suppose I have a defined this boolean status equal to false. Whenever I have a defined this boolean status equal to false, let me try to access this status outside of this one, outside the method. System.out.println boolean status defined inside the login method. What is this? This is a status. It is throwing an error message stating that I didn't recognize the variable where you have created it. Go and verify it. So the point here is, okay, so the point here is, okay, so we are defining the variables. If we are defining the variables within a class, we can call them as a local variables, and we can't access those variables outside of that method. Their scope will be within that particular method itself. You can't access those variables outside that particular class. Those variables we can treat it as a local variables. So these here we have three different types of variables which we have studied. One is a local variables, a non-static variables, and as well as the static variables. Whatever the logics we have applied for static methods and as well as the non-static methods, it's going to be one and the same for these static variables and as well as the non-static variables as well. Good. Done the deal. This is all about a static overview, guys. Is this point clear for you all, or do you have any questions for me till now? Guys, am I clear for you till now, or any questions for me on this static block?
Surinder, I have a doubt.
Okay.
Actually, for this one, right, in the real time, when can we decide we can create static or non-static method or variable, those things?
Yeah. The simple thing is basically this stuff whenever we are dealing inside of frameworks. Okay,
Okay.
whenever you are working inside a framework, and moreover, if you defined a particular variable within a one class, or if you define a method within a one class, and assume that you want to access that information in a multiple classes. In such scenario, instead of creating an object for that, if you have a defined this as a static and the place where you want to access as a static, then directly you no need to create an object. Directly you can use this static stuff out over there. So the thumb rule is whenever you are working on your projects, in such scenarios, depending on a method or the class wherever you are calling, you will tag these static blocks. Okay, cool. Done the deal. So any further questions, Aru?
Yeah, I'm good. Also, if the what is that? If the non-static variable and static variables, right?
Yes.
In the same class, we can use anywhere. We don't need
Yes.
to create inside the method.
Yes, you don't need to create inside the method. If you are defining at a class level, then it's going to be applicable for the entire class. The only way how we are calling would be differ. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool. Done the
Thank
deal. This is the thing, guys. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Done the deal. So this is a simple point how exactly we need to work on a static block. And let us see the next concept. But for that, let us good. That's fine. Then the next point of which we need to know is what are all the various types of inheritance we have. Okay, so if you remember what we did, let me open a paint document here to show you what we have discussed in the earlier classes with an example. So this is a one class, this is an another class. Two different classes are there, right? We established a relation between these two classes. This we are making it as a child class and we are using an extends the keywords and we are establishing a relation between these two classes. So whenever those two classes are in a relation, we can treat it as, okay, whenever the two classes are in a relation, we can treat those two classes as an single level inheritance. Only those two classes are there in a relation which we can treat it as a single level inheritance. And then the next one out over there is a multi-level inheritance. The only thing what we can consider for this a multi-level inheritance is assume that this is my class 1, class 2, class 3 and a class 4. These are a multi-levels basically. Assume that this is a first parent and a child, and this acts like a parent and this act like a child. This is a parent and this act like a child. If multiple classes are in this kind of a relation, we can treat this particular class as a high level, the complete inheritance as a multi-level inheritance. Let me show you a simple example for this multi-level inheritance. So what I'm doing means, let me create a new class, example 23, and public void login. So I'm just defining something here. And now let me create a new class, example 24. And now here I'm using a keyword that extends example 23. So here we are using an extends a keyword between these two classes. So whenever you used an extends a keyword, 23 and 24 are in a relation. Now I'm creating a one more class, example 25. And now what I'm doing means example 25 extends example 24. So what it will happen, so whenever we used an extends here, so 24 is having a relation with the 23 and 25 is having a relation with the 24. There are a multiple classes, okay, there are a multiple classes in the relation here. Okay, we have a multiple classes in the relation one after another here within this particular thing. So which we can treat it as a multi-level inheritance. Okay, which we can treat it as a multi-level inheritance concept in Java. Okay, the ultimate point out over here is one class will be extended to another class and another class will be extended to another class. This is a cyclic chain that will rotate in all the classes, which we can treat it as a multi-level inheritance. Good enough. Done the deal. And then the next point, the other type of inheritance, whatever we have here is an hierarchical inheritance. So here, if you see this example, so here, this is a hierarchical level inheritance. So in such kind of an inheritance, one class can be extended by many subclasses. Okay, one class can be extended by many subclasses. So if you observe right now in the hierarchical example, the screenshot, whatever I have added, B is extending A and C is also extending A. That's fine. A will be a parent class and B and C will act like a siblings. Okay, B and C acts like a siblings basically. One parent with multiple siblings. Okay, cool. And this is another type of inheritance. And the next type of inheritance, whatever we have in Java, which is not supported with respect to this classes, is a multiple inheritance. Okay, multiple inheritance is a concept which is not directly supported using these classes in Java. Okay, cool. Done the deal. So what exactly that a multiple inheritance will do means, okay, so basically this multiple inheritance will try to get two base classes at a time, one child and as well as a two base classes. Okay, which is not directly possible within this Java inheritance concept. The multiple inheritance will be implemented in a different way, which we will study moving further with an example. But these are the different types. The next concept which I want to explain out over here is a constructor. So what exactly this constructor is? Why are we using this constructor concept? Right. So guys, the ultimate thing is almost we are touch basing all the concepts present in the core Java. So we should know anything, everything about all the concepts available. Okay. So one among those concepts is a constructor. Constructor is a code block. It means it's just a code itself, which is called and executed at the time of object creation itself. Okay, so in another words, we can say that constructor is a block of code that initializes the newly created object. Okay, and almost this constructor looks like a method, but it's not a method. Okay, there are a few things that you need to consider. Okay, this constructor is a code block. It almost looks like a method. See here, guys, I'm not saying that it's a method basically. The look and feel for this the constructor is almost like a method itself. But there are some differences between this constructor and a method. So there are certain differences between this constructor and as well as a method. Okay, so basically, almost these are one and the same. People will treat constructor as a different kind of a method. People will treat it basically. Those two are not one and the same, but people will treat it as a different kind of a method. But the constructor is having some rules. They are the class name and the constructor name should be one and the same. Whereas we don't have any rules for a method. Like the method name and a constructor name should be one and the same. We don't have any such methods for that. The second thing is, okay, the second thing what we need to do is this constructor doesn't have any return statements, whereas the method will have a return statement depending on the need. Right. So these are the basic thumb rules specific to a constructor. Okay. So this is a simple point, guys. So immediately a quick question will rise in our mind. Who will create this constructor? Why and where we will be creating this constructor? Okay. We will see that particular point with a small example first of all. Okay. We will see a small that particular point with a small example. Okay, each class have a default or a no argument constructor in Java by default. So it means whenever you are creating a Java class, it has a default constructor in Java. If you have not specified any explicit constructor for the class, then your Java class will treat a default constructor for that. Cool. In Java, constructor looks like a method, but below are the things basically. Construction rules are the name of the constructor should be one and the same as a class name, and the constructor must not have any return types. And just like a method, we can pass arguments to the constructor also. It's talking about a constructor overloading, that's fine. We will see this particular point in some time. To understand more about this constructor, so what I'm doing means, let me create a new Java class. New Java class, example 16. So here, this class contains a public void login as a method. System.out.println login is my method. And here, I'm adding a constructor here. I know my constructor doesn't have any return type. Void is a return type, so my constructor doesn't have any return type. And example 16 is the class name. That's it. That's it. That's a simple point that I have created. Example 16 is the constructor that I have created. And here it is asking that whenever I have created that, return type of the method is missing, set the return type or change it to a constructor. So I have changed it. So the problem is I haven't given an appropriate name example. That's the reason it populated like that. If you have given the same as a class name, then it won't ask the error messages. So whenever you mouse over on that, see here the top C, it's pointing it as a constructor basically. Good. This is a constructor. So here system.out.println default constructor. Okay, so I'm creating a print statement inside that which is a default constructor. Now create a new Java class example 17 with a main method and in which create an object. Obj is equal to new example 16. So guys, if you clearly observe, I just created an object. I haven't done anything else. Now, when I run my script as a Java application, the code present in the constructor is being called. See on a right hand side, if you go back here, see basically on an object creation on a right hand side, whenever you are placing your control and whenever you are clicking on that, it's directly navigated to the constructor definition itself. Okay, so the bottom line out over here is whenever you are using this new keyword, it is creating an object and internally it invokes the constructor for the newly created object. The new keyword in the object creation will create an object and it will invoke the code present in the constructor. That's the reason like that you have seen this information. Okay, though I have created an object, automatically the code present in the constructor is populated just because of this particular new keywords. Okay, new keyword will be calling down this constructor. Okay, good enough. Done the deal, done up to here. And then the next point that I need to consider on top of this particular one is the different types of constructors, whatever we have. Okay, so what are all the different types of constructors we have in Java? Before going on to a constructor overloading, types of constructors. Okay, the first one is a default, and the second one is a no arguments, and the third one is a parameterized constructor. These are the three different things. Okay, so basically, when this default constructor will comes into the picture means if we haven't implemented any constructor. Okay, if you haven't implemented any constructor, then the Java compiler inserts a default constructor into your code. Okay, default constructor into your code on your behalf. This type of a constructor, we can call it as a default constructor. And moreover, you didn't find, you can't see the default constructor in the Java code what you have created, as it is inserted into the code in the compilation time. Okay, as it is inserted the code into the compilation time, and it is there, and it will be there in your dot class file. This process we can call it as a default constructor. Basically, this process we can call it as a default constructor. Okay, and one more thing is, and one more thumb rule is, if you have implemented your own constructor, then this default constructor won't comes into the picture. Won't comes into the picture. Okay, whenever there is a no constructor, then only the compiler will be creating that. Good. The next one is a no argument constructor. Constructor without having any parameters or arguments. We can treat it as a no argument constructor. And here, as per your need, you can write body to the no argument constructor. Okay, as per your need, you may write down the body to that no argument constructor. See, the example whatever we have created right now, it doesn't have any arguments. We can treat it as a no arguments constructor. And the last one is a parameterized constructor. Constructor with arguments, we can call it as a parameterized constructor. Okay, if you are passing a parameters, then we can call that particular constructor as a parameterized constructor. So let me create a class which has a parameterized constructor. So here, class example 18. Example 18 is my class name. 18 int id, or I can say std id, student id, string std name. student name are the two arguments which we are passing here. System.out.println student info is plus std id and as well as plus std name. So I'm just trying to print down that information. Okay, D should be in a lower case. That's it. I have defined this information. Right, guys? So here I have specified this a parameterized constructor. So whenever we are creating an object to the class which has a parameters, then at the time of creating an object, sorry, this is example 18, right? Example 18. So whenever you are creating an object to the class with a parameterized constructor which has a parameters, then it's mandatory for us to pass those parameters when we are creating an object. Okay, whenever we are creating an object, it's mandatory for us to pass those arguments. This example 18 is having a constructor which is having a student ID integer and as well as a string. So here I'm passing my integer as a 12374 is the user ID and the student name is Surendra Jagannatham. That's it. So if you clearly observe, as my class contains a parameterized constructor, I have to pass on that information at the time of creating an object itself. Now I pass it this the constructor, and when I run my test script as a Java application, see here as for the parameters, the constructor value is getting printed to the console. Okay, good. Done the deal. Done up to here. So immediately a quick question will rise in our minds. Okay, so within a constructor, okay, within a constructor or within a class, basically, you are creating only one constructor. Can't we create a multiple constructors within a same class? Yes, of course, you can do that. We can create a multiple constructors in same class, but only thing is with different arguments we need to pass on that information. See, the thumb rule is a constructor means definitely the class name should be one and the same. Only the rule which it is changing out over there is, okay, the rule whatever it is changing out over there is this one, which is these names. If we are good to change, then it's really good to go. Okay, if you are good to go, then it's good. So let us see here. Let me create example 18 int I system dot int I system dot out dot println int value is plus I. The same way, example 18 without arguments system.out.println no arguments for this. See here, if you clearly observe, this class contains three different constructors, one without having an arguments, one with the one arguments, and the another with the multiple arguments. Okay, see here, if you observe all the things, the name should be one and the same. The only thing which is changing here inside is an arguments. There is a separate concept, we can call it as an overloading. Overloading will apply in the same class, same name with different arguments. In the current situation, the constructor is the same with different arguments. Hence, we can call it as a constructor overloading concept. We will see more about this constructor overloading concept in the tomorrow's session. Good morning, guys. If you remember, in the last session, we discussed about what exactly a method overloading is and method overriding is, and even we discussed about a polymorphism concept and others such. Right. Today, I want to explain about an introduction to the types of polymorphisms, types of inheritance, and as well as an abstract concept as well. Types of polymorphism, types of inheritance, again all these things with an examples itself, types of inheritance followed by abstract concepts. All the three things we are going to study right now. So what exactly a polymorphism, as discussed yesterday basically, in the last session basically, it's a concept available in OOPS basic and we can implement it in a different ways like a feature. A single action can be performed in a different ways as discussed inside this polymorphism. Good enough. And this polymorphism, we noticed that there is an method overloading concept and method overriding concept also. Right. Overloading will occur in the same class and overriding will occur in the different class. Even we have seen a brief introduction about these things. Right. Now, in the today's lecture, there are two different types of polymorphisms. One is a static polymorphism, and the second one is a dynamic polymorphism. Okay. Just a static and as well as a dynamic are the two different polymorphisms. This static, we can also call it as a compile time polymorphism, and this time we can call it as a runtime polymorphism. Okay, method overloading, if you remember guys, we discussed that the method overriding will occur at the runtime itself. Okay, cool. So that's fine. So what exactly this static polymorphism or a compile time polymorphism? Okay, we should know this particular thing, what exactly the compile time polymorphism is. One second, let me pull up the Java documentation once. Okay, cool. And I have added overloading and overriding. Yes. So here is the two different times. One is a compile time and as well as a runtime. Okay. A polymorphism that is resolved during compiler time, which is known as a static or a compile time polymorphism. An example for this one is method overloading. Okay, so you know that method overloading will allows that one method or more than one method with the same name with a different set of arguments. Right. In such situations, it will be loaded in the compile time itself. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. Done up to here. So we have a determined the meta overlay loading with an example. That's fine. And the second thing is a runtime polymorphism. So what exactly this runtime polymorphism? This one we can also call it as a dynamic polymorphism. This we can also call it as a dynamic polymorphism. And this is a process in which a call to the overridden methods is resolved at the runtime. A call to the overridden methods will be resolved at the runtime. Whenever we are executing in the runtime itself, it will be resolving the overridden methods. Hence, we can call it as a Hence, we can call it as a runtime polymorphism. That's fine. And even we discussed about the method overriding concept in an examples, right? If you remember the method overriding concept, the same definition will be there, all right? The same method definition will be there with a different sets of arguments inside of that. Okay, cool. That's fine. And then the next point on top of this one is this is about a static and as well as a dynamic polymorphisms. The examples whatever we have discussed in the last session, method overriding and as well as a overloading will falls under the different types of polymorphisms itself. We no need to discuss about these two examples as we have already discussed these examples in our previous sessions. Right. We had a quick observation on a couple of examples like how the static polymer, how the um method overloading looks like and how the method overriding looks like. We already had a look into them. So that's fine basically. Okay, it's good to go. Yeah. Good morning, guys. So I just want to continue with one small concept now, which is yesterday we have seen a brief introduction about a constructors, right? What is a constructor? How are we going to use this constructor? When the constructor is being called? All these details we discussed in the yesterday's class. On top of it, today one more concept that I want to explain out over here is about polymorphism. Before jumping on and explaining about that constructor overloading concept, today I'll start with a polymorphism. Okay, one second, let me type in that pointer here. Okay, after the final. Okay, okay, polymorphism. Okay, so what exactly this polymorphism is? Why are we using this polymorphism concept in Java? What is the use? Okay, so we should know that difference, right? What we need to do as part of this polymorphism means it's one of the concept available in OOPS. Okay, this is one of the concept available in OOPS. One OOPS concept which allows us to perform a single action in different ways. Okay, so basically a single action that can be performed in a different ways using this polymorphism concept. What does it means? Right, we should know basically, right? So what exactly a single method or a single name with a different ways of accessing that particular info. So what we need to do means, let me consider a simple example as an animals. Okay, and on these animals, I have dog, lion, and elephant. So here, this is a class basically, and this animals a class, animal class, and a method as sound. See, basically, the sound method for dog is a differ, right? And the sound method for lion is a differ, and the sound method for elephant is differ. So if you clearly observe, to perform a single action, so if you observe the a single action definition here, that the single action in this example is a sound itself. This single action will be performed across different animals in different ways. right? It's not going to be one and the same in all the classes. It will be different in all the different classes. So if you observe, the sound for this dog animal is a differ, the sound for this lion is a differ, and the sound for this elephant is a differ. All these are having a different sets of sounds here, okay, which we can treat it as a polymorphism concept. That's fine. So a generic polymorphism is a good. So what about this polymorphism in a programming level? Why are we considering this programming level polymorphism? Polymorphism is the capability of a method to do different things based on the objects. Capability for a method to do different things as per the objects. For suppose if I create an object to a dog, the sound will comes in a different way. If I create an object to a lion, the sound will comes in a different way. If I create an elephant object, basically the sound will comes in a different way. Okay, in a simple terms, how the polymorphism will do is polymorphism will let us define one rule and have multiple implementations, I can say. Okay, that's going to be one rule. Sound is a one rule, and that rule has a multiple implementations. Like different sets of objects have a different sets of information. Okay, and immediately a quick question will rise in our mind: which method that needs to be called will be determined at the runtime. Okay, so which sound it needs to be picked will be determined in the runtime. Hence, we can treat it as an runtime polymorphism. Okay, so we will study about two different types of a polymorphism: a runtime polymorphism and as well as a compile time polymorphism. Moving ahead with an examples. Okay, moving ahead with an examples, we will see that particular thing here. But the first and the most important thing that needs to be considered out over here is overloading. Inside the polymorphism, we can talk about overloading. Guys, if you remember, we discussed about this overloading concept yesterday. If you remember, we have studied about a constructor overloading. So we have seen a simple example on that. What does it overloading means? Same method name, different arguments in the same class. That's what we have observed, right? So basically, if you see the definition of overloading, or I can consider a method overloading, then we can say that allows you in a class to have more than one method with the same name if their arguments list is differ, or I can say and their arguments list is differ, which we can call it as a overloading. Method overloading allows you to create multiple methods within a single class with the same name and with a different arguments list. Okay, good enough. So this allows a class, we can consider this as a simple kind of, okay, this considers as a simple kind of a constructor overloading itself. Okay, cool. Done the deal. That's fine. So the next point of what we need to consider is how can we consider method overloading concept? right? How exactly we can consider a method overloading concept? So the first thing we can achieve this overloading concept is with different arguments. It means what exactly the different arguments. So here the first thing is add is a method, int is the first parameter I have created. Add int comma int. Again, this is the second time that I have created. And again, the third method, add int, a float, and an int. So if you observe here, this is a valid method overloading. The reason is the method name is the same with the different set of arguments. Okay, the method name is the same and with a different set of arguments. Okay, so here, as these are the three different things here, we can consider it as a valid case for method overloading. And the another example for this one is with data types changes. So it means the first one is add int, and the second one is add float comma int. Even it's going to be a valid case itself. Okay, even it's going to be a valid case for this particular morphism. Okay, cool, done the deal. And so here, what exactly this overloading will comes out over here means this is a kind of a concept, is a kind of a concept that comes under polymorphism. Okay, cool. So, in order to understand more about this particular one, we need to discuss about different types of polymorphisms. Once I have explained this one with an example, then I will show you this concept. Okay, once we are done with this example, then I will show you this concept. So what I'm doing right now, let me go back to my editor and let me create a new Java program for me. Okay, so let me switch back to my Eclipse Editor, and here within this Eclipse Editor, I'm creating a new Java program. So here, new Java class example 19. I know that overloading will occur within a class with a different arguments. So public void add system.out.println 2 plus 3. Public void add again int a comma int b system.out.println a plus b. So here if you clearly observe guys, this is an add method and this is also an add method. The only difference between these two is these two have a different sets of arguments. So we can consider that methods are overloaded. Good. Now let us call these methods in another class. Example 20 with a main methods. And here example 19 space obj is equal to new example 19. Obj dot say I can see two different methods. Add obj dot add 5 comma 4. That's it. I have specified this one. It's going to display the methods out over here. Okay, that's fine. It's going to display the different sets of methods here. That's good. This is all about overloading concept here. Okay, good. And then the next point here is, guys, we will come to a point that where exactly we will use this method overloading and as well as a method overriding. So we will explain about this overloading and as well as a overriding with furthermore examples in the next session. So today what are we doing means we are doing a brief introduction about overloading and overriding. In the next session, we will see why this overloading and overriding, what are the types of polymorphisms available, and then the relation in continuation with that we will see in the next session. So here we understood about overloading. So the ultimate point with respect to this overloading here is same method name with the different arguments. If you observe the yesterday's example, which is about a constructor concept. See here, the constructor name is one and the same, but with a different arguments. Even we can treat it as a constructor overloading. Constructor overloading concept. Okay, whenever the same method is there with a different set of arguments, we can treat it as an constructor overloading concept itself. Okay, if it is applicable to a method, then it is a method overloading. If it is applicable to a constructor, then it is a constructor overloading. That's it. That's the simple point which you people need to consider, guys. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. And the next point that I need to consider on top of this one is, okay, so once after we discussed about this overloading and as well as the next one here we need to study is about a overriding. Right. So overloading and overriding are the two different concepts which we need to understand. Okay, so let us study about overriding as well. So immediately a quick question will rise in our mind why we jumped on to this particular concept. What is the reason of switching from a constructor to a polymorphism? The reason is our yesterday's concept is a constructor where in which we come to a point about overloading. That's the reason we studied about this overloading. To know what exactly this overloading, we need to know about an inheritance. That's the reason we discussed about that inheritance concept as well. That's it. That's the simple point, guys. Okay, good. So this is all about a overloading stuff. Then the next point that we need to consider on top of this one is a overriding. So what exactly an overriding concept means? Okay, so here let me jump on to a document and let me add a point here. Method overriding. So what is this concept? Declaring the methods, declaring the methods in the subclass which is already present in the parent class, which we can call it as a method overriding. Okay, this whole concept we can treat it as a method overriding, guys. So it means the definition is there, the definition is there in one class, and you want to implement the same definition in an another class that comes under this overriding itself. Okay, so it means I can say child class can give its own implementation to a method which is already defined in the parent class. Okay, good enough. Done this one. In this case, the method present in the parent class will be overridden with the method defined in the child class. So what it will happen in the child class, we were overriding the method. So what it will happen, the method defined in the parent class will be overridden with the child class methods. Okay, an example for this particular one is A simple example for this one is, assume that I am saving a contact to my mobile. Saving a contact to a mobile. And basically I had a sync with my Gmail. So all the contacts will be synced to my Gmail only. Okay, all the contacts will be synced to my Gmail only. So I have a two mobile phones which were tagged to same mobile or same Gmail accounts. I already saved one contact with Surendra name. With Surendra name. I already saved one contact with the Surendra name in my first mobile. As we are using Gmail, hence automatically I can get the contact in my second mobile. That's fine. This is a quite common thing happening in a real world. So what I want to do on top of this one is, if I want to save another contact in my second mobile with same name as Surendra, in the second mobile I will get a pop-up stating that already having a contact with the same name, would you like to override that contact? If you click on a S, then the contact will be overridden. So what contact will be overridden? Whatever the contact you have stored from the first mobile, that the contact will be updated with the info whatever you are editing in the second mobile. So we are overriding the content, right? The same kind of a logic will be applied to a method also. In the parent class, we will define a method. In the child class, we are overriding that particular method. That's it. Ultimately, whenever you call that particular method, the logic present in the child class will be retrieved. Okay, the logic present in the child class will be retrieved out over there. Okay, the ultimate objective of this overriding concept is, child class wants to create its own implementation. Okay, child class wants to create its own implementation. That's it. Nothing more than that. Done. Done up to here. So let us see a simple example for that so that we can easily understand this particular one. Okay, so here, uh, let me create a new package. Okay, scripts one, script two. Directly I'm creating a new package, new Java class, example 21, and the package name is scripts 3. Okay, and here within this class I'm defining a sum, public void sum system.out.println sum in parent class. See, I have a simply defining this info, sum in a parent class. Now let me create another new class, example 22, and these two classes should be in a relation, example 21. Good, I have created this info. Now public void sum, I'm just calling this sum again, and here system.out.println sum in child class. That's it. I haven't done anything, guys. I have created this particular thing. Now let me add a main method in this class itself, and let me create an object. Obj is equal to new example 22. Obj dot sum is my method. Let me run my class and see what exactly the content it's been printing to the console. Okay, let me see the content, what exactly it's been printing to the console. Run as. See, sum in a child class. So usually what it will happen whenever the two classes are in a relation, usually whenever two classes are in a relation, then we no need to recreate any logic present in the parent class. Directly, the logic present in parent can be reused in the child class itself. But only thing is we need to, okay, if child class needs to override the logic with the desired info, in such cases we will use this overriding concepts. Okay, as we are implementing this one with respect to methods, hence we can treat it as a, okay, as a child methods. Good. So what is the main advantage with this? We are not touching, or we are not updating the parent class logic. Simply we are creating our own logics for our child class for the same method. That's the most important thing. Okay, cool. Done the deal. Done up to here. So this is all about a method overriding a concept with an examples. And there are some more concepts that we need to study, which we are going to discuss in the next session, which is types of polymorphism and further examples on loading, overloading, and an overriding concepts we will study in the next session. Okay, cool. So this is the basic thing which we have a plan for today, guys. Let's connect in the next session, which we need to consider on top of this particular one is an abstract keyword in Java. Okay, so what exactly an abstract keyword in Java? Why are we using this abstract keyword in Java? We should know more about this abstract. It's the most important thing. Abstract, abstracts. Okay, let me open this document. Okay, abstract. Okay, abstraction. Okay, so here abstraction, or else let's see the abstract class. A class that is declared with an abstract keyword, we can call it as an abstract class. Okay, a class which is declared with an abstract keyword, we can treat it as an abstract class. That's fine. It needs to be extended in a methods. All the methods whatever we have in an abstract class will be extended. Okay, that's fine. Immediately a quick question will rise in our mind: why I have to define a class as an abstract class? What is the point of creating a class as an abstract class, right? So abstract means something unimplemented. It means if we create an abstract method, we no need to write down any logics for that method directly. We can define those methods itself. Okay, good. Let me add this point to my running notes. For suppose abstract something unimplemented. If a class contains one or more abstract methods, we can treat it as an abstract class. Okay, we can treat it as an abstract class. If a class contains one or more abstract methods, we can treat it as an abstract class itself. That's the first thing. And the next point, what it will happen means, as it contains an abstract methods here, the point on top of this one is we will create method names but not the logics. That's good. Which we can call it as an abstract methods. That's perfect. It's really good that a method which doesn't have any logic, we can call it as an abstract method. If a class contains one or more abstract methods, we can treat it as an abstract class itself. I can say, if a person is having a vehicle loan or a housing loan or some other loan, we can treat the person as having a loans. What type of a loan it might be, we can treat that person as a loan. Whether he is having a one loan, two loan, or a three loans, we can treat it as an person holding a loan. The same way here also, if you consider an abstract, basically if a class contains one or more abstract methods, we can treat that particular class as an abstract class. Great, done up to here. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. We are creating a methods within the class itself. Then, why you need to define abstract methods? Why we need to define a certain methods as an abstract methods? Right. What is the point of defining these abstract methods? Right. So the simple point out over there is, if you remember the last session example, where is this 21 and a 22, sum in a parent class, where we have seen an overriding concept. We studied about a method overriding example somewhere in the last session. Right. So what we are doing with this overriding, whatever the info you have in a parent class, we are overriding that method logic inside the child class. And whenever we are creating an object to the child class, automatically the overriding logic will be executed. Right? So here is an example for that. Parent class example 21 is having a method, and the child class again is writing down a logic for that. So what it will happen, whenever a child class is writing down the logic for the method which is already there in a parent class, which we are treating it as a overriding. So the logic present in the parent class will be overridden by the child class. Right. This is what the method overriding concept is. So here, what it will happen means, assume that there is an animals class. Okay, there is an animals class is there, which acts like a parent. This animals class has a sound method, and it has a defined as a some sound inside that. Assume that. I'm just giving it as an example. And now, for this animals class, the child will be, okay, for this animals class, the child will be, lion will be child. So definitely lion sound is not same as the sound animals defined. So in such situations, within the lion, we will write a logic for the sound method, which means overriding the parent class logic here. That's fine. Assume that there is another class which is a tiger. Again, the sound for this tiger is a differ. Again, we will write down the logic for sound method in this class with a different logic. It means overriding the parent class logic. And again, assume that there is a dog class. Again, the sound is a differ. We will write a logic for sound here, which is overriding the parent class logic. So the final point out over here is, you have defined some logic in the parent class, and all the three classes are writing down that logic, or I can say all the three classes are rewriting that logic. In such situations, what is the point of writing logic in the parent class? Right. Directly we can write the logic in the child class itself, right? Which we are defining with this, okay? Which we are defining with this abstract keywords. The ultimate point here with this abstract keyword is it is saying that every child class is having a different set of logics. In such situations, then what is the point of defining that logic in a parent class? Directly, let's give us the implementation to the child class itself. So I will say that sound is my method that I have defined in my parent class. Directly write down the logic in the child class itself. It's up to you. Whatever the implementation you want, just have a look into that implementation. Just up to you. Okay, so this concept we can call it as an overriding and as well as an example for, okay, example for an abstract class. Okay. Okay, done the deal. Is this point clear for you guys? Are any questions for me out over here? So the bottom line, why are we going with an abstract? If the child class is having a different sets of logics, instead of writing that logic in a parent class and overriding that logic in a child class, what parent is doing means, anyways, you have a different set of logics. Okay, anyways, you have a different sets of logics. Okay, so instead of I'm writing that, I will make it as an overriding method. So whoever is my child, he should implement that particular logic. Without implementing that, it won't be like my child class. Definitely my child class should implement that particular logic. That's what we are specifying as part of this abstract class and why this abstract class comes into the picture. Am I clear for you guys or any questions on this abstract class? Payal, Payal, Sahiti, Sarita, everyone. Am I clear for you?
Yes.
Yes. Done the deal. Done up to here. So this is a simple point how we need to consider, and now we need to see an example for this. Okay, we need to see an example for this. So what I will do means I will create a Java class and I will show you an example for this abstract class. Okay. So just a few minutes before we studied an overview on an abstract class. So let me try creating an example for that. Okay, so let me try creating an example for that. So here, let's go back to my editor. Let me create a new Java class. Example 26. And now here, in this example 26, public void login system.out.println, it's a login method. Public void logouts. So here I'm not going to write down any logic for this logout. I just want to convert my logout as an abstract method. So here my Java Eclipse Editor is throwing an error message, and whenever I mouse over on that particular one, it is giving me two suggestions, two quick fixes. The first one is add a body to this method, and the second one is change the example 26 logout to an abstract. So my requirement is I just want to change it to an abstract itself. I just changed it. So automatically an abstract keyword will be added before the return type of a method. Okay, good. But still the error message is populating. The reason is if a class contains a one or a more abstract methods, then definitely that class should be declared as an abstract class. So I have defined this class as an abstract class. Okay, good. And another thing that I need to consider on top of this one is, okay, another thing that I need to consider on top of this one is, okay, here a quick question usually will rise in our mind. This class, abstract class, contains an unimplemented methods. So can I create an object to that class? Right? Usually this question will rise in our mind. This class contains no logics. If there are no logics, then will it be possible for me to create an object? Okay, usually we can call these classes as an incomplete class. Okay, as it is an incomplete class which has an abstract methods, which means which doesn't have any logics inside that. If Java allows you to create an object for this class, and if someone calls the abstract method, then it's going to create an exceptions out over there. So what we are trying to do, there is no implementation, we are trying to call that particular implementation. That's the reason it's not possible for us to create an object to the class which has these abstract methods inside that. So it's not possible for us to create an object to the class which has abstract methods. Then what we can do, the only thing we can do is we can create a child class. In the child class, we will implement the logics for the abstract methods, and we will try creating objects to the child class itself. Okay, we will try creating objects to the child class itself. That's what we are going to do for this particular one. Okay, for suppose, let me try to do this one. So here, example 26 is there. New class, new, why it is not loading? New class, example 27 with a main method. I just created a class with a main method. And now I'm creating an object to that class. Example 26 obj is equal to new example 26. Okay, and now whenever I mouse over on this, basically cannot instantiate the type of example 26. The reason why it cannot instantiate is it's a class basically which is having a set of abstract methods itself. Okay, hence you can't instantiate it. Good. Let me delete this logic now. So we have seen that whether we can create an object to the abstract class or not. Now, as this is my child class, I'm using an extends a keyword as an example 26. So whenever this extends a keyword is there, it's mandatory for us to write down the logic for the abstract method.
Surendra,
Yes,
can you hear me?
yes, yeah,
Yeah,
fine.
your voice, I mean, I don't know, I can't hear you properly.
Okay. 1 second, just a second. So the point what we have finalized right now is as we are using an extensor here, so it means whatever the abstract methods are there in the parent class, definitely you have to write down the logic in the child class. So system.out.println abstract logout. So it means I have created the logic inside the child class itself. It's good enough. Done the deal. And if you can create any object to the child class, you can access the information present in both the parent and as well as the child classes. So here, as this is a child class, I can create my own methods here. You know, there is no specific restriction that we can't create any methods. I can create my own methods. This is my parent class method that is, given me to write down the logic here. Apart from that, it's up to my wish how many methods I want to create. I can create all those methods logics here. Okay, I can create all those method logics here. That's it. That's a simple point with respect to this abstract class. So the bottom line out over here is a class which is having with the more than one abstract methods, we can call it as an abstract class. And why we will be defining the abstract methods within a Java class means the simple reason out over there is if every child class has its own implementation, instead of rewriting the logic in both the parent and as well as the child classes, directly this abstract class lets the child class to implement that particular logic. So the only thing is abstract is a keyword that you need to add within that particular method. Whenever a class contains one abstract method, automatically the whole class will be converted into an abstract class, and you need to create a child class that implements these abstract methods. Okay, that implements these abstract methods. That's it. So this is a simple point about abstraction. Is this point clear for you guys, or any questions for me on this?
Surendra, in
Yes.
abstract, like that concrete class also many classes can allowed, right? Okay,
Yes.
at least one
Yes, we
abstract.
will study about the concrete in some time, Kishore. I will explain about the concrete class, and even I will show you the difference between the abstract and as well as a concrete also. I will explain that point in a few minutes, or tomorrow we can see that point. Okay?
Yeah.
Uh,
Good.
Surinder, I have a doubt.
Yes, please.
Yeah, actually, usually when we are creating an object, right, that
Yes.
time we know what are the methods in the parent class. But
Yes.
here we don't know, right?
We know, right? So we know what are all the methods we have in a parent class. The only thing we know is additionally what is the overriding method. See, basically here I have created an object. Whenever I created an object to my child class, let me create an object to my child class. 1 second, you will come to know. So you are saying that while accessing and that particular one, usually there will be a tag name that this is my parent class and this is my
Yeah.
child class. I'll show you that.
Okay.
Example 27 space obj is equal to new example 27. Obj dot create is my child class method. See here, create a void example 27. That's fine.
Okay.
Obj dot login is my parent class method. See here, login, but
Oh,
logout I have implemented in my child class. Hence I can see logout as an example 27. I can see
okay.
that particular one. Only the unimplemented logics it won't show as part of a parent. It will show as part of a child here.
Okay.
That's it. Okay,
Okay.
cool.
Thank you.
Done the deal. So this is a
For
simple point. Yeah, go ahead.
for this one also for the child class, right?
Huh?
In the main method, we need to, for example 27, go in the
Yeah,
example 27. For
yeah.
this one also, in the main method, we need to call that parent class methods also, right?
Yeah, you can call a parent methods also. It's
Okay.
mandatory. It's not a mandatory that you have to call a parent class methods using the example 27 object.
Okay.
It will let you an option to call it. It's up to you whether you have to call it or not. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
cool. Done the deal. This is a simple example on an abstract class. Okay, cool. So guys, as part of the today's lecture, I want to cover only two small concepts, abstraction and interface. These are the two different concepts which I want to explain as part of our today's session. So, what exactly an abstraction in Java? So here, abstraction is a process of hiding the implementation details and showing only functionality to the user. We can call it as an abstraction in Java. So here we are hiding a complete set of implementation details. We are not showing a functionality to the user as part of this abstraction. Okay, this lets user to focus on the functionality what is implemented rather how they have implemented. A simple example for this one is, guys, so we all are using a WhatsApp messenger. Right. Within this WhatsApp messenger, what are we doing? I'm sending a message. No matter in which location you are, I'm just checking whether that a message is delivering to the recipient within a fraction of seconds or not. I'm verifying that. I don't know, and even I don't want to know at all what exactly the logics they are using in a backend in order to deliver that message to the recipient within a fraction of seconds. But the only thing I know is if I'm using a WhatsApp messenger and whenever I click on a send message, my requirement is whether my message is delivering to the customer or not, we can treat it as an abstraction. Okay, so the example for this one is the one which I have explained as an Amazon, or if you consider the Gmail login screen also, you are entering the username and a password in a Gmail login screen, and you are directly clicking on that particular button, right? A login button. You don't know what exactly it's happening in a backend after clicking on a login button, but the only thing you know is after waiting a 2 to 3 seconds, whether that inbox page is displaying or not only will be verified by the user. Okay, so the ultimate point out over here with respect to this abstraction is it will let you to focus on how or what exactly the functionality is, will give a least importance to that one, which is how they have implemented that particular process. In Java, this abstraction can be achieved in a two different ways. One is an abstract class, and the second one is an interface concept. So the yesterday's concept which we studied about an abstract class will fall under an abstraction concept itself. Yes, using this abstract class, we can achieve some abstraction. It's not, 100% abstraction we can't achieve using this abstract class. Only using interface concept in Java, we will be, we will be achieving 100% abstraction. Okay, that's fine. So we have already studied how exactly the abstract class looks like. Right, we have already studied the concept, how exactly this abstract class looks like. Then we need to discuss about an interface concept in Java. So what exactly this interface is? So the first and a foremost thing which we need to know is interface almost looks like a class, but it is not a class. An interface can have a methods and a variables just like a class, but the methods whatever we are defining in the interface, by default they are only the abstract methods. Okay, only they are an abstract methods. So it means in abstract class there is a possibility, or I can say in an abstract class it's a combination of abstract methods and non-abstract methods. Right, it is a combination of abstract methods and as well as a non-abstract methods, whereas interface, which is only abstract methods, we will define here. Whatever the methods you are defining in the interface, you will be defining those as an abstract methods itself. Then immediately, as the interface contains only abstract methods, hence you need to create a class that should implement all the interface methods. Okay, all the interface methods. Okay, that's fine. So how we are going to use this particular interface methods and all those things? Let us see more about this interface first. An interface is a blueprint, is a class. It has a static constants and as well as an abstract methods. In order to achieve abstraction and multiple inheritance in Java, we are using this abstraction concept. Yesterday, when we are discussing about the various types of inheritance, we mentioned that in Java, multiple inheritance is not supported, but using this interface, we can achieve this multiple inheritance. We will see that one as an example as well. Okay, interface contains only the abstract methods. It means methods without having any logics. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. The ultimate point out over here is as an interface contains only the abstract methods, definitely you can't create any object to the interface. First of all, you need to create a class that should implement all the interface methods. Okay, that should implement all the interface methods. You need to create a class that should implement all the interface methods. There are certain rules that you need to follow while using an interface, which we will see moving further. But for now, what I'm doing means I'm creating a simple Java class here, a new Java class example 29, and in this example 29, so here we need to create an interface, not a class, right? So right click on my package, go to new, and here there is an interface. Okay, just below the class there is an interface. Click on that, and I'm naming it as my interface. Okay, I'm naming it as a my interface, and I'm defining my access modifier as a public, and I'm clicking on a finish. As soon as you marked as a public, see here, you can find this interface here. Okay, public interface, my interface. If you clearly observe, this almost looks like a class. Public class space a class name. That's it. This is a simple point how you need to create it. Okay, and then let me create a method, public void login, public void logout. I created a method here. Login and as well as a logout is the method that I have created here. And as I have mentioned, interface contains a set of abstract methods itself. Only the abstract methods will be there. Definitely, we need to create a child class that should implement all the interface methods. So, let me create a new class, new class. Example 29 is the class. Now, the relation between these two is it should implement all the interface methods. So here you need to use an implements keyword. Okay, you need to use an implements keyword, implements my interface, and it is suggesting that add unimplemented methods. So let me add my own methods. So public void login. This is the method that I have defined. System.out.println login in 29 example. The same way we have a logout method also in the interface. Hence I am changing it to logout, and here logout in 29. So as soon as I add these methods, automatically the error message which it is populating area is no more displaying here. So it means if the interface contains multiple abstract methods, it's mandatory for you to implement those methods here, or as this is a class, you can mark it as an abstract class here. It means even this class contains an unimplemented methods. That I'll show you as part of a separate example here. But here, this is one case basically. So the scenario one here is, okay, the scenario one, what I have done is I created an interface, and all the interface methods I have implemented in the class. As it is a class, I can create my own methods also. Right. So here, let me add a comment here. Interface methods start here and here. interface methods ends here. I have specified that. And then here we are going to create a class method public void, excuse me, public void creates system.out.println create a user. Public void log edits system.out.println edit user. So here guys, these are the two different methods that I have added as of my class. Okay, so as this is a class which is implementing the interface, the only rule which was set by the interface is first of all implement my methods. It's up to you whether you want to add it or you don't want to add it. The below methods is of optional. I may add it or I may not add it. It's up to the class basically, whatever we are dealing with. But you can add it or you can delete those methods also. But only thumb rule is if a class is implementing the interface, definitely you have to implement those methods. As it is a class, I have created my customized methods also. And now example 29 is the class what we have created. It has interface methods and a class methods also. Okay, cool. And now let me create an object to this example 29, example 30 with a main method. And here what I'm doing means example 29 space obj is equal to new example 29. I created an object obj dot see I can access this create a method which is from an example 29, edit a method from an example 29, login method from an example 29, and a logout method from an example 29. So it's up to your wish how you want to call those methods. Just call those methods. That's it. I just call those methods. Ultimately, upon creating an object to the class, as this class having interface methods and as well as a customized methods, we can access both the things with this objects. Cool. And the another scenario too is create an interface and in the class implement only interface methods. Don't write any logics for that in that class. It's up to you. You can do that, right? So here I'm creating a new class, example 31, and this 31 is implementing my interface itself. And here public void login is the methods system.out.println login in 31 and even logout in 31. That's it. I just added it. But in this class, example 31, I have implemented only the interface methods. It doesn't mean that you have to implement all those things. It's up to you, whatever the methods you want to implement it. I just implemented these methods itself. If you want to create an object to the 31, let me comment all these things here. Okay. And example 31 space obj is equal to new example 31. Example 31 is the class which has only the interface methods. Hence, you can access those methods itself. Login and as well as a logout. Gets. This is the second scenario. Even we are good with that. And the third scenario is create an interface, create a class, implement only one method in the class and see what is happening in the editor. Okay, so what it is saying means you have an interface, and for that interface just create a class to implement those methods, but don't implement all those methods, just implement only one method there. So here what I'm doing means new class example 32. Okay, and whenever you have a selected this example 32, implements my interface, implements my interface. I have a defined that. Okay, and now see here guys, if you observe the difference, earlier whenever I mouse over on that, I'm getting an auto suggestions to add those methods, but now I'm not getting that. The reason is I unchecked that checkbox. Let me delete this class once, and let me show you that difference. Creating a new class again, example 32, and I'm checking inherited the abstract methods. Okay, and here implements my interface. So whenever you have implemented that, if you mouse over on that, okay, this is a syntactical issue. Basically we should get all the auto suggestions guys. Okay, whatever the methods are there, it should populate us with all those suggestions. See here, add unimplemented methods and make this class as an abstract class. Now what I'm doing now, public void login. I'm just implementing the login method itself. Login in 32 class. I have defined it only here. But as it is implementing an interface here, okay, as this class is implementing an interface, then either it should implement all the interface methods, or if it implemented only few, then we need to mark that class as an abstract class. Right, if a class is an abstract class means there are some unimplemented methods. This class contains an unimplemented method which is a, okay, which is a logout. So here I'm defining abstract class. Okay, abstract. Automatically your Java compiler will recognize that. That's fine. But the ultimate point is again here for this example 32, as this is an abstract class, hence we can't create any objects to this class directly. We need to create a child class in which we need to implement all those methods. Okay, we need to implement all those pending methods. Fine, let me create a new class, example 33, and this 33 is extending example 32. As this is extending that, whatever the pending method is there, implement it. Whatever the pending method is there in 33, that's it. I have implemented that. And now this is an abstract method, and now I can create my own methods here, my own methods in this class also. Okay, see here, public void creates, and I'm just using a create. That's it. So whenever I create an object to my child class at last, where is my class which has an object? Okay. So whenever I create an object to my child class, new example 33, and obj dot You know, I can access my create, login, logout, all the methods I can access. See here, I can access this login from a 32 as the login implementation you have implemented in a parent class. Obj.logout I have implemented in the child class. Like that, you can access this information. Good. It's perfect. So we were doing that. Good enough. For suppose my requirement is, okay, for suppose my requirement is we were able to access both interface methods and class methods, right? But is there any specific syntax using which I can access only interface methods? See here, basically, of course, my class may have a methods, but I don't want to use that. I just want to use only the methods, whatever are there in that particular interface. Okay, whatever are there in that particular interface. In such situations, the object creation syntax is interface name space obj name is equal to new class which implemented that interface. Okay, for suppose my interface is the class. An example, my interface is an interface which has two methods. And example 29 is the class which has the interface methods and as well as a class methods. But your requirement is to access only the interface methods. So create a new Java class. Example 34 with a main method here and in which interface and name. Okay, so my interface space obj is equal to new example 29 is the class which implemented that. And now obj dot, see here, if you observe, only the login and a logout methods are there, and that too these methods are from an interface. These are not from a class. That class contains a create and an edit, but we are unable to see those methods. The reason is I'm trying to access only the interface methods. See here, A is the keyword that is populating on a green icon, which is an abstract method. So I just accessed that. So to access only the interface methods, you have to use this my interface space obj is equal to interface namespace obj is equal to new class which implemented that particular interface. Good enough. Done the deal. Okay, cool. Done the deal. Okay, cool. And then the next point that we need to consider on top of this one is, okay, we studied about an abstract class and we studied about an interface. What is the difference between abstract class and interface? Uh, we will study in the next session. So let me update this point to my, okay, let me update this point to my document and even a concrete class. All these things we will study in the next session, guys. Okay, so let us jump on and let us study this concept. Yeah, guys, today as part of the session, we are going to study about a concrete class, what exactly this concrete class is, followed by differences between abstract class and interface, and what additionally we can study differences between abstract class and an interface, and introduction to exception handling mechanism. Introduction to exception handling mechanism. So these are all the concepts which I want to explain as part of the today's session. And after that, guys, maybe from tomorrow, we do have a couple more concepts in core Java, but we will see later. But once we are done with these Java concepts, then we will jump onto the WebDriver. Maybe tomorrow we will directly start with the WebDriver concepts itself. Okay, that's fine. So the first and most thing which we need to know is about a concrete class. So let me open this Java documentation. Okay, so here, concrete class. So what exactly a concrete class is? In a simple words, I can say that a class which has implementations for all the methods. It don't have any unimplemented methods inside that. Okay, a class that should have everything implemented, which don't have any unimplemented methods. So maybe implementation might be of a two types. It may extend a parent class, or okay, it may extend a parent class, or it may also implement interface methods also. That's fine. Either the things, that's fine. But the bottom line out over here is it has implementation for all the methods. Okay, which we can also call it as a complete class, right? And this class we can call it also as a complete class, complete class. Even we can create an object to this class, right? So the class which has a complete info, a complete methods and all those things, we can create, we can call it as a concrete class, and even we can create an object to that particular concrete class. Okay, so that's the thing about a concrete. In other words, we can say that a class which is not an abstract class, we can call it as a concrete class. Okay, which is not an abstract class. Abstract class contains unimplemented methods, and a concrete class doesn't contains any kind of okay, any kind of unimplemented methods. Okay, cool. In such situations, we can treat this particular one as an okay. In such situations, we can treat it as an concrete class itself. And here there are certain differences between an abstract class and as well as a concrete class. Like abstract class will be defined with an access modifier, abstract as a modifier. And moreover, in concrete, as everything should be implemented, you no need to define an abstract for this particular concrete class. And an abstract class cannot be directly instantiated using a new keyword, but whereas a concrete class can be instantiated with a new keyword. An abstract class contains one or more abstract methods. A concrete class cannot contain any abstract methods. Okay, an abstract cannot be declared as a final, whereas a concrete can be declared as a final. Anyways, we will see what exactly this final ahead. But the ultimate point out over here is a class with a full length of an implementation. We can treat that particular class as a concrete class. Okay, a full length of implementation, we can treat it as a concrete class. That's it. Done the deal. And then the next point out over here is what exactly the differences between an interface and as well as an abstract class. So we studied about an interface in the last session, right? A set of rules basically we are going to define, and within an interface we have a bunch of abstract methods are defined in that particular interface. And there are some rules that you need to create as part of this interface. Interface cannot hold as a constructor. Interface cannot hold an instance variables. Interface cannot hold static methods, and you cannot create an object to the interface directly. And you no need to define a variables inside the interface as a static. Okay, any class that implements an interface and the class cannot extend an interface. Okay, By default, all the methods within the interface are a public. You no need to define access modifiers for that interface. These are the basic rules for an interface which we need to consider. Like, you no need to define an access modifier public for them. Right. By default, those are public methods. You no need to define that. Then, what makes the difference between an abstract class and as well as an interface? An abstract class contains a set of abstract and as well as a non-abstract methods, whereas an interface contains only this abstract methods itself. An abstract class contains doesn't support a multiple in a multiple inheritance in Java, whereas the interface supports a multiple inheritance in Java. We'll show you a small example here. And we didn't study anything about a final keyword. That's fine. We will study final keyword moving ahead. Okay, cool. And the next thing is abstract is a keyword that is used to declare an abstract class. An interface is a keyword which is used to define an interface. Okay, that's fine. These are generic differences itself. Show you how can we do these multiple inheritance concept in Java. So what I'm doing means let me create my interface one, inter one, inter one. This is my first interface, and this is the interface I'm doing public void login. System okay, sorry, public void login. So we shouldn't write down any logic here. I'm just defining login here, void login. And now I'm creating another interface on top of it, where in which I want to make down a logout method inside that. So here interface of one and interface two are the two different interfaces whatever we have here. Now, what I'm doing means I'm creating a new Java class, example 35. And here, what I want to do is I know implements is a keyword which I can use using this. Okay, implements is a keyword that I can use in order to implement the interface methods. So public void login. I have implemented that system.out.println login. So what exactly the multiple inheritance means? At a time, a single class can implement multiple interfaces logics. So here, followed by this inter one, I'm defining inter2 here. Whenever you have a defined as an inter2, whatever the logics you need to implement as part of that interface 2, I'm just using this interface 2 here. Logout. See here, basically, interface 1 contains a login method and interface 2 contains a logout method. Both the login and a logout we have implemented, and the multiple inheritance means what we are doing means an interface followed by a comma we are specifying, and again we are doing this particular stuff here. Okay, and again we are just doing this particular stuff. So the ultimate point out over here is I can add a multiple interfaces here, and I can implement the logics present in those interface. This class I can treat it as a concrete class as it has a bunch of information, and all the stuff is a complete information itself. Now assume that I have created a new class with the main method, example 36 with the main methods. Okay, example 36 with the main method. Example 35 space obj is equal to new example 35. And using obj, I can access the login methods, and even using obj, I can access the logout method too. Both the methods I can access. The thing is, this login is from coming from an interface one, and this logout is coming from an interface two. Basically, login and a logout are coming from an interface of one and as well as an interface two. Obj dot. See, I'm just trying to call login and as well as a logout again. Obj dot logout again. I have just specified this login and a logout. That's it. Okay, I just specified this information. And whenever I run my test script, okay, automatically the login and a logout logic will be executed as part of these interfaces what we have created. Okay, as part of these interfaces what we have created. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. So this is all about how exactly we are going to implement, okay, how exactly we are going to implement this multiple inheritance using an interface in Java. Okay, multiple inheritance using an interface inside this Java. That's fine. And the next concept of which I wanna explain as part of. Hello, hi everyone. Today we are going to study a brief introduction about arrays, which comes under the reference data types. So by looking into this name or this type, we can understand that we can store multiple values at a time into an array. That's fine. Then what is this array? How exactly we can define this array and how are we going to use this array? An array can store multiple values of a same data type at a same time, and each can be stored with having a unique index. So whatever the values we are storing into the array, it has an individual indexes. But one thing that we need to consider here is array can store multiple values. That's good. We can store a multiple values. But one thumb rule out over there is whatever the multiple values you are trying to store, all those things should be of a same data type itself. It means I can create an array where in which I can store all the integers, or I can create an array where in which I can store all the strings or booleans, something like that we can do in this particular array. Integer, character, string, all those things we can store it into an array. But one thing is, every array has an unique index. What exactly this index concept is? Let me show you a simple example here, stating that array can store a multiple values like 1, 2, 3, 4, something. Assume that we have these many values in this array. These are the 5 different values. But whenever it's stored into an array with all these 5 values, there should be a representation of individual values. That's the reason all the values in the array has an unique index. And usually it will start with 0 index. 0 index means first value in the array. 1 index means second value in the array. Index 2 means third value in the array. Like that, index 99 means 100th value in the array. That's it. That's a simple point. Every value present in the array will have a unique index starting from 0 to n minus 1 represents last value in the array minus 1. Okay, that's fine. This is all about an indexing on an array. And if you can see here, basically, an example is integer is a data type, a is a variable, and whenever you are opening these braces, we can treat it as an array. On a right hand side, we are passing all those values to this array. Let us see with a simple example on these arrays now. I just launched my Eclipse Editor, in which I'm trying to create a new Java class, new example array with a main method. Whatever the syntax we have seen in a Word document, just try to replicate the same syntax here. Int a of, so it means a is an array with an integer data type and the values present in them are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 values are stored into this particular array. It's up to you. You can create a 6 or 7 or 8, a number of values into that. As I have mentioned, every array has a unique index. So what I'm going to do right now is a of I need to pass on the index. I'm giving an index as a 0. A of a 0 means in the array, whatever the first value is there, get it. So what I'm trying to do means, let me try to print it. System.out.println A of a 0. What it's going to do means it's going to print the first value present in that array. And now when I run my test script, I know my array is having a first value as a 1. When I run my test scripts, it's going to print the value 1 to the console. Let it execute. See here, a of 1 got the outcome 1 got a printed to the console. And if you can look at the scripts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 values in the array. So index will be till n minus 1 value, which will be 7 itself. If I am using a of 7, which will get last value in the array. That's fine. So let me try to print a of 7. Now, when I run my test script as a Java application this time, the last value got a printed. It's fine. Good. For suppose here, as per this example, there are 8 values. That's the reason 7 is getting the value. If I give it as a index 8, so I'm asking index 8. It means ninth value in the array. As there is a no value in that array, it will throw some exception. Let me try to run my test script and show you that. See here, array index out of bounds at exception 8. The meaning is whatever the array you are trying to retrieve, the value you are asking is out of bounds. It means there are less number of values in that array than what you have asked. That's what the meaning of array out of bounds at exception is. And moreover, this is a one way of creating an array. There is an another way also. Int b of equal to new int of 5. I have just defined this particular one in this way. Okay, so this is another way. Okay, so the braces are these braces. Okay, I have defined that. What is the meaning of this particular one? We are defining a new b variable which is of an integer array type, and here I am defining that length as a 5 itself. So it means this b variable is holding 5 values only, whereas this a line number 16, whatever we have created, we can add n number of values. There is a no specific restriction. How to pass the data? Like, b of 0 equal to 1, b of 1 equal to 2, b of 2 something, and b of 3 something, and b of 4. So I have passed all the values 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. For suppose b of 5 equal to 6. I have initialized the sixth value into this array. Let me try to run my test script and see what it's going to happen. Okay, so it's showing an exception with the initial line. Let me correct this one to a of 7 and now run my test script. The reason why I'm correcting this line is, wantedly to show the exception earlier, I changed it to an a of 8, which encountered an issue. Now I corrected that. If I run this situation again, index out of bounds exception again coming into the picture. The reason is, buddy, you have a defined b at max having a 5 values, and you are trying to initialize a sixth value into the b, which is again index out of bounds exception. So it's up to you. Whatever the way you want, you can create an arrays. Usually the line number 16 is the preferred one using which you can create an array. This type of an array, we can call it as a single dimensional arrays. Cool. That's all I have for this session, guys. See you again in the next topic. Thank you. Bye. Yeah. Hi, everyone. So in continuation with the previous things, we just used a system.out.println in printing the values in an array. Why can't we use a for loop for that? So let me use a for loop. For int I equal to 0, colon I less than. I need to rotate this one on all the values present in the array. Dot length is a method of which we are using on an array, which will be precisely used to get the total number of values present in that particular array. Dot length precisely to get the total number of values present in that particular array. Now system.out.println a of I. That's it. Whenever we are using an index as a I, and if we run the script, this loop will rotate on all the values present in that particular array, and it will be printing down that particular info to the console. We can use a simple for loop in printing this info. Good. Now, let us start with a multi-dimensional array. So far, we studied about a single dimensional array and what exactly a multi-dimensional array means. Multi-dimensional array can be defined in a simple words where an array can have multiple arrays. So in a simple terms, I can say, in an Excel file, how you are maintaining the data, the same way this multi-dimensional array will be created. So I can say, this is having a 3, 4, 5 and 7, 8 and 9. Assume that these are the two rows of a data here, what we have, right? The tabular information, the multiple rows of a data, we can define it in a multi-dimensional array. See, if you observe in an Excel file, it has the first row and it has three different columns and their values are 3, 4, 5. And the second row is having again the same number of columns with three different values. So how exactly we can define this one in the Java codes? Let me go back to my editor and let me create an array example. Example array 2. So here I just want to create a multi-dimensional array. So here int a, and this time there are two-dimensional array I just want to create, and here this is the first set, and I want to pass my first set inside the braces and second set inside the braces. And in my Excel file, my first set contains a 3, 4 and a 5. So here 3 comma 4 comma 5, and my second set contains a 7, 8 and a 9. So come back here 7 comma 8 comma 9. So I have a defined a two-dimensional array into this particular a variable. That's fine. For suppose system.out.println a of the first row, it's going to be the 0th row, and the first column value 0, 0 comma 0. When I run my test script, we are getting the 3 as an outcome, which is going to be the first value. That's fine. If you want in the first row, the last value, go back here. In this script, the first index is a 0 itself, and the second index, it becomes a 2. Now, when I run my test script, this time the desired value got printed. That's cool. So in the earlier example, we used a for loop in printing the values. How exactly we can use a for loop in printing these multi-dimensional arrays? So the thing is, as we have a two sets, we need to create a two loops. The first loop will be focusing on the row and the second loop will be focusing on a column. So here for int I equal to 0, I less than, there are two rows are there, I plus plus. And again, for int j equal to 0, j less than, in a row, there are three columns are there, 0, 1, 2. So here I am defining j less than to j plus plus. And now here system.out.println a of I comma j. So I'm using I and as well as a j. Let me try to run my test script and see what exactly it is printing. See here 5, 3 and a 4. So there is an issue 5, 3 and a 4. 5, 3 and a 4. What happened to 7, 8, 9, and why it is printing 5, 3 and 4? It should be like starting from here, right? 5, 3 and a 4. So I less than 2, okay, and here less than 3. I'll tell you what I have done here. When I run my test script now, 5, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. So let's see this one. Okay. So 5, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and a 9. So why this 5 is populating? I guess here we have this a print statement. Let me delete the earlier print statement and now let me run my script. Run as a Java application. This time, see 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. The reason why it was not executing properly means there is another print statement because of which it's getting confused. Hence, I commented that a print statement. And moreover, initially I have a defined as a 1. So it means less than 1. Instead of 1, I need to define either less than or equal to 1 or I need to make it as a 2. So here either less than 3 or less than or equal to 2. When I run my test script, this will execute and it will print all the values in that particular array. That's it. So how it's going to happen, let me elaborate more. So initially my I value is 0, 0 less than 2, the condition is a true, hence it comes into the loop, I equal to 0. It perfect. And then it comes in again inside the second for loop, j equal to 0, j less than or equal to 2, the condition is a true, it will try to print a of I comma j, a of 0, 0, which will be printing the first value. As this is inside the inner for loop, it will rotate or it will try to complete this for loop. So I equal to 0 again, j will be incrementing by 1 and the next value will be printed. I is 0 and j will be incremented by 1 as per this for loop, and the last value in that particular one will be printed. And now once this loop is completed, then I becomes a 1, I equal to 1, again j will start like that. This will rotate the loop and it will print down the information to the console. This is the way how exactly we can define an arrays and how can we use the arrays in the programs. Cool. Hi guys, welcome to the training program. In the previous session, we have seen a brief introduction about a for loops and as well as a nested for loops. In the real world, whenever we are working on the projects, we will be using a for each loops as well. For each loop is a different kind of a for loops that we were using in our projects. So let us see a brief introduction about these for each loops. So for each is another way of a transferring technique like a for loop, while loop, and a do while loop, which you can find it on a Java latest versions itself. Instead of declaring and initializing a variable or a counter variable, you can directly declare the variable of a same base type of that particular array, and just with a semicolon, automatically this loop will be declared. How come? In the loop body, based on your requirement, you can use it a different type of a variables, whatever we want. And where exactly this a for each loop will be precisely used means, if at all your data is in a collection APIs, like if your data is in an array, it's in an array set or a list or a set, in such situations, precisely this for each loop will be used. Okay, that's fine. Let me go back and create a simple example on this for each loop. So I'm creating a new Java class here for each example. Okay, I'm just creating with the main method. So I'm just creating an array as of now. Int sum or int a of is equal to, I'm defining an array basically 3 comma 55 comma 33 45 88 101 something, I have a defined a multiple values inside that. Now a is an array. For what exactly the syntax it's mentioning, you need to define a variable with the same data type. So it means int val, it's a variable, colon, that array. I have specified that. So what exactly the meaning is, for the very first time, whenever it entered the for loop, the first value from this A will be picked and it stored it in a val. To cross check that, system.out.println as a val I'm just using. So when I run my test script as a Java application, if you see the console, all the values in the array, one after another will be added to the val. So it means you no need to define either the increment operator or how many values it increment. By default, inside the for each, every time it will increment by one value. There are excuse me, there are certain limitations with this for each also. So you just will get the information from that particular array, but you can't modify anything. And whenever you are using a for each, there is a no tracking of a specific index, like in my fifth index, whatever the value is, get it don't have any tracking on that particular indexes. And moreover, it will iterate on a single step itself. Every time it will iterate with a one value itself. That's the reason if you observe the outcome, all the values in that particular one will be printed. So where exactly we are using this for each means, whenever you are working on your projects, specifically if your data is in terms of any list or a collection API, you will be using this for each. But we need to consider the limitations of this for each, that it don't have any track of that particular index, so that it will be difficult for you to modify a specific index value. And moreover, always it will iterate the values by one itself. Okay, cool. This is a simple example on a for each. Cool. That's all I have, guys. See you again with the next topic. Thank you. Bye bye. So guys, in the last session, we have seen a simple example on an arrays. Let's try to deep dive more into further examples. So as part of this example, what I want to do now means, let's get the smallest value from that array. So whatever the multi-dimensional arrays we have, let's get the smallest value. So the only thing what I want to do on top of the existing script is create a new variable and assign first value in the array to that. And once after you assign that, inside the for loop, just compare whether the newly added variable and data, whatever it is capturing, is smaller or not. If it is smaller, then update the variable value. Finally, outside the for loop, just print the newly created variable. That's it. These are the steps. So first I am assigning a value to that. Initially, there should be some value that needs to be assigned. That's the reason we are adding. In the comparison, if we find the latest value, for suppose initially my array is having a 2 as a first value. If we have added a 2 into that, in the runtime, assume that there might be some other value 1 that comes in the middle. So the x value, the newly created variable will be updated with the latest smaller value. Till then, this logic will rotate until if it finds the last smallest value, that last smallest value will be updated into that variable. So what I'm doing right now means, let me copy this script and create a new program. And now on top of this particular program here, delete all unnecessary commands. So I don't want all these commands. And here, what I'm doing now means, the first, as I have mentioned, the first value int x equal to a of 0 comma 0. I'm defining the first value in the array into this x variable. And now if a of I comma j, if it is less than x, if this value present in a of I is less than x, then definitely replace this x value with the a of I comma j. That's it. And so here I am ending my condition. Here I am ending my first loop. Here is my second for loop. Now system.out.println as an x. So this time it's a dynamically updating. So I'm giving my value as a 1 here, and when I run my program this time, 1 got printed down to the console. For suppose if I define a 0 here, and when I run my test script, the smallest value 0 will be printed. So this is a simple enhancement using which we can get a smaller value from that particular list. Cool. Cool. In continuation with that, the next scenario I want to get is, whatever the minimum number you are identifying, from that get the from that column get the maximum number. I can say, if you can see my Excel, basically, assume that 0 is the minimum number. From that particular column, whatever the maximum number is, get it. For suppose 8. There is a three-dimensional array. Assume that 7, 1, and 8, something. So, in this particular column, this is the minimum value. This is the column whatever we have. In that particular column, I need to get the maximum value. What are all the steps we need to do? So we already have a logic to get minimum number. Now capture the column number along with minimum number. Once we are out from the loop, I know how many rows are there and the column number also. Create a new variable max into which capture all the column values from that row and compare it. Whichever is the largest number, print it. Almost the similar logic I want to do out over here. So copy this program, paste it here. Example 6. Okay, that's what I have created. So in this program, what I'm going to do right now is, so here is the minimum number, right? So int max equal to 0. I'm initializing to 0. Int column equal to 0. Initially, I'm defining max and as well as a column, both the numbers. Whenever the minimum number is capturing, column equal to j. So we are storing that particular column into this. So this one is the minimum value. Now what I'm doing means a separate for loop, int I equal to 0, I less than to I plus plus, a of I, and the column is a common. So if it is greater than a max, if this value is greater than max, max is equal to a of I comma column. That's it. And outside this loop, whatever we have created here, system.out.println, max number is plus max. That's it. That's a simple point you have to consider. That's it. So we are comparing here. If that value is maximum, then it will store into that particular one. So here, if you observe now, 0 is the minimum value. In the second column, I'm maintaining the maximum value as a 50. So when I run my test script this time, the maximum number will be 50 will be printed to the console. For suppose, see here, out of these two set, 3 is the minimum number. In that 3, the column basically, if you observe, the maximum number is 7. So when I run my program, 7 will be printed down to the console. That's it. So this is the way how exactly we can get maximum number from that particular column. So these are a few of the basic interview questions which we will encounter, guys. That's what I'm just covering here. Another important question that we come across in an interviews is about swiping. So how exactly you are going to swipe the numbers? Okay, so you assume that A is equal to 5 or a 4, B equal to 5. I just want to swipe these numbers. How exactly I can do that? So there are two different ways. One is with a new temporary variable we can do that, and the second one is without a temp variable also we can do that. So let me create a new Java class in explaining these things. So right click, new Java class, temp value, and I am creating with the main method. Now what I'm doing means int a equal to 5, int b equal to 4. So int temp, another new variable I have created, temp equal to a. whatever the value present in a, I'm storing it in this particular temp. Now the 5 is there in a and as well as a temp now. Now what we are doing, b, now we have the value 4 in this particular b. So a is equal to b. I'm just defining b here. Now here a equal to b, the meaning is whatever the value present in a b was moved to a now. So it means the updated a value is a 4. Now still we need to update the b variable. B is equal to temp. Whatever the value we have in a temp, we are moving into a b. Now system.out.println a and system.out.println b. So when we run this test script and see, initially I am defining a 5 and 4. When it got executed with this particular logic, those values were printed to 4 and as well as a 5. That's it. This is a one set of logic. And another set of a logic without using these temp variables, how exactly I can do is using some simple addition and as well as a subtraction operation. So how are we going to do? Let me show you an example. So here a is equal to a plus b. So what is the value of a plus b? Now the latest value present in a becomes 9 now. And then the next point that I'm doing right now is b is equal to a minus b. Whatever the value present in a and a b, we are going to subtract it. The value present in a is a 9 and a b is a 4. So here 9 minus 4, that becomes a 5. See here it got updated. Finally, a is equal to a minus b. So what we are going to do here, my b value becomes a 4 and 5 now, and still the a value is a 9. So 9 minus a 5, that becomes a 4 here. That's it. Automatically with this plus and as well as a subtraction operation, even the content is swapping here. This is another small example where you will encounter in an interviews, guys. And the last example that I want to show out over here is sorting of a numbers present in an array. So how? So basically assume that the array is having a different set of values like 3, 5, 1, 2, 6. These many values are there. But I just want to sort it in a proper order that 1, 2, 3, 5, comma 6. I just want to print it or sort it out in a particular order. What are all the steps we need to do? The steps in order to do so are, the first one is get the first value in the array and then compare it with the remaining values. If it found a smaller value, then swap it using the earlier logic which we studied. Okay, for suppose once we are done with the first index value, then ignore it and move it to the next index. So it means in order to accomplish this one, we need two for loops. Okay, we need two for loops. Let me create a simple for loop in explaining this one, and then we'll see with an example. So here, for loop sorting. Okay, for loop sorting with the main method. Now what I'm doing here means int a of is equal to 5, 2, 9, 1, 8. So this is the order that I have a given. 5, 2, 9, 1, 8 is the order that I have a given inside this. For int I equal to 0, I less than a dot length I plus plus. It means rotate this loop on all the values. But every time whenever the first value you are picking, you need to compare it with the next value. So it means for int j equal to, what we need to do means, okay, So we need to consider the j value plus the ith value. Okay, or else I can say j is equal to, for int j is equal to, we are incrementing the I value by 1. So directly I plus 1 and j less than a dot length and a j plus plus. Okay, this loop is rotating. And now here what we need to do is we need to compare. So what exactly we need to compare? If a of I is greater than a of j, so it means the value present in an I is greater than j. So whether this one is greater or this one is greater, we are comparing it here. That's it. I'm surrounding it with a condition. So here, if a of I is greater than a of j, so if this value is greater than the second value, then interchange those values. So it means int temp is equal to a of I, and then after that, a of I I'm replacing with a of j, and then a of j I'm updating with a temp variable. That's it. I'm just doing this condition. So this will be rotating on all the values. So what I'm doing means system.out.println a. Once after everything is completed, I am asking it to just print a. So when I run my test script as a Java application now, so okay, so a means this is how it's going to return the complete array. So as it is an array, I can use a for loop. For int I equal to 0, I less than a dot length I plus plus system dot out dot println a of I. Now let me try to run my test script and see what it is printing. See 12589. This is how it sorted out the order and it printed the whole information to the console. So these are the various core Java examples that are required, guys. So if we are good with these Java concepts, with these examples, then definitely you will be in a position to analyze any logic. No matter whatever the logic might be, the first thing what you need to do is an analysis part. How this can be accomplished. If you are analyzing that, 90% of your task got accomplished. Okay, cool. That's it, guys. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello, guys. Good morning. As part of the today's session, let us study some details about this date class. So what is the significance of this date class? Why exactly I want to use this? This date class usually comes with a Java utils package itself, which is inbuilt in Java. We can use the various methods inside this date class. Okay, that's great. Why we need this date class? What is the significance of that? Assume that you are writing your automation code and you are capturing screenshots. Whenever you are capturing a screenshots, it's not possible for you to always give a unique name. That's the reason we will append a date timestamp logic for that particular file name followed by a date timestamp, so that always the date time will change automatically. As per the date timestamp itself, a new file will be created, and there are multiple places where exactly we will be using this date timestamp in the real world. So what I'm doing right now means, let me create a simple program to explain this date class, example date. Okay, I'm just creating a new example class, and here, in order to access this, I need to create an object to this Java utils data class. So whenever you created an object, it will ask you to import it. So I was just importing this Java utils date class, system.out.println that object. So here, if you observe, guys, D is the object that I have created for the Java utils, and I'm printing that. Usually, it's not possible for us to print the object. Whenever you are printing that particular object, it's printing this date, or even I can also use d dot to string method, which will be converting that particular date into a string, and I'm printing that string. So I can store this string into an instance. So by default, Monday, Jan, something, the date is getting printed here. But I just want to get my date in a default or a preferred format. Okay, in such situations, we need to use a simple data formatter in Java. So let us create an object, simple data format equal to new simple data format. I just created an object for that, and whenever I mouse over on that, it's asking me to import it. Okay, the right hand side should be a simple date format. For this simple data format, we need to specify what exactly the format I want. See, if I give it as a small y, it's going to get my year. If I give a capital M, it's going to get a month. Small d, I'm going to get the d, date basically. H means hours. This is the syntax. So what I'm giving right now means dd, so dd colon colon YYY. So I just created this index here or this format. This is the format that I want my current date. See here, SD dot. Basically, we need to do a format on a date. See here, I'm just formatting this particular date now. SD dot format a date. So let me try to print this instance and see what it is printing. System.out.println, and now let me try to run the script. I left with the two commands. See, whatever the formatter I have a given. See, basically I have a given day, month, and a years. For suppose if I change it to a small m, so it means it's going to be a minutes. So it will be retrieving a minutes out over there. Or I can say day, month instead of a year. As per this document, H means hours and M means minutes. So let's go back to the program and I'm giving it as a H. And let me run my script. Run as a Java application again. So it is just retrieving as per that time itself. So it's up to you, whatever the minutes you want, whatever the time you want, you can specify it and you can retrieve the data date as per the format whatever we are creating. It's up to you how many formats you want. You can just specify the format, but only one thumb rule is we need to follow this syntax precisely for that particular generating of a formats. Cool. This is a simple example on a date time formats. We'll see another example as well. And one more small point that I want to add on top of this one here is we just studied an example on a date class, right? Similar to this date class, there is a one more instance that we can play around, which is a calendar. So almost a date and a calendar has a similar set of functions, but the only difference out over there is calendar is having a few set of more functions when compared to that of a date. Other than that, you can retrieve the same information from there as well. So let us see how exactly we can use this calendar instance with an example now. So I just created a new Java class. On top of it, I just want to write down my program. So for which what I'm doing means I'm just using a simple date formatter itself, the same date formatter I'm just using. So calendar space cal is equal to, I just need to get the instance of a current calendar or the system calendar. So for which I'm using calendar dot get instance. This will be getting the local instance of that particular calendar and it is storing it in a cal variable. Now on top of this one, whatever the things you want, you can just use it. So simple data formatter dot format of a calc. So earlier we used a date time formatter for which we passed a date instance. As of now we are passing this calendar instance. Now calendar dot get whatever the methods you want, you can just use all those methods here. So these are the various methods which were supported by this calendar: get time, get maximizer method, all those things which were not there in that particular date class. That's it. So here you can use a get time method, which will be getting the time. Or if you want any further methods, what is the current month, the current date, maximum date, whatever the time it is, whatever the week it is, all those methods we have available in these things, we can just play around. So depending on our need, we will be using either of these things, but majority of the cases in the real world, you will be using a data formatter and as well as a date methods, guys. Okay. Cool. That's all I have, guys. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye.